Chapter 190. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a grade 5 alchemist was in existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, the formidable powers that were capable of asking a grade 5 alchemist to help refine a grade 5 medicinal pill were only those top sects that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it was said that in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great clans were in charge, then, in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great sects were in charge. I heard that 30 years ago, a peerless genius had once appeared in the Yuanshan Kingdom's Yuan clan, and he stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 19. Later on, he went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Snow Moon sect and became a disciple of the Snow Moon sect's Grand Elder. Because of this, the Yuan clan obtained a Void Advancement Pill and became a Void Prying Stage expert. A Duan clan elder couldn't help but sigh as he was reminded by Grand Elder Duan Zhen. "I've heard of this as well." Another Duan clan elder nodded as well, and his gaze emitted slight burning desire. Void Prying Stage expert, to the Duan clan, this was extremely important. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were at least close to 100 existences at the half-step void stage when all the powers were added together. However, in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were only 3 true void stage experts. Wanting to step into the void prying stage was too difficult. Even if it was in existence at the half-step void stage, without a certain amount of natural talent, it would be impossible for them to break through to the void prying stage in their entire lifetime until the end of their lifespan. In the history of the Duan clan, there were at least over 100 experts that stepped into the half-step void stage. However, not even a single void prying stage expert had appeared. That year, practically everyone in the Duan clan thought that Duan Rufeng would surely be able to break the Duan clan's history and become a void prying stage expert. At that time, Duan Rufeng could be considered to be the most genius disciple in the history of the Duan clan. But unfortunately, Duan Rufeng went missing in the end, and there was no news of him until now. As far as the Duan clan members were concerned, he was surely doomed. Whereas now, Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, had appeared out of nowhere, entering the primal core stage at the mere age of 18. Such natural talent aroused the enthusiasm of the Duan clan's higher-ups for a moment. That year, they looked forward to Duan Rufeng becoming a void prying stage expert and leading the Duan clan to a higher level. Now, with the lesson of Duan Rufeng, they didn't look forward to Duan Lingtian becoming a void prying stage expert, as they weren't willing to wait any longer. They only hoped to make Duan Lingtian enter a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Then the Duan clan would have the opportunity to obtain a Void Advancement Pill. At that time, if a half-step Void stage expert in the clan consumes it, the expert would be able to directly break through to the Void Prying stage. In this way, not only would they not repeat the same mistake as Duan Rufeng, they could also allow a Void Prying stage powerhouse to appear in the Duan clan within a short period of time. Patriarch, I agree with what the Grand Elder said. No matter what price we have to pay, we must make Duan Lingtian acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. We must make him join a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and strive for a Void Advancement Pill for our Duan clan. I also agree with Great Elder. I agree too. When they thought of how a Void Prying stage expert might appear in the Duan clan because of this, the Duan clan elders present were extremely excited. Duan Ruhong slightly frowned. He felt slightly disgusted by this decision, since when did the Duan clan reach the point of needing to make use of a child? Grand Elder. Patriarch Duan Ruhua looked at Duan Zhen, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. It's not that our Duan clan hasn't thought of making Duan Lingtian return to acknowledge his ancestors, but he's always been unwilling. As far as I'm concerned, that child has inherited third brother's temper and will absolutely not easily change his mind. I've said it before, we can pay any price for this. So long as it's something the Duan clan can do. Duan Zhen's eyes were like a dazzling array of stars as he slowly spoke. Duan Ruhuot secretly gasped when he heard this, as he could feel the weight of the Grand Elder's words, and it was at this moment that the servant girl that had just finished pouring tea for the Duan clan higher-ups in the audience hall left the audience hall and walked into a spacious courtyard. Within the courtyard, the fat woman's small eyes narrowed after she finished listening to the servant girl, and a cold light flashed within. My husband just died, and the Duan clan wants the murderer of my son to return to acknowledge his ancestors? And they don't hesitate to pay any price to make him return? The fat woman's entire body trembled as she was enraged to the limit. I can't stay in this Duan clan any longer. That useless trash, Duan Roulette, is dead as well, and I'm unable to take revenge for my son. Mother's home, I want to return to my mother's home. I'll take revenge for my son by myself. The fat woman packed herself up that night, and at dawn the next day, she hastily left the imperial city. Paladin Academy. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian had only just entered the entrance when he noticed that the students he encountered on the way were more or less all staring at him with peculiar gazes. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Looks like after the disturbance yesterday morning, he won't be able to have peace for a period of time. Fortunately, after a period of time, he would be temporarily leaving Paladin Academy and heading to the northwest border battlefield. When he passed by the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he noticed that not far away, there were 3 female students confronting each other. Accurately speaking, it was 2 female students who had joined forces to bully another female student. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the beautiful face of the lone and helpless female student. Although she couldn't be considered to be a beauty, her appearance could still be considered delicate. Originally, he didn't intend to interfere in this matter. I heard that you've made Duan Lingtian your idol, right? One of the 2 female students who had their backs facing Duan Lingtian waved the black whip in her hand as she used a condescending tone to ask the delicate female student. Tong Li? Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice, and his eyes went cold. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Today, he could be considered to have completely experienced the meaning of these words. Duan Lingtian stopped his footsteps, his eyes slightly narrowed as he paid attention to the development of the matter. What's wrong with me making Duan Lingtian my idol? I just admire him and like him, what's wrong with that? Am I obstructing all of you? The delicate female student's face flushed red as she spoke. I don't care if you admire others, like others, or make others your idol. But Duan Lingtian is my absolutely irreconcilable enemy. Whoever dares to make him their idol is going against me, Tong Li. Tong Li's voice was incomparably cold and indifferent, as if she was suppressing the extreme rage in her heart. Little bitch, do you know Miss Li's identity? Miss Li is the cousin of the 5th prince, she's not someone a lowly commoner like you can offend. Quickly kneel down, kowtow, and apologize, then shout Duan Lingtian is a bastard 100 times. Perhaps Miss Li will be merciful and let you off. The female student beside Tong Li had her hands on her hips as she stretched out her hand to point at the delicate female student's nose as she intimidated her. You all. The delicate female student was angered to the point her breathing became hurried. We what? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you still don't kneel down and shout Duan Lingtian is a bastard, I'll immediately slap your face into pieces. Tong Li waved the black whip in her hand, as if it would swing out at any moment. The delicate female student's face turned pale as her body trembled slightly, but she still clenched her teeth, unwilling to submit. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he walked over. He finally couldn't continue watching. Although he didn't know this female student, she was bullied by Tong Li and her companion because of him after all. No matter what, since this matter was seen by her, she couldn't avoid getting involved. As Duan Lingtian approached, the delicate female student's eyes lit up, revealing a face of worship. 3 breaths have passed, looks like you're still stubborn. Tong Li didn't notice the delicate female student's expression. Her gaze turned cold as the black whip in her hand danced, as if it had transformed into a black venomous snake, biting towards the delicate female student. Because the delicate female student saw Duan Ling Tian, she was slightly distracted and had no time to react to Tong Li's whip. Ah! In an instant, her expression changed as she was scared stiff as a wooden chicken, subconsciously closing her eyes. Very quickly, she felt a gust of wind blowing against her face. She originally thought that pain would follow, but who knew that following a "pa" sound, there was no more following. She opened her eyes and realized that there was an additional youth in purple in front of her. The youth in purple had his back facing her as he used his hand to catch the long whip that was thrown towards him. In an instant, her cheeks flushed red as she felt her heart beating faster. You! When Tong Li saw that someone dared to stop her from teaching others a lesson, her expression changed and was prepared to berate. But before she could open her mouth, she was completely stunned. Because the person who stopped her was none other than that Duan Ling Tian whom she hated to the bone. What about me? Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold as he used his strength to snatch the black whip from Tong Li's hand. Miss Tong, I realize that as long as you don't flaunt your prowess for a day, you'll feel uncomfortable for a day. I wonder how this student has offended you. Tong Li's face was ashen as she shouted coldly, what has it got to do with you? What has it got to do with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as his gaze quickly moved from Tong Li to that female student beside Tong Li. Earlier, you told this student to kneel on the ground and shout 100 sentences? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly earlier. This female student's expression changed greatly. She dared to do that earlier because Tong Li was standing by her side to support her. But now, how could she dare to continue saying? What kind of joke was this? This Duan Ling Tian had previously beaten Tong Li into a pig head right in front of her. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared to repeat what she said earlier, Duan Ling Tian would definitely beat her into a pig head as well. I didn't say anything. The female student's face was deathly pale as her body trembled slightly as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Duan Ling Tian's gaze. Weren't you quite awe-inspiring earlier? Duan Ling Tian sneered as his eyes focused and shouted coldly, kneel down. Duan Ling Tian no longer treated this female student who was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might as a woman. Don't you always ask people to kneel down? Now, I'll make you kneel down. Chapter 191. At this moment, many students had gathered around to watch the show. In next to no time, these students all knew the sequence of events. For a moment, their gazes towards Tong Li and the female student kneeling on the ground were filled with disdain and rage, without the slightest trace of pity. Compared to these foxes who relied on the tiger's might to intimidate others, they were more sympathetic towards the weak, like the delicate female student. As far as they were concerned, Tong Li was similarly relying on the tiger's might to intimidate others. The tiger behind Tong Li was the 5th prince. Duan Ling Tian. Tong Li's expression was incomparably unsightly. Although she didn't care about the life and death of this follower by her side, but in the eyes of outsiders, this follower was one of hers. If a follower was humiliated, then she would naturally be humiliated as well. What? Miss Tong, do you have an objection to what I said? Duan Lingtian's icy cold eyes met with Tong Li's, causing Tong Li's gaze to flicker. She was extremely afraid that Duan Ling Tian would once again beat her into a pig's head like last time. Humph. Duan Ling Tian grunted coldly as he looked at the female student kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, now, shout Tong Li is a slut 100 times for me. I'll whip you for every time you shout one less time. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian's words caused the gazes of the surrounding students to light up. Their gazes were filled with ridicule as they looked at the female student kneeling on the ground. As far as they were concerned, this female student was simply suffering the consequences of her own actions. The expression of the female student kneeling on the ground went grim as she raised her head to glance at Tongli. When she noticed Tongli was looking at her with a vicious gaze, she was terrified to the point her body trembled, but she still gritted her teeth and didn't dare shout out. Not shouting? Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent, as if it came from the depths of hell, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and enveloped the female student. Instantly, the female student felt as if she was in an azure field, and terror arose from the bottom of her heart as she hurriedly said, "I'll shout, I'll shout." "You dare." Tong Li's expression went grim. She never imagined that this follower would really dare to shout, and she raised her hand to slap the female student. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black whip in Duan Lingtian's hand swung out and directly descended onto Tong Li's arm. Pa! Along with Tong Li's miserable shriek, a pitch-black bruise appeared on the arm that she had retracted her hand from. You, Tong Li glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Even though she had a bellyful of vicious words in her heart, she just didn't dare speak them out now. With two previous examples, she was very clear about the Duan Lingtian's temper. She knew that if she dared to say any more harsh words, this Duan Lingtian would definitely attack her. In order to avoid physical pain, she chose to endure. In the future, she would make Duan Lingtian pay for all of this. Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li is a slut. At this moment, the female student who was kneeling on the ground opened her mouth and started shouting again and again. After hearing this female student call him 20 to 30 times, Duan Lingtian yawned out of boredom. He looked at the delicate female student beside him and smiled. "What's your name?" The delicate female student's face was as red as an apple. She lowered her head and whispered, "My name is Tanggua." "Tanggua? This name suits you quite well. I'm going to the classroom. Help me keep an eye on this place. If she doesn't follow my instructions and shout 100 times, and if this Tong Li dares to play any tricks, you can come find me in the Star Mastermind Department's first-year classroom." Duan Lingtian handed the black whip in his hand to Tanggua and smiled at her before leaving. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Tanggua's heart was somewhat agitated. Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li is a slut. The voices that came from beside her ear made Tong Li's expression extremely ugly. She coldly shouted, "He's already gone, why are you still shouting?" Immediately, the voice of the female student who was kneeling on the ground stopped abruptly. She timidly looked at Tong Li. "Miss Li, I didn't do it on purpose, really. That Duan Lingtian is too scary." You mean that if he's scary, then I'm not scary?" Tong Li interrupted the female student's words. Her face sank and her eyes flashed with a sharp light. Before the female student could explain herself, she heard Tanggua say with a flushed face, "You've only shouted 41 times, there's still 59 more. Hurry up and shout." The female student who was kneeling on the ground trembled. Only now did she realize that even though Duan Lingtian had left, he still left behind such a spokesperson. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's threat just now, she sucked in a breath of cold air and continued to shout, "Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li is a slut." Tong Li's expression changed. She angrily glared at Tanggua. "Little slut, do you not want to live anymore?" Tanggua clenched her teeth. Her timid gaze gradually became firm. "If you have any objections, you can go find Duan Lingtian. He asked me to help him keep an eye on him. Since I've agreed, I'll definitely complete this task properly. You. Tong Li reached out her hand and pointed at Tanggua's nose. She was so angry that her body started to tremble. Right now, she really wanted to strangle this woman to death. But when she thought of Duan Lingtian's words just now, she finally endured it. "Humph. Tong Li coldly snorted. She turned around and left, but before she left, she didn't forget to threaten Tang Gua. You're called Tang Gua, right? I'll remember you. Tang Gua clenched her teeth. Her slightly wavering gaze became firm once again when she thought of what the youth told her before he left. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian trusted her so much, so she couldn't disappoint Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian, what happened in the morning was only a small episode. Tang Gua was also only a passerby in his life. A regular day passed by. At dusk, he, Xiaoyu, and Xiaosun walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Just at this moment, a person walked out of a carriage that was parked outside as the coachman pulled open the carriage's curtain. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recognized the person. It was precisely the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong. He didn't have a good impression of Duan Ruhong. He still remembered that when Duan Lingxing intended to kill him at the Li clan in Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Ruhong only berated Duan Lingxing before leaving the matter unsettled. Duan Ruhong seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostile gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he said, "Can you come up and say a few words? You two leave first." Duan Lingtian said to Xiaoyu and Xiaosun before boarding the carriage. Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian sat opposite each other, and Duan Ruhong indifferently said, "Speak frankly if you have something to say. If you're persuading me to return to the Duan clan, then please keep your mouth shut. I, Duan Lingtian, won't easily change the things I, Duan Lingtian, have decided on." When he saw Duan Ruhong earlier, he guessed Duan Ruhong's objective this time. It was surely because he revealed a strength that caused others to mistakenly think he was at the Origin Core stage yesterday morning, so the Duan clan wanted him to return and acknowledge his ancestors. After all, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, an 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist was an existence that was rarely seen. Wait for me to finish speaking before making a decision. Duan Ruhong laughed bitterly. Speak. Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. It's like this. The Grand Elder, who is our Duan clan's previous generation's patriarch, said that so long as you're willing to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and admit that you're a Duan clan disciple, our Duan clan will satisfy any condition of yours, so long as it's something our Duan clan is capable of doing. Duan Ruhong took a deep breath as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian frowned. So good? Can agree to any condition of mine? However, Duan Lingtian understood that there was no free lunch in this world. The Duan clan is willing to pay so much, I presume they have some sort of scheme? I wonder what the Duan clan wants from me? Duan Ruhong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and suddenly felt that this youth before him was much more astute than his third brother, Duan Rufeng, from all those years ago. The Duan clan does indeed have a request, and the objective is the Void Advancement Pill. Void Advancement Pill? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He who had merged with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu naturally knew what the Void Advancement Pill was. The Void Advancement Pill was a grade 5 medicinal pill that was capable of assisting a half-step Void stage martial artist to draw down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation within a short period of time, and after overcoming the tribulation, the martial artist would step into the Void Prying stage. Normally speaking, only martial artists with natural talent that was difficult to break through to the Void Prying stage would consume the Void Prying Pill. Because, once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill and forcefully drew down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would leave behind extremely obvious after-effects. A martial artist that used the Void Advancement Pill to forcefully break through to the Void Prying stage would at most be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage in their entire lifetime, and would be unable to break through any further. It could be said that once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill, it was equivalent to destroying one's future. At the very least, Duan Lingtian wouldn't consume the Void Advancement Pill even if he was beaten to death. However, to the group of half-step void stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, if they didn't possess the Void Advancement Pill, then more than 90% of them would be unable to break through to the Void Prying stage in their entire lifetime. So, the Void Advancement Pill was their only choice. They would utterly not care about the after-effects caused by the Void Advancement Pill. Even if it's only at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. It's sufficient to run amok in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even that Void Prying stage expert of the Imperial family probably hasn't attained the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Duan Ruhong was shocked in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian pondering. Could it be that this little fellow knows what the Void Advancement Pill is? After all, although the Void Advancement Pill couldn't be considered to be a secret, it wasn't something that anyone could know about. Void Advancement Pill. The Duan clan is truly scheming. Duan Lingtian sneered. However, why does the Duan clan think that I'll be able to bring them the Void Advancement Pill? Duan Ruhong's heart trembled. This little fellow really does know about the Void Advancement Pill. According to the Grand Elder's intentions, it's to let you enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. With your natural talent, you'll surely be able to make the higher-ups of the top sects think highly of you. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for you to ask for a Void Advancement Pill for the Duan clan. Enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like the Duan clan has already remembered it well. Chapter 192. How about it? Have you considered it? Duan Ruhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with an expression of anticipation. If it was in the past, he would never have imagined that there would be a day when he would speak humbly before this nephew of his. However, Duan Lingtian had the qualifications now. After all, not everyone was able to possess a cultivation at the Origin Core stage at the age of 18. Although he felt that the clan using Duan Lingtian like this wasn't appropriate. But with a quick thought, if a Void Prying stage expert was able to appear in the Duan clan because of this, then he would undoubtedly be able to witness the moment the Duan clan walked towards glory. As a Duan clan disciple, he looked forward to the appearance of that moment. You can really agree to any condition of mine? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at Duan Ruhong as he asked to confirm once again. So long as it's within the Duan clan's ability, we can agree to anything. Duan Ruhong's expression turned serious as he spoke. Even if I want you to die? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he suddenly asked. Duan Ruhong was stunned, but he still nodded in all seriousness. If I die, then I can exchange it for your return to the Duan clan. The clan doesn't have to make a move, I'll end myself. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Duan Ruhong. As the saying goes, a person's eyes are the window to their heart. A person's mouth can deceive others, but their eyes can't deceive others. Now, Duan Lingtian couldn't see a trace of hypocrisy in Duan Ruhong's eyes. This also showed that what he said was from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The people of this world have really been thoroughly brainwashed. I'm just joking. Although I don't really approve of you, it hasn't reached the point of wanting your life. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. There was no deep enmity between him and Duan Ruhong. Duan Ruhong heaved a sigh of relief. He really thought that Duan Lingtian wanted his life. However, if Duan Lingtian really wanted his life, then for the sake of the Duan clan's future, he would absolutely not live for a moment longer. Then do you agree now? Duan Ruhong asked again. When he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, he suddenly felt that there was hope. As long as the Duan clan can keep their promise, so what if I return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors? In this way, one of my mother's wishes has been fulfilled. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he mumbled to himself. The Duan clan was undoubtedly a clan that placed benefits above everything else. Because he had value, they would give up everything for him. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, since it was like this, why not make good use of the Duan clan? Presently, no matter which aspect he was in, he was still in the initial stage. If he really had the assistance of the Duan clan, then many problems would be easily solved. Moreover, this way, he could curry favor with his mother. Why wouldn't he do it? As for the void advancement pill that the Duan clan wanted, that was a matter for the future, there was no need to think about it now. Duan Ruhong had a delighted expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. Then when do you and your mother intend to arrive at the Duan clan? I can ask the patriarch to prepare a large courtyard for you. It will definitely be more comfortable than living outside. There's no need. We're living very well outside. Even if I really return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors and admit that I'm a member of the Duan clan, I still won't return to the Duan clan estate. I'll tell you this first. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and as he finished speaking, his expression became slightly serious. Duan Ruhong lightly smiled. This is naturally not a problem. Not all the direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan lived in the Duan clan estate, and many of them had their own residences outside. Just like him, he had a residence outside as well. As for when my mother and I will return to the Duan clan. The day after tomorrow. It just so happens that I don't have to go to class for the next 2 days. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before giving Duan Ruhong an answer. Alright, I'll send someone to pick you up at that time. Duan Ruhong's face revealed a smile. There's no need, we'll go over ourselves. At that time, don't let anyone refuse us outside the door. Duan Lingtian refused Duan Ruhong's good intentions, then stood up and directly got out of the carriage. This impetuous character is no different from third brother all those years ago. Looks like that matter from over 2 years ago has always caused him to take it to heart, and he's still so hostile towards me even now. However, since he agreed to return to acknowledge his ancestors, I can be considered to have smoothly completed my mission this time. Duan Ruhong muttered to himself as he shook his head and smiled. After Duan Lingtian returned home, he told his mother, Li Ro, about returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors. Tian, why did you suddenly change your mind? Although Li Ro was slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised, she still had doubts in her heart. She knew her son's character very well, and once he decided on something, he wouldn't easily change his mind. I've thought about it recently and figured it out. The blood of the Duan clan's direct descendant flows in my body after all, and it's impossible for me to not return to the Duan clan for my entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian spoke nonsense, so he naturally wouldn't speak of the truth of the matter. Otherwise, his mother would surely think too much again. Mother knows that the matter is surely not so simple. However, since you're willing to return to acknowledge your ancestors, it can be considered to have resolved one of mother's worries. If you're unwilling to speak of other matters, then mother won't force you. Li Ro glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she could see through his heart. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and only now did he remember that his mother wasn't so easy to fool. The next day, Duan Lingtian, who didn't have to go to Paladin Academy, obediently stayed at home and accompanied the 2 little girls at home for an entire day. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, Duan Lingtian asked Xiaofan to prepare a carriage, and he headed towards the Duan clan estate with his mother, Li Ro. Duan Lingtian didn't bring along the 2 little girls at home. To him, going to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors today was only a formality, and he would return very quickly. The Duan clan estate occupied a vast area, as if it was a city within a city. On the way. Mother, you seem to be slightly nervous. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro and smiled. You child, you actually dare to make fun of mother. Mother is only slightly moved. You're already so old now, in other words, I've already left the Duan clan for many years. Li Ro's gaze was misty, as if she'd returned to the happy days before her husband went missing. In next to no time, the carriage under Xiongquan's control stopped before the entrance of the Duan clan estate. It's quite a show of extravagance. Duan Lingtian could vaguely see through the carriage window that a red carpet was laid out before the entrance of the Duan clan estate, and both sides of the red carpet were filled with servants and maids. Li Ro was slightly dumbstruck when she saw this scene. She suddenly realized that her son's decision to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors was probably not so simple. "Young master, madam, we've arrived." Xiongquan's respectful voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian was the first to get off the carriage, then he respectfully helped his mother down before supporting his mother to walk up the red carpet outside the Duan clan estate. "Greetings young master Lingtian, greetings madam." Meanwhile, the servants and maids on both sides of the red carpet respectfully bowed to the mother and son pair. Duan Lingtian raised his head and was able to see that the group of people that were originally standing at the entrance of the Duan clan had come over to greet them. These people were led by a dignified middle-aged man and a dignified old man, and his fourth uncle, Duan Ruhong, followed behind them. Duan Lingtian supported his mother to greet them. "Patriarch, big brother." Li Ro looked at the dignified old man in the lead and bowed respectfully, then she looked at the dignified middle-aged man and lightly smiled as she greeted. "Ru Feng's wife, I'm no longer the Duan clan's patriarch. Ru Hua is the patriarch. As for me, I'm now the Duan clan's grand elder." The dignified old man lightly smiled, and his tone was extremely courteous to Li Ro as well. "He's the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Zhen." Duan Lingtian looked at the dignified old man and thought in his heart as he guessed the old man's identity. Li Ro shook her head and smiled. "I've left for almost 20 years. I never imagined that the patriarch had already retired to the second line, and big brother has already become the patriarch. Tian, why aren't you greeting them?" Li Ro's beautiful brows frowned as she spoke to Duan Lingtian who was by her side. "Greetings, patriarch, grand elder." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Duan Ruhua and Duan Zhen. As expected of Ru Feng's son, he looks extremely similar to Ru Feng from all those years ago. "Good, very good." Duan Zhen looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a treasure, and his eyes emitted light. "Yeah, in the blink of an eye, the baby from all those years ago has already grown so big." Duan Ruhua nodded as well and lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, the group of Duan clan elders came up to greet Duan Lingtian and his mother. These Duan clan elders now faced Duan Lingtian and his mother with smiling faces, and they didn't dare slight them in the slightest. Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart when he saw this scene. Truly snobbish. That year, his mother, a woman, took him, who was in his infancy, and left the Duan clan. No one stopped them, and they allowed the widow and her to wander outside. Now that they knew that he might be able to obtain a void advancement pill for the Duan clan, all of them were like flies that stuck to him. Duan Lingtian only felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Before long, under the direction of Patriarch Duan Ruhua, Duan Lingtian completed the acknowledgement of his ancestors within the Duan clan's ancestral hall and returned to the Duan clan once again. "Little Tian, feel free to tell uncle if you need anything in the future." After everything was completed, Duan Ruhua said to Duan Lingtian. "Thank you, Patriarch." Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. "Also, you don't have to worry about the matter of the Su clan. The clan will help you deal with it." Duan Ruhua then said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered. This patriarch was a smart person. He knew that his mother was present, so he didn't mention the conflict between him and the Su clan in detail. However, even so, Li Ro was still suspicious. "Tian, what happened between you and the Su clan? On the carriage, Li Ro curiously asked. Mom, it's nothing. A Su clan direct descendant provoked me in the academy and was injured by me. Duan Lingtian casually said. Li Ro nodded, as this wasn't a big deal. Chapter 193. Hey! Brother, have you heard? That Duan Lingtian that gave rise to much discussion a while ago has already broken through to the origin core stage. I've heard of this news a few days ago. I have a distant cousin, and he's in Paladin Academy. Sorry for my disrespect. Brother, you're actually the cousin of a Paladin Academy student. You're welcome. Then brother, do you know that Duan Lingtian has already returned to the Duan clan early this morning? There's such a thing? Hee hee. I have a distant cousin who's a servant girl in the Duan clan. Supposedly, it's a grand occasion. Didn't that Duan Lingtian refuse to return to the Duan clan in the past? That's old history. Let's not mention it. In a restaurant in the inner city of the Imperial City, two young men chatted and became familiar with each other. And now, similar conversations were playing out in the inner city of the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian stepped into the origin core stage at the age of 18, and was the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in Paladin Academy. Now, he had the title of a direct descendant of the Duan clan. In the eyes of the people in the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian was enough to be called a favored child of heaven, and his limelight even surpassed that of Duan Rufeng from all those years ago. Su clan estate. In the spacious courtyard, the old man raised his hand, and the stone table in the courtyard shattered with a bang and fell to the ground. Grandfather, what happened? A young man with a slightly sickly pale face walked out of the room and looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Tong, why did you come out? Your injuries haven't healed, so you need to rest more. A trace of guilt flashed within the old man's eyes when he saw the young man. Grandpa, did something happen? Su Tong's face sank. Flowing lights spun within the old man's eyes as he forced a smile. Nothing happened, don't think too much. Grand Elder. Right at this moment, the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, paid a visit. He walked into the courtyard and looked at the old man, the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Patriarch. Su Nan and Su Tong hurriedly bowed to Su Boya. Grand Elder, I presume you've heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, right? Su Boya looked at Su Nan and said slowly. Su Nan's face sank as he nodded. What? Su Tong's face went pale. That Duan Lingtian actually returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors? At this moment, he felt as if the sun and moon had lost their light, and all he could see was darkness. 2 days ago, he'd heard the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the origin core stage, and at the same time that he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's peerless natural talent in the martial Tao, his heart was filled with resentment. He wished he could cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. However, in his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian's martial arts talent was strong, he did not have a strong background. If his grandfather wanted to avenge him, it would not be difficult. But now, the news of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue, striking Su Tong to the point he was unable to catch his breath. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was nothing. If he couldn't grow up, then everything was useless. But once this 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was branded with the Duan clan's brand, it would undoubtedly be an additional layer of life-saving talisman. The Duan clan would absolutely not allow anything to happen to a genius martial artist like Duan Lingtian. Grand Elder, the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, has already personally discussed the matter of Su Tong with me. He's willing to give up a restaurant under the Duan clan's control in the outer city to our Su clan. That restaurant will be handed over to you in the future, how about it? Su Boya looked at Su Nan as he slowly spoke. Patriarch, what does Duan Ruhua mean? Does he want us to put down the enmity between us and Duan Lingtian? Su Nan's face sank as he roared. Grand Elder. Su Boya frowned, and his voice became slightly colder. He was the patriarch of a clan at any rate, and this Grand Elder actually dared to make a fuss in front of him. Where would he put his face? Patriarch. Su Nan reacted and said apologetically, I was only angry earlier. I hope Patriarch can forgive me. Humph. Su Boya's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Su Nan. Grand Elder, besides informing your family to take over that restaurant, I also want to remind you of something. At the very least, don't look for trouble with that Duan Lingtian in the future. Otherwise, even if something were to happen to your family because of this, the clan wouldn't stand up for you. What? Su Nan's face went pale, and Su Tong, who was beside Su Nan, had a face full of resentment. The last sentence the patriarch said was undoubtedly expressing the Su clan's stand. What he meant was that if their family dared to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, then they would be isolated from the Su clan. Patriarch, our family is a direct line of descent at any rate. You want to isolate our family for a Duan Lingtian? I wonder if this is the patriarch's idea, or the clan's idea. Su Nan's face was gloomy, and as he finished speaking, his tone faintly contained traces of questioning. Presumptuous. Su Boya's face went pale. Grand Elder, you actually dare go against your superiors. Right at this moment, another group of people surged in from outside the courtyard, and it was precisely the group of Su clan elders. All of you. A bad premonition arose within Su Nan's heart when he saw so many people appear at this moment. Grand Elder, you must not misunderstand the Patriarch. What the Patriarch said earlier was something that we unanimously approved of. The corners of the Su clan's second elder's mouth curled into a cold smile. Su Nan's face sank, and his gaze flashed past the faces of the Su clan elders one by one, then he said in a low voice, what the Duan clan paid for my grandson shouldn't be as simple as a restaurant, right? Exactly. The restaurant in the outer city is only the compensation that the Duan clan gave to your bloodline. What the Duan clan gave to our Su clan as compensation is a recommendation quota to Paladin Academy every year. In other words, the Duan clan will give one of their 5 recommendation quotas to our Su clan. In this way, our Su clan will be the same as the Duan clan and have 4 recommendation quotas every year. The second elder didn't deny it and spoke directly. The Duan clan is really generous. Su Nan's face sank and went pale, and he finally understood what was going on. Patriarch, elders, if there's nothing else, then Su Nan won't be entertaining you. Su Nan took a deep breath, and his tone contained an intention to keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. He understood that what was done couldn't be undone, and this matter was already not something that he could change. Su Boya's brows raised as he shook his head, then he left with the group of Su clan elders. No. I can't accept this. Grandfather, I can't accept this. Su Tong's face was pale, and his hands held onto his head, clutching his hair until it was a mess. He ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Pooh. Meanwhile, Su Nan's face flushed red, and he forcefully spat out a mouthful of congested blood. This was from being angered by the Su clan higher-ups. Tong, don't worry. Even if I have to give up our bloodline, grandfather will take revenge for you. You're the only descendant of our bloodline, and now that you've been destroyed, our bloodline no longer has any future to speak of. Su Nan's eyes flickered with cold lights, and his face was filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. Within the audience hall of the 5th Prince's estate. After hearing the report of the white-browed old man, the 5th Prince's face gradually became gloomy. Didn't that Duan Lingtian have a backbone? To a clan that abandoned him so many years ago, he's going back so easily? The fifth prince's eyes focused, as the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was slightly out of his expectations. Your Highness, I'm guessing that the Duan clan saw that Duan Lingtian broke through to the origin core stage at the age of 18 and thought highly of Duan Lingtian's future, so they made such a heavy promise to move Duan Lingtian's heart. The white-browed old man slowly spoke. Humph. To think that I thought he was a tough nut to crack at the beginning. The fifth prince's voice was filled with disdain. Cousin. Right at this moment, a red figure flashed into the audience hall. The icy coldness on the fifth prince's face instantly melted, and he lightly smiled. Girl, you're in such a hurry. Is something the matter? The person that entered was precisely Tong Li. Tong Li's face sank. Cousin, I heard that Duan Lingtian has returned to the Duan clan. Is this true? Yes, I only found out about it from old Bai. The fifth prince nodded. Then. Does this mean that I can't take revenge? Tong Li's eyes emitted traces of unwillingness, and she had a face full of unwillingness. Li, don't worry. Even if that Duan Lingtian has the support of the Duan clan, I won't let him off. But, I need to consider this matter at length. The fifth prince continued. Didn't you say that there was a female student bullying you at Paladin Academy the day before yesterday? I'll ask Old Bai to send a few people to you to deal with her. Tong Li's eyes lit up. Thank you, cousin. In the spacious backyard of the house, Duan Lingtian was comfortably lying on a recliner with his eyes closed as he basked in the sun. Li Fei, who had an angelic face and a devilish figure, was sitting at the side and helping him massage his legs. Little Fei, a little higher. Right there. Oh, comfortable. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Young master, open your mouth. Kerr, who was gentle like water, sat on the other side of Duan Lingtian as she sent peeled grapes into Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian ate the grapes as he enjoyed the massage, and his entire body felt comfortable. His days were simply more comfortable than those of a celestial being. Young master, was it fun when you went to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors this morning? Kerr asked with a tone that had a trace of curiosity mixed within. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes when he heard this, and when he noticed that Li Fei had looked over as well, he lightly smiled. What's so fun about it? It's only a formality. I think Aunt Ro is rather happy. Li Fei smiled. Of course, Mother has been looking forward to this day for who knows how long. This time, it can be considered to have fulfilled Mother's wishes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Besides paving the way for himself, there was another reason for this matter this time, and that was for his mother. Otherwise, even if the Duan clan's patriarch personally came to ask, Duan Lingtian might not be willing to return to the Duan clan. Chapter 194. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian walked out of his house and headed towards Paladin Academy. 2 days of vacation have passed so quickly. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he slowly walked into Paladin Academy. At this time, he could still sense many gazes focused on him, but he was already used to it and directly ignored it. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that the gazes of the crowd of students in the classroom had uniformly descended onto him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations for what? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was unable to react. What else could it be? Naturally, it's congratulations on returning to the Duan clan and once again becoming a member of the Duan clan's direct line of descent. Xiao Yu added. He was happy for Duan Lingtian as well. After all, the situation that Duan Lingtian faced before this caused even their hearts to tremble. The fifth prince and the Su clan weren't easy to deal with. And now, Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan. With Duan Lingtian's monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao, he would surely receive double the attention of the Duan clan. As far as he was concerned, even the fifth prince and the Su clan wouldn't dare act rashly now. So it's about this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't feel that this could be considered a happy occasion. However, he was able to see through Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's thoughts, and a trace of warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. These are the friends of Duan Lingtian. The time of the morning quickly passed. At noon, after class, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 headed to the cafeteria as usual. Just as they arrived outside the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stopped in their tracks. It wasn't because of anything else, but because there was a person blocking their path. It was a female student. Her appearance was ordinary, and her figure was round. But at this moment, what caused Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to be stunned was that this female student's face had an expression of resentment. It was as if someone had wronged her. "Student, what are you doing?" Xiao Sun's face was full of doubt as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu with a strange gaze. His heart moved. It can't be that these 2 fellows secretly owed a romantic debt, right? No, their taste shouldn't be so unique. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu's expressions were the same as Xiao Sun's, and even their thoughts were the same. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the female student spoke, and her tone carried a trace of grief and indignation. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu dubiously swept a glance at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, "You really do have a heavy taste." "I don't know her." Duan Lingtian glared at the 2 of them. He naturally knew what these 2 filthy guys were thinking. "That's right. You don't know me." The female student took a deep breath and said with a look of grief and indignation, "Then you should know Tanggua, right?" "Tanggua?" Duan Lingtian frowned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. "Hee," the female student had a mocking expression. "It's only been 2 days, and you've already forgotten her? To think that she endured the pressure and persevered to complete the task you entrusted to her. I really feel bad for Tanggua. Just to help you, she actually threw away her life." Duan Lingtian recalled something when the female student was halfway through her sentence. Tanggua was the female student with a delicate face from last time. At that time, Tanggua was being bullied by Tongli, and he helped Tanggua. Later, he even gave Tongli a show of strength, making the female student beside Tongli kneel on the ground and shout, "Tongli is a slut." In the end, he felt bored and left first. Before leaving, he asked Tanggua to help monitor the female student until she shouted it 100 times. Now, after hearing the female student's grief and indignation, Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. "What did you say? Tanggua died?" Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent extended from his body. The female student was so scared that her face was deathly pale. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "Yes." "What the hell happened?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. His expression was as heavy as water. "It's like this. Yesterday was the holidays, so Tanggua and I went out for a stroll. But halfway, Tongli brought people to capture us and brought us into a remote alley. Tanggua's hands were first chopped off by Tongli, then her legs were chopped off. After that, Tongli splashed water on Tanggua, who had fainted, to wake her up. She tortured Tanggua for half an hour and tortured Tanggua to death." The female student's face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with fear. She was scared silly yesterday. Even after returning to Paladin Academy, she was still in a daze and didn't sleep for an entire night. Duan Lingtian's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect that one of his decisions would actually ruin Tanggua's life. A trace of regret arose in his heart. He shouldn't have asked Tanggua to help him. Otherwise, Tong Li wouldn't have transferred her rage onto her. Tong Li, Duan Lingtian's eyes were crimson red, and the killing intent on his body swept out without holding back. Instantly, with Duan Lingtian as the center, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but retreat, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with a terrified expression. As for the female student, she'd long since been scared to the point of retreating into the distance. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had worried expressions. Although they didn't know who that Tang Guo was, they guessed that Duan Lingtian and that Tang Guo ought to have some sort of relationship. And now that Tang Guo was killed by Tong Li, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a crimson red color, and his entire body stood there as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura. At this moment, many students surrounded them. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? He seems to be very furious. Isn't that female student Tang Guo's friend? Looks like Duan Lingtian is angry because of Tang Guo. Who's Tang Guo? The crowd of students that surrounded them discussed animatedly, and there was no lack of people that knew the ins and outs of the matter. So in that case, Tang Guo left yesterday and never returned? There's a 90% chance she was killed by Tong Li's revenge. Some of the students secretly guessed, and traces of coldness arose in their hearts. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finally understood the ins and outs of the matter from the discussions of these people. So that's how it was. They finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so angry. Who knows where Tong Li is right now? Duan Lingtian's crimson red eyes swept over the crowd of students present, and his voice was cold and indifferent, mixed with a breathtaking coldness. At this instant, the students present felt a chill run down their backs, and their hearts went cold. Duan Lingtian, what happened? Right at this moment, Tian Hu arrived as well, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. Very quickly, Tian Hu also found out the ins and outs of the matter from Xiao Sun, and he flew into a rage. That Tong Li is simply a crazy woman. No, she's simply worse than a beast. How painful that Tang Guo must have been before she died. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding crowd of students changed one after another. When Xiao Sun narrated the ins and outs of the matter to Tian Hu, he didn't intentionally suppress his voice, so practically everyone present heard it. Tang Guo was actually tortured to death by 1,000 cuts by that Tong Li. Many of the surrounding female students had pale faces. Some of the female students that had just finished eating and walked out of the cafeteria even vomited out all the food they had just eaten. If I see that crazy woman, Tong Li, I don't care if she's the cousin of the 5th prince. I'll slap her a few times first. Tian Hu's expression was unsightly as he was filled with righteous indignation. Although Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu didn't speak, their eyes also revealed traces of coldness. That Tong Li was too vicious. Who said he's going to slap me? Right at this moment, an indifferent woman's voice sounded out from behind the surrounding crowd of spectators. The crowd moved aside to form a path. Tong Li, who was dressed in red, could be vaguely seen walking over shoulder to shoulder with a young man around the age of 25. The young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. On his waist hung a sheathed curved saber, and his body faintly emitted a murderous aura. Obviously, he had received special training. Isn't this Xuelang? Many students couldn't help but exclaim in low voices when they saw this young man. Xuelang. Tian Hu's face went grim, as he never imagined that Tong Li would walk together with this Xuelang. Xuelang, Paladin Academy's 6th-year student, 2nd-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. In terms of natural talent, this Xuelang was only slightly inferior to Su Tong, whose Dantian was crippled by Duan Lingtian. Tian Hu calmed down in his heart when he thought of Su Tong. Duan Lingtian wasn't even afraid of Su Tong and directly crippled him. Would he be afraid of this Xuelang? Tong Li. Duan Lingtian's crimson red eyes descended onto Tong Li, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body to envelop Tong Li. The face of Tongli, who was still holding her head high a moment ago, instantly went ghastly pale, and her body even shivered. Humph. Whereas Xuelang, who stood by Tong Li's side, instead snorted coldly and stood before Tong Li, blocking the killing intent that covered the sky for Tong Li. Replacing Tong Li and being enveloped by the killing intent caused Xuelang's pupils to constrict. What terrifying killing intent! You're Duan Lingtian. Xuelang's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. F***K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted cold lights when he saw Xuelang stand out, and he shouted coldly. You asked me to F***K off? When Xuelang heard Duan Lingtian's words, it was as if he'd heard an enormous joke. Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Dao is formidable, and now that you've returned to the Duan clan, you're valued highly by the Duan clan. But even so, there are some people in the imperial city that you can't afford to offend. As he finished speaking, Xuelang's face was filled with arrogance and complacency. Is that so? Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Xuelang. I don't know about others. But you, Duan Lingtian, don't take you seriously. Being provoked by Duan Lingtian in public caused Xuelang's face to go pale. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Tongli, who stood behind Xuelang, spoke out with a voice that contained a trace of icy coldness. Big brother Xuelang is the only son of the Imperial City's City Guard Army commander, Lord Xuelu. Not to mention you, even your Duan clan's patriarch has to treat big brother Xuelang's father with respect. Is that so? Chapter 195. Although Duan Lingtian was laughing now, the people present were able to feel the boundless rage contained within Duan Lingtian's laughter. Exactly, big brother Xuelang is my backer. How about it? Scared? Tong Li replied coldly. At this moment, she wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Xuelang was introduced to her by her cousin, the fifth prince, yesterday. His purpose was to allow her to have a backer in Paladin Academy and be able to be fearless of this Duan Lingtian. And Xuelang indeed didn't disappoint her. Every time she mentioned Duan Lingtian, Xuelang had a face full of disdain, and didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. This caused her to feel that her backer was very strong, and was absolutely not someone that Duan Lingtian could shake. Looks like. Miss Tong, you're going to learn your lesson this time. Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes abruptly went cold. Duan Lingtian, I know you've broken through to the Origin Core stage now, but so what if you've broken through to the Origin Core stage? Big brother Xuelang is a second-level Origin Core stage expert. Tong Li grunted, and her words were filled with extreme disdain towards Duan Lingtian. When Xuelang heard what Tong Li said, his originally arrogant expression became even more arrogant, and his eyes looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Little Li that you've beaten her before? Exactly. Duan Lingtian's eyes went slightly cold, and the gaze he looked at Xuelang didn't carry any emotion. When Xuelang heard Duan Lingtian's casual reply, he couldn't maintain his composure and berated. Kneel down now and kowtow to Little Li in apology. Perhaps I'll give face to the Duan clan and not pursue the matter. Otherwise, even if you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan, I'll still properly teach you how to conduct yourself today. Kowtow and apologize? Are you sure? Duan Lingtian's voice sank, and instantly, the air seemed to be affected by him and became slightly colder. Kneel down. Xuelang glared at him and shouted coldly. At the same time, origin energy slowly effused out from Xuelang's right hand, coiling and flashing. It was as if he could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. So what if I don't? Duan Lingtian revealed a mocking expression as he glanced at Xuelang with disdain. Making people kneel at every turn, does this Xuelang really think that he's the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Not to mention a mere Xuelang, even if the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom personally came, it would still be impossible for him to make Duan Lingtian kneel. Not kneeling? Then I can only help the Duan clan teach you how to conduct yourself properly. Xuelang sneered and took a step forward. I'll give you one more chance. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, even if you're the son of the city guard commander, I won't show you any mercy. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a cold light as he stared at Xuelang. If this Xuelang doesn't know how to retreat in the face of difficulties, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Tangua's death caused the flames of rage in Duan Lingtian's heart to burn and accumulate to the limit. Now, it was already showing signs of being unable to be suppressed. He was ready to erupt at any moment. If this Xuelang really wanted to bump into the muzzle of a gun, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Let me see how you'll show no mercy. The sneer on Xuelang's face grew even deeper, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with disdain. Big brother Xuelang, I want him dead. Tong Li's voice sounded out in a timely manner, as if transforming into a fuse. Instantly, Xuelang's spirits rose, and his gaze went cold. His figure flashed out as if transforming into a rock as he swooped down, flashing directly towards Duan Lingtian. He had the intention to show off in front of Tong Li, so he used his full strength the moment he attacked. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and along with his figure, they dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Idiot! When faced with the menacing Xuelang, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his hand moved past his waist as the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out. Blood Crescent Inscription. Instantly, a bloody light flashed out from the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword. The bloody light condensed into form, and in the end, transformed into a blood moon that moved to greet Xuelang, OM. The speed of the blood moon was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived before Xuelang. No! Xuelang's face that was originally covered in a sneer instantly turned ghastly pale, and his pupils constricted as he shouted out in shock. At this moment, he'd noticed that the energy contained within this blood moon was absolutely not something he could go against. This was the energy of an inscription, and it caused his heart to palpitate and feel terrified. It's an offensive inscription. Some students with sharp gazes couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Pooh! A blood moon rose into the sky and flashed out, and like cutting through tofu, it pierced into Xuelang's dantian and directly twisted into it. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill and miserable cry that caused one's heart to palpitate, Xuelang's body that was charging forward trembled in the sky before falling straight down. Bang! Dust suffused the air. Xuelang, who was still overbearing a moment ago, instantly seemed to have become a dead dog, lying there as he gasped for breath. He struggled to withdraw a gold injury pill and consumed it, and his expression eased up slightly. However, when he tried to sense the origin energy within his dantian, he instead noticed that his dantian was completely empty. My dantian is destroyed? Xuelang's pupils constricted, and he had an agitated expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian, you actually crippled my dantian, you actually crippled my dantian. You're dead, you're dead. Then I'll wait and see. When faced with Xuelang's threat, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm, as if what happened earlier wasn't worth mentioning in the slightest. At this moment, the surrounding crowd of students were deathly silent. After a short moment, they started to clamor. Oh my god, Duan Lingtian actually directly crippled Xuelang's dantian. With his dantian crippled, Xuelang's life can be considered to be completely ruined. Forcefully standing up for a woman like this and ruining his life, was it worth it? I never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually possessed such a terrifying inscription. Before that inscription, an origin core martial artist would be like paper. All the students were dumbstruck. Lang, a Year 6 student, an existence at the second level of the Origin Core stage, was crippled by Duanling Tian, a Year 1 student, just like that. As expected. Compared to the shock of these students, Xiaoyu, Xiaosun, and Tian who seemed to have long since guessed this scene. They remembered that the third-level Origin Core stage martial artist, Su Tong, who was once the #1 person in the Su clan's younger generation, had his Dantian crippled by Duanling Tian like this. At that time, Duanling Tian used the same type of inscription. The scene before them was extremely similar to the scene from that day. They believed that if Su Tong's incident wasn't suppressed by Paladin Academy, and instead spread throughout Paladin Academy. Today, Lang absolutely wouldn't dare be so arrogant before Duanling Tian. As far as they were concerned, Lang's actions were simply courting death. No. Impossible. How could this be possible? Tongli looked at Lang who was ceaselessly rolling on the ground in pain, and was dumbstruck for a moment, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Lang was a second-level Origin Core stage martial artist. It was her cousin who found a backer for her. She didn't care about Lang's life or death. What she cared about was that after Lang fell, there would be no one to stand in front of her and block Duanling Tian for her. Tong Li's face was ghastly pale as she started to retreat. Now, she only hoped to be able to leave this place of trouble before Duanling Tian reacted. What, Miss Tong, this Lang fell to such an end because he stood up for you, and you intend to run away by yourself? Tong Li's small actions were naturally noticed by Duanling Tian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he spoke with a mocking tone. As expected, what Duanling Tian said caused a stir amongst the crowd of spectating students. Lang is too pitiful. His Dantian was crippled because of Tongli, yet not only does Tongli not care, she even wants to abandon Lang and flee. Actually, it's not strange. This Tongli being able to be so ruthless towards Tanggua is sufficient to show that her heart is venomous. How could she possibly care about the life or death of another? Even I feel it wasn't worth it for Lang. A woman like this should be taught a lesson by Duanling Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Tong Li's body froze, and she knew that she couldn't avoid it today. Now, the surrounding discussions caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Huh. Huh. Lang heard the surrounding discussions and struggled to raise his head to glance at Tong Li. When he noticed that Tong Li really intended to flee, he suddenly started laughing loudly as if he'd gone mad, and he spat out blood as he laughed. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fainted. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Duanling Tian, if you dare touch me, my cousin brother will surely tear you into pieces. If you're sensible, then let me leave. Perhaps I'll plead with my cousin to leave your corpse intact. Tongli looked at Duanling Tian, and at the same time that her eyes revealed terror, she didn't forget to threaten Duanling Tian. Is that so? Duanling Tian walked out in large strides towards Tongli, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. You. Don't come over. Tongli took 2 steps back and was slightly panicked. At the same time, a middle-aged man and an old man stood in the pavilion of the cafeteria, and they were looking at the scene outside the cafeteria from afar. Dean, if we still don't stop her, then this Tongli will probably not have a good end. The person that spoke now was precisely the grey-clothed old man, and also the vice dean of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong. Zhan Xiong was extremely respectful and reverent to the middle-aged man beside him. In Paladin Academy, only the elusive dean of Paladin Academy was able to make Zhan Xiong treat him so respectfully and even address him as the dean. Do you think it's useful for us to stop her? With the hatred Duanling Tian displayed now, even if we were able to stop her in the previous moment, he'd probably make a move in the next moment. Could it be that we can still follow by Tong Li's side and protect her at all times? The middle-aged man shook his head with a carefree expression. Moreover, you've heard of Tong Li's actions earlier as well. No matter what, that Tang Guo was a student of my Paladin Academy, yet she actually cruelly killed her. It's simply infuriating. Chapter 196. Slap. 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 Duan Lingtian walked up to Tong Li with a cold and indifferent expression, and just like the last two times, he raised his hand and slapped Tong Li into a pig's head. Tong Li's eyes were emotionless as they flickered with gloominess and coldness as she stared at Duan Lingtian. She already hated Duan Lingtian to the bone. Tong Li originally thought that Duan Lingtian would be done after slapping her over 10 times. But she quickly realized that all of this wasn't over. Young Miss Tong, I really didn't expect that your heart would be so vicious to actually use such a cruel method to kill Tang Guo. I'm very curious, exactly what deep enmity do you have with her? Did she hit you? Did she scold you? Duan Lingtian stared at Tong Li as he spoke word by word with a calm tone. Tong Li glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and her swollen mouth moved slightly as she spoke incoherently. Who asked that bitch to be so insensible and put me on the spot? That bitch deserved to die. There wasn't the slightest trace of regret in her words. Just because of this, you tortured her to death. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he asked in a low voice. Tong Li seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian was suppressing his anger, and she hurriedly shut her mouth. She was extremely perturbed in her heart, and she was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill her at the slightest disagreement. During these past few days, she had witnessed Duan Lingtian's methods many times, and she knew that he was a madman who wasn't afraid of anything. Duan Lingtian didn't even seem to be afraid of her cousin, the fifth prince. I was thinking that with your cultivation, you would probably only harm more people if you stayed. Why not? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Tong Li's dantian as he muttered to himself. No. When she heard Duan Lingtian's muttering, Tong Li seemed to have realized something, and her face went pale as she hurriedly retreated. But how could she possibly escape before Duan Lingtian's eyes? Boom! Duan Lingtian struck out with his palm, landing on Tong Li's dantian. Activating his origin energy, he blasted it into Tong Li's dantian, twisting it into pieces. Ah! Tong Li let out a miserable shriek. Her originally swollen face revealed a ferocious expression. While her body trembled in pain, she didn't forget to stare at Duan Lingtian with hatred. Boom! Finally, under the intense pain, Tong Li could no longer stand steadily and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Her eyes were red and filled with bloodthirsty hatred. In this world where the strong were respected, crippling a person's dantian was more painful than killing them. Humph! Duan Lingtian's cold gaze swept past Tong Li before he turned around and walked into the dining hall. Wherever he passed, the group of students who were watching the commotion made way for him, their eyes filled with awe. Even the senior students felt their hair stand on end when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Shui Lang, who was at the second level of the Origin Core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian just like that. This Duan Lingtian was too terrifying. The meal was incomparably silent. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's current feelings, and they didn't interrupt. Only when they almost finished eating did Xiao Yu sigh and persuade. Duan Lingtian, don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. You helped Tang Guo out of goodwill. Moreover, even if you didn't interfere at that time, with Tong Li's vicious character, Tang Guo wouldn't have a good end. Don't worry, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even though it was like this, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate in the afternoon, but instead lay on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds and stared blankly. At the same time, the matter of Duan Lingtian crippling the dantians of Shui Lang and Tong Li swept through the entire Paladin Academy like a gale. Of course, after everyone knew the ins and outs of the matter, they didn't have the slightest bit of pity towards Xue Lang and Tong Li, and all felt that they deserved it. Imperial City, City Guard Army Campsite. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out from the campsite at the center of the campsite, and it was a robust middle-aged man in light armor who smashed the table before him into pieces under his rage. Whoosh! In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of the person that reported the news, the robust middle-aged man transformed into an afterimage and instantly flashed out of the campsite, then spurred his horse and left the campsite. In next to no time, he entered a spacious courtyard house. Lang! He hadn't arrived when the robust middle-aged man's voice was like a thunderclap that resounded out within the courtyard house. Master, you have to uphold justice for Lang. Lang's life has been completely destroyed by that little bastard Duan Lingtian. The robust middle-aged man had just walked into a spacious room when the middle-aged woman within the room spoke with a voice that contained sorrow and rage mixed within. Father. Xue Lang, who laid on the bed, had a ferocious and savage expression when he saw the robust middle-aged man. I want that Duan Lingtian dead, I want him dead. Lang, don't worry. Father guarantees you that so long as Father still has a breath left, that Duan Lingtian won't be able to live past tomorrow. The robust middle-aged man, the city guard army commander Xue Lu, had an extremely gloomy expression. Lang, rest well. Father will go take revenge for you right now. Xue Lu came swiftly and left swiftly as well, as if transforming into a gust of wind. At practically the exact same moment, the Duan clan had found out about the news sent back by Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian, who'd just returned to the clan, crippled the only son of the city guard army commander Xue Lu. He crippled the cousin of the fifth prince. The Duan clan higher-ups felt their scalps go numb when they heard this news. The audience hall was deathly silent. Grand Elder, this matter. Patriarch Duan Ruhua had a bitter smile on his face. That nephew of his was really a troublemaker, and was a completely different extreme from his father all those years ago. Although Duan Rufeng was naturally unrestrained and unrestrained, he wasn't so unbridled. This Duan Lingtian was simply a lawless lord. For the sake of the clan's future, we have to protect him no matter what. Grand Elder Duanzhen's muddy eyes flashed with a bright light as he spoke directly. Exactly. That Xue Lu is only a city guard army commander at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? A Duan clan elder agreed. Duan Lingtian has an extraordinary significance to our Duan clan. We must protect him. The other elders came to a consensus as well. That Xue Lu is a small problem, but the person behind him is slightly difficult to deal with. Duan Ruhua frowned and was slightly worried. No matter how difficult it is to deal with, he's only a half-step void stage martial artist. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? Duanzhen's eyes emitted a fierce light, and his voice was filled with coldness. Fifth Prince's estate. In a spacious room, the fifth prince's face sank as he gazed at the girl on the bed who had already fallen asleep and whose tear stains still hadn't dried. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. Your Highness, that Duan Lingtian is too audacious. He actually crippled young Miss Li's Dantian. This is destroying young Miss Li's entire life. The white-browed old man's eyes squinted, and killing intent vaguely flickered within. Looks like this Duan Lingtian really doesn't take me seriously. A trace of frightening coldness flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, the fifth prince had his own pride. Normally, even if it was the patriarchs of the three great clans of the imperial city, they would still have to be respectful to him. Now that he was bullied by a youth, his rage had almost reached the limit. Your Highness, do you need me to deal with him? The white-browed old man asked respectfully. It's useless even if you go now. If I'm not wrong, that Xue Lu ought to have already gone. The members of the Duan clan have surely gone as well. With the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed today, the Duan clan wouldn't easily allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. A trace of a sheen of wisdom flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. The white-browed old man came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. If the members of the Duan clan were present, it would indeed be impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Humph. Let's see if that Duan Lingtian is able to escape today. If he escapes, then I don't believe that old Bai can't kill him when you personally make a move in a few days. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the fifth prince's mouth. Subsequently, he sighed. Get someone to go to the Fair Sun County's county city and notify my uncle of this matter. Yes. The white-browed old man replied and left. The originally calm inner city of the imperial city was completely stirred when a majestic troop of soldiers walked out in an orderly manner. The orderly troop was majestic and had a total of over 1,000 people. And in front of these people was a robust middle-aged general who spurred his horse forward, and the space between his brows was filled with killing intent. It's the City Guard Army. What's happened? The City Guard Army's commander, Lord Xuelu, has actually personally made a move. I don't know. Let's follow them and take a look. Behind the group of City Guard Army soldiers, many people followed them out of curiosity. In the end, they noticed that this troop had actually stopped at the entrance of Paladin Academy, completely blocking off the entire entrance of Paladin Academy, leaving only a single passage that was heavily guarded. I heard that Commander Xuelu's only son is a student of Paladin Academy as well. Could it be that something has happened to him? To be able to make Commander Xuelu bring over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers, looks like this matter is not small. Some of the spectators couldn't help but guess. Paladin Academy, on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. He glanced at the direction of the entrance of Paladin Academy and vaguely felt that it seemed to have become clamorous. Shaking his head, he paid no attention to it and continued to close his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time. Duan Lingtian. A voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Only now did he notice Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun standing under the tree with gloomy expressions. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked in bewilderment. Duan Lingtian, that City Guard Army Commander Xuelu has brought over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers to guard the entrance of Paladin Academy. They're probably waiting for you to leave. Otherwise, don't go back today. Xiao Sun's expression was incomparably unsightly. Xuelu? Duan Lingtian's brows twitched. After lunch, he found out about Xuelang's background from Tianhu. He knew that Xuelang was the only son of the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu. Moreover, Xuelu was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. However, he didn't mind. If Xuelu really infuriated him, he'd directly throw a bone corrosion inscription over and make the City Guard Army change commander. He really thinks highly of me, bringing so many people. Chapter 197. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were helpless. No matter how they persuaded him, Duan Lingtian stubbornly insisted on leaving. At dusk, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun accompanied Duan Lingtian as they walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Duan Lingtian had only just walked out when he noticed a fierce gaze descending onto him and locking onto him. You're Duan Lingtian? In the distance, the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would disappear from his line of sight. Even if it was a grade 1 student, the students of Paladin Academy were generally around the age of 20, and an 18-year-old youth was extremely rare. Most importantly, this youth wore violet clothes, exactly the same as the rumored Duan Lingtian. So, Xuelu easily recognized Duan Lingtian. You two go back first. Duan Lingtian smiled to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun didn't leave. As friends, how could they leave at this time? They would endure hardships together. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't continue persuading the two of them. In any case, as far as he was concerned, everything before his eyes was only a farce and was nothing to worry about. Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian walked toward Xuelu in large strides with a carefree expression, as if the person before him wasn't a ferocious tiger, but a docile kitten. Xuelu squinted his eyes, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. You actually dared to use inscriptions to cripple my son's Dantian and destroy his future, his entire life. Did you think of the consequences before you did this? Duan Lingtian shrugged, his gaze calm, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile from beginning to end. He turned the spatial ring on his right hand as he said, Commander Xue, before today, I didn't know your son. Why didn't you ask me why I crippled his Dantian? Humph. Xuelu's face sank as he coldly shouted, I don't want to know why you crippled my son's Dantian, nor do I have any interest in knowing. All I know is that today, you, Duan Lingtian, will die without a doubt. Are you so sure? Duan Lingtian spun the spatial ring at a slightly faster speed, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. You will soon know why I am so sure. Xuelu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he took a step forward with an imposing aura. Xuelu. Right at this moment, a figure that was like a ghost instantly flashed out from within Paladin Academy and descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him as he confronted Xuelu. When he saw Xuelu intending to make a move against him, Duan Lingtian was already prepared to activate the bone corrosion inscription to annihilate Xuelu. The figure in front of him appeared out of nowhere, and Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. Vice Principal. When he saw the old man, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, but he still greeted the old man. Duan Lingtian, you really know how to cause trouble. The gray-clothed old man, the vice principal of Paladin Academy, Zhang Xiong, shook his head and laughed. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. Zhang Xiong. Xuelu's movements slowed down as well, and his face sank as he looked at Zhang Xiong. I respect Paladin Academy, so I didn't forcefully barge in to kill this Duan Lingtian. Now, outside Paladin Academy, do you still want to obstruct me? Zhang Xiong lightly smiled. Commander Xue is exaggerating. I naturally won't pay attention to matters outside Paladin Academy, then why aren't you moving aside? Xuelu's eyes went cold as he interrupted Zhang Xiong with a deep voice. Right at this moment, a large luxurious carriage came from afar, and it attracted the attention of everyone. Even Xuelu couldn't help but frown. The carriage directly charged towards the entrance of Paladin Academy, but it was stopped by the soldiers of the city guard army. F***K off. The face of the old man acting as the coachman sank as he pushed out with his palm. Vast amounts of origin energy condensed into a palm print that whistled out and blasted all the city guard army soldiers that were blocking the carriage flying. Giddy up. The old man swung the horsewhip in his hand, and the carriage pulled by 3 large horses directly charged in. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the old man. If he didn't remember wrongly, this old man was precisely the Duan clan's 3rd elder. To be able to make the Duan clan's 3rd elder drive the carriage, then the person within the carriage surely had an extremely distinguished status. Duan Lingtian was curious. Who would it be? Xuelu, you're really awe-inspiring. An aged voice filled with rage sounded out from within the carriage. Subsequently, Duan Xiu stood at the side and welcomed the old man from within the carriage. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted when he saw the old man who came out, and he was slightly surprised. The Duan clan's Grand Elder was completely different from the Su clan and Xiao clan's Grand Elders. The Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, was the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, and his status was extraordinary. His status in the Duan clan surpassed the patriarch and was equal to the other supreme elders. Xue Lu's face sank when he saw the old man appear. Although he'd heard that this Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, he never imagined that this old man would personally come for Duan Lingtian. Senior Duan Zhen. Xue Lu took a deep breath, then looked at Duan Zhen and slightly bowed. Xue Lu, you made such a big show just for the sake of dealing with an 18-year-old youth of my Duan clan. Duan Zhen's calm gaze descended onto Xue Lu. Instantly, Xue Lu felt a wave of pressure, and he took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, Senior Duan Zhen, Xue Lu came here this time for the sake of taking revenge for my son. I know that this Duan Lingtian is a genius disciple of your Duan clan, but he crippled my son's Dantian and destroyed my son's life. I swore before my son that so long as I, Xue Lu, still have a breath left, this Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow. So, Senior Duan Zhen, I'll ask for your forgiveness after I've taken revenge for my son. Xue Lu's words weren't courteous in the slightest. Humph. Xueyun really has a good son. Good, good. Duan Zhen's eyes constricted, and a trace of a fierce light flashed within. Then let me see how you make our Duan clan's Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow with me, Duan Zhen, here today. Senior Duan Zhen, I respect you as a senior, but don't go too far. Xue Lu's face sank, and he completely turned hostile. Too far? Ha ha ha. Duan Zhen started laughing, and within his wanton laughter was traces of a terrifying aura. Duan Lingtian noticed the difference in this aura at the first possible moment, and his eyes constricted as he was shocked in his heart. This Grand Elder is actually in existence at the half-step void stage. Right, he's an expert of the Duan clan's older generation after all. Half-step void stage. Xue Lu's pupils constricted, and he had an astonished expression as he looked at Duan Zhen. You're actually at the half-step void stage. Humph. I'm from the same generation as your father, Xueyun. Even that old fellow Xueyun has broken through, could it be that I'm inferior to him? Duan Zhen couldn't help but sneer when he saw Xue Lu's expression. Meanwhile, the gazes of the surrounding Paladin Academy students lit up. Of course, they didn't know what a half-step void stage was. They only thought that Duan Zhen was a void stage expert. This Duan clan's Grand Elder is actually a void stage expert. As expected of the previous generation's Duan clan patriarch, his strength is truly shocking. Duan Lingtian ought to be fine today. Even a void stage expert has appeared. Even though this Xue Lu is the commander of the city guard army, he's probably helpless. Amidst the discussions of the Paladin Academy students, Xue Lu's expression became more and more unsightly. He never imagined that the Duan clan would actually dispatch a half-step void stage expert for Duan Lingtian. With this half-step void stage expert present, not to mention him, even if he led the 1,000 city guard army soldiers behind him, they still wouldn't be able to stop the half-step void stage expert. It would be extremely easy for the half-step void stage expert to take away Duan Lingtian. Let's go. As he thought up to here, Xue Lu chose to retreat in order to advance. His icy cold eyes that concealed killing intent flashed past Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he didn't take Xue Lu's threat to heart. As far as he was concerned, if Xue Lu dared come look for him, then Xue Lu was purely courting death. However, the appearance of the Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, today had allowed him to save a bone corrosion inscription. The city guard army arrived menacingly, and now that all of them had retreated, it caused some of the people that came to watch the show to be unable to refrain from sighing. I originally thought that this Commander Xue Lu was going to go all out, but I never imagined that he would only be all bark and no bite. Exactly, truly boring, a waste of my time. It can't be considered to be a waste of time. At least we know the ins and outs of the matter. This Duan Lingtian is too awesome, he actually crippled Commander Xue Lu's only son. Yeah, this isn't something that anyone dares to do. After the group of city guard army retreated, the crowd of people that came to watch the show dispersed as well. Thank you, Grand Elder, for helping me out of this predicament. Duan Lingtian smiled to Duanzhen. Even if Duanzhen didn't come, he still had the confidence to escape, but since Duanzhen had come, he'd saved a bone corrosion inscription for him, so he still had to thank Duanzhen. You little fellow, you're really a troublemaker. Duanzhen shook his head, and then his gaze descended onto the nearby gray-clothed old man. Zhang Xiong, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. No matter what, it's been over 10 years. Zhang Xiong nodded, and he obviously knew Duanzhen. I'll be taking my leave first. Duanzhen nodded to Zhang Xiong, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Little fellow, I'll send you back. Grand Elder, there's no need, I can return by myself. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duanzhen nodded and didn't say anything before boarding the carriage once more and leaving directly. Duan Lingtian, aren't you worried that Xue Lu will come back and kill you? Zhang Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a smile. I do hope that he comes back again. Under Zhang Xiong's dumbstruck expression, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before leaving as well. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heaved a sigh of relief. I never imagined that the Duan clan's Grand Elder would personally come. Could it be that Duan Lingtian knew beforehand? No wonder he was so calm. Xiao Yu's brows slightly twitched as he guessed. To think that we were worried about him. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Meanwhile, the group of students at the entrance of Paladin Academy had dispersed as well. However, their hearts were still filled with shock. The Duan clan actually thinks so highly of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 198. After leaving Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian walked into a remote alley. Without any warning, he abruptly turned around and looked towards the end of the alley, then his gaze focused as he spoke with a calm tone. Come out. Instantly, two old men slowly walked out. Their faces were filled with shock, as it was difficult for them to imagine that Duan Lingtian was actually able to notice their tracks. Sixth Elder, Eighth Elder. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to the two old men. These two old men were precisely the Duan clan's Sixth Elder and Eighth Elder. Obviously, they were sent by the Duan clan to protect him. Elders, both of you can return. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the two old men, then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a nimble spirit serpent as he concealed himself at the corner of the alley ahead. The two old men followed, but noticed that Duan Lingtian had vanished without a trace. They searched for a long time, but were unable to find Duan Lingtian. For a time, their faces were filled with shock. This Duan Lingtian is truly extraordinary. Not only was he able to notice us following him, he was even able to easily shake us off. Even the Duan Ruffing from all those years ago was far from being so abnormal. Never mind, since he's able to notice us and shake us off, he's naturally able to notice others and shake them off as well. It's meaningless for us to follow him, let's return. The two old men glanced at each other and were able to see the bitter smiles on each other's faces, then they shook their heads and directly left to return to the Duan clan estate to report to the patriarch, Duan Ruhua. And now, Duan Lingtian was walking on the way home when two sounds of wind swept over and descended beside him. Young master. It was precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Where did you two fellows run off to earlier? Could it be that you weren't afraid that Xue Lu would kill me? Duan Lingtian said angrily. Young master, we were with the Marquis earlier. We wanted to make a move, but were stopped by the Marquis. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and an innocent expression. Uncle Nie? Even he knows? Duan Lingtian suddenly understood, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. Looks like even if the bone corrosion inscription didn't exist today, the vice dean, Zhan Xiong, and the Duan clan's grand elder, Duan Zhen, he would still be fine. Although an entire afternoon had passed, Duan Lingtian's mood had not completely calmed down. Even the two girls at home noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled in the face of the two girls' concern. He went back to his room, lay on the soft bed, and looked at the ceiling. His eyes shone with a cold light. If I had crippled Tong Li's cultivation the first time I met her, then perhaps the incident with Tang Guo wouldn't have happened. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He would never see that female student who worshipped him so much in the future. Although Tang Guo was just a passerby in his life, she was now deeply engraved in his heart. During this night, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. In the end, his mentality was also undergoing a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian's current change in mentality would cause those who went against him in the future to not have a good ending. The next day, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Duan Lingtian. Kid, what did you come here for this time? Nie Yuan didn't mention a single word about the matter of the city guard army commander, Xue Lu. Or perhaps, in his eyes, Xue Lu was nothing. Uncle Nie, I came here this time to ask for 2 quotas from you. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Quotas? Nie Yuan was stunned and was unable to react for a moment. Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department's quota for the reinforcements that will depart in 20+ days. I have 2 friends who want to go with me, and I've already promised them. Duan Lingtian explained. So it's this, no problem. When your big brother Nie returns, I'll tell him and ask him to add 2 more quotas. What are the names of those 2 people? Nie Yuan had a casual expression. As to him, this was only a small matter. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. So they're members of the Xiao clan. However, this Xiao Sun seems to be the younger brother of the Xiao clan's genius alchemist, Xiao He, right? As Nie Yuan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought? The genius in the martial Dao Duan Lingtian, whose name had spread like wildfire within the imperial city, was precisely the young genius alchemist who had once defeated Xiao He in the alchemist guild's main guild. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Nie Yuan meant, and he lightly smiled. Even if Xiao He saw me now, he might not be able to recognize me. Moreover, even if he recognized me, it wouldn't affect my relationship with Xiao Sun. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in. He still remembered that when he met Xiao Sun for the first time, Xiao Sun's words were filled with admiration towards the genius alchemist who defeated Xiao He without the slightest bit of resentment. That's true. That day, your ability to disguise your appearance is truly unfathomable. Nie Yuan shook his head and smiled, then glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Sometimes, I really want to break open your head and see what other secrets are hidden within. Since the appearance of this nephew of his, he had brought him wave after wave of shock. Fortunately, his heart was strong enough, otherwise, he might really have a heart attack from this nephew of his. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. Right, didn't you say that you could refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for your grandpa Nie once you stepped into the origin core stage? Suddenly, Nie Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze shone. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He was currently still a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, let alone the origin core stage. Of course, he understood that this Uncle Nie was surely the same as the others and thought that he had broken through to the origin core stage. He didn't explain and casually found an excuse. Uncle Nya, you have to give me some time to transform my grade 9 pill fire into a grade 8 pill fire, right? Nya Yuan laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. Only now did he remember that even if one's cultivation had reached a certain level, it wasn't so easy to increase the grade of an alchemist. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were many people with a cultivation at the nascent soul stage but were only grade 9 alchemists. Purely based on the pill fire of an alchemist, the origin energy within a nascent soul stage martial artist's body was sufficient to condense a grade 6 pill fire. However, the improvement of pill fire required relying on the alchemist's natural talent. Not to mention the nascent soul stage, a person with insufficient natural talent would only be a grade 9 alchemist even if he broke through to the void prying stage, and was even unable to become a grade 9 alchemist. It's Uncle Nya who's too impatient. Nya Yuan shook his head and smiled, then said, "Go take a look at your Grandpa Nya. During this period of time, he often talked about you to me. Yesterday, he heard that the City Guard Army's commander Xue Lu had brought troops to block you at the entrance of Paladin Academy, and even said that he wanted to kill Xue Lu." Duan Lingtian was stunned. He never imagined that the old man's temper would be so fiery. However, a trace of warmth still arose in his heart. Grandpa Nya. When Duan Lingtian saw the old man was watering the flowers and plants in the rear courtyard, and he was extremely content. When the old man saw Duan Lingtian, his muddy eyes lit up with a dazzling sheen. "Little Tian, you've come." Duan Lingtian helped the old man sit down and lightly smiled. "Grandpa, your body has been much better recently, right?" The old man nodded. "The medicinal strength of the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill has already completely expelled the poison within my internal organs, and the remaining poison has been suppressed by the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill within my body and Dantian, so it's not a big problem." "That's good. Once I become a grade 8 alchemist, I'll refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Grandpa Nya and completely remove the remaining poison." Duan Lingtian nodded, as this outcome was within his expectations. "I heard that you're going to go to war with Fun?" the old man asked. "Yeah, I want to go experience it." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Experiencing it is good as well. The battlefield is a place to temper one." As the old man spoke, his gaze became slightly misty, as if he had returned to the days when he spent half his life in the military, and an aura of slaughter seemed to rise up from his body. This aura of slaughter was extremely terrifying, even surpassing the divine might Marquis Nya Yuan. The following period of time was calm and tranquil. The commander of the City Guard Army, Xue Lu, and the fifth prince seemed to have completely vanished without a trace. Of course, Duan Lingtian wouldn't feel that they were merciful and gave up on taking revenge for Xue Lang and Tong Li. All of this was probably just the calm before the storm. Paladin Academy, Star Mastermind Department's Grade 1 classroom. The name list of the Star Mastermind Department students that will be accompanying the reinforcements to the northwest border has been released. On the platform, Sima Changfeng slowly spoke. "Teacher Sima, why are you saying this? Could it be that someone from our class obtained a spot?" Instantly, many students were stunned. In next to no time, they tacitly looked at the violet-clothed youth that sat in the distance. It should be Duan Lingtian. Nonsense, who else could it be besides Duan Lingtian? Some students whispered in discussion. In next to no time, besides Duan Lingtian, all the other students looked at Sima Changfeng, waiting for him to announce. Especially Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, who stared at Sima Changfeng without blinking. Although Duan Lingtian said it wasn't a problem, they were still slightly perturbed. Duan Lingtian. Sima Changfeng announced the first name. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun. Sima Changfeng continued. Actually, when he first received the name list, he was slightly surprised as well. Duan Lingtian was recommended by him, so it was normal for Duan Lingtian to be on the name list. But he didn't recommend the other two. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heard what Sima Changfeng said, their eyes lit up. They looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun also have a spot. Instantly, the remaining students all looked at Sima Changfeng, hoping that Sima Changfeng would call out their names. But unfortunately, Sima Changfeng's following words completely dispelled their thoughts. Chapter 199. Finally unable to restrain yourself? At dusk, Duan Lingtian walked out of Paladin Academy and directly walked into the secluded alley, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he flew out. Instantly, his figure vanished around the corner at the other end of the alley. After Duan Lingtian left, a figure that was like a ghost followed after him. In next to no time, another two figures appeared. Not good. That person's target is the young master. The last two people to appear were precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and their expressions couldn't help but go pale. But no matter how they searched, they were unable to find a trace of Duan Lingtian. Why did the young master avoid even us? Zhao Gang was slightly worried. Perhaps the young master noticed that person's strength wasn't simple, so he chose to avoid. With the speed that person revealed earlier, he's at least in existence at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Qian had a serious expression. We can't do anything now, and can only return and wait for news from the young master. Zhao Gang deeply agreed. If Duan Lingtian wanted to hide, it would be utterly impossible for them to find Duan Lingtian. At the same time, outside an empty courtyard house nearby, a violet-colored figure stopped moving. There was practically no one in the surroundings, and it was a secluded area of the inner city. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept over, and an aged figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This was an old man with a pair of eyes that flickered with cold lights as he stared at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian frowned. He originally thought that the old man was sent by the city guard army commander Xuelu or the fifth prince, but now it would seem that it wasn't so. If the old man was only following orders, he ought to not be so hostile towards him. Chen Shi could clearly feel the old man's hatred towards him, and it was hatred that reached the bone. Who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked with a low voice. Who am I? The old man couldn't help but sneer when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've offended too many people, so you utterly don't know who came to take revenge on you. However, I truly never imagined that the Duan clan would send a half-step void stage expert to personally make a move for you and obstruct that city guard army commander Xuelu. However, you will still die here today. As the old man spoke, his eyes glowed with killing intent. At the same time, the origin energy on the old man's body flashed irregularly, and 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Although he wasn't at the half-step void stage, being at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage was enough to shock others. This old man was absolutely the strongest expert below the half-step void stage that he'd seen. You're the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. An existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage that hated him to the bone. Before long, Duan Lingtian guessed the old man's identity. However, didn't the Duan clan help him solve the problem of the Su clan? He believed that the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, wouldn't lie to him. It looked like this Su Nan was very likely to be obstinate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally made a move. You're very smart, actually being able to guess that it was me. Su Nan's eyes emitted a vicious sheen, and his voice was icy cold and piercing to the bone. Duan Lingtian, only Tong was left in my line of succession. You've destroyed him, destroyed his hope, and destroyed the expectations I had for him. As he finished speaking, Su Nan was slightly deranged. Humph. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he ridiculed. Su Nan, why don't you think about it? If he didn't take the initiative to provoke me and even threaten to cripple my cultivation, how could I give him a taste of his own medicine? As far as I'm concerned, everything he did was his own doing. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not properly teaching him how to conduct himself. Arrogant, conceited, and condescending. Even if I didn't cripple him, there would come a day when he would die at the hands of another. Duan Lingtian's words struck at Su Nan's heart. Su Nan's expression became more and more unsightly, and the killing intent in his eyes was difficult to restrain. It's useless no matter what you say. Today, you're dead for sure. Then let's see if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian sneered as he used his hand to turn the spatial ring on his hand, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Su Nan. So long as it wasn't in existence at the half-step void stage, he wasn't afraid. You're about to die, yet you can still laugh. After I kill you, I'll cut off your head and bring it back to the Su clan for my grandson to admire. As soon as Su Nan finished speaking, his body trembled and he moved. 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with Su Nan. Everywhere Su Nan passed, sand and dust shot up into the sky, and his entire body pulled out numerous shocking afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Su Nan had approached Duan Lingtian. So fast. At the instant Su Nan's figure moved, Duan Lingtian's legs that were filled with origin energy since long ago abruptly shook, and he dodged to the side. At the instant Su Nan reacted and intended to pounce towards him, Duan Lingtian activated the inscription on his spatial ring. Bone Corrosion Inscription. A strand of gray flowing light flew out from the spatial ring and locked onto Su Nan. Its speed was so swift that it even surpassed Su Nan's current speed. At the instant Su Nan pounced towards Duan Lingtian, he saw this strand of gray flowing light that flashed over, and his heart instantly started trembling. He could clearly sense it. This was an extremely terrifying inscription. It brought him extreme pressure. Just as this thought of panic arose within his mind, the strand of gray flowing light blasted onto his body. Instantly, Su Nan felt a wave of extreme pain come from every bone in his body, causing him to be unable to refrain from emitting a shrill cry, and his voice was almost hoarse. At the moment when his consciousness was on the verge of death, he felt his body collapse with a bang. Even if it wasn't the first time Duan Lingtian had seen the unsightly corpse before him, he still felt a wave of disgust as he looked at it. Hiss! Duan Lingtian ignited a strand of pill fire and burned Su Nan's corpse, then he took Su Nan's spatial ring. The Su clan's Grand Elder. From today onwards, there's going to be a change of people. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past the dust that had transformed into ashes in the blink of an eye, then he turned around and left. On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of Su Nan's spatial ring. Not bad. Although it's far inferior to the wealth that Duan Roulet left behind for me, this wealth can still be considered to be a profitable transaction. Duan Lingtian glanced at the contents of the spatial ring and his face revealed a satisfied smile. There was roughly around 30 million silver. Adding on the wealth he obtained in the past, including Duan Roulet's, Duan Lingtian already had close to 300 million silver in his possession. The silver that circulated in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was the unified silver that circulated in the Darkhan dynasty. As long as the Darkhan dynasty still existed, these silver would never lose their effectiveness and could be exchanged for gold, silver, and other valuables at any time. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a vassal kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Whereas the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the 100+ imperial kingdoms that were under the rule of the Darkhan dynasty. I don't lack money for a short period of time. But when it comes to money, the more the better. In the future, along with the advancement of my cultivation, the grade of the medicinal pills and spirit weapons I need to refine would be higher, and the materials I require would become more and more precious. As for inscriptions, they're even more of a money-burning thing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, wishing for nothing more than a few more people like Su Nan would throw themselves at him and give him money. When he returned to the vicinity of his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing at the entrance of his courtyard house, gazing at him. Obviously, they were waiting for him. Young master. When they saw Duan Lingtian return, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang went up to greet him. Have the two of you been slacking off recently? You were actually shaken off by me again. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he pretended to be serious. Young master, how would we dare slack off? But, your anti-tracking technique is something that we're still unable to catch up to, and it's difficult for us to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and helplessness on his face. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he still nodded in all seriousness. All right, stop flattering me. Let's go home. Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked into the courtyard house. Young master, where's the person that chased after you? Zhang Qian asked curiously. I've already shaken off all of you, could it be that I still can't shake him off? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Qian with disdain, but didn't explain the truth of the matter. Su Nan was the grand elder of the Fang clan after all, and if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to cause more trouble. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding. They would leave in another half a month. During this period of time, besides cultivating and inscribing the bone corrosion inscription, Duan Lingtian tried his best to find time to accompany the two little girls at home. The passage of time always flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the reinforcement troops' departure approached. In the past half a month, Duan Lingtian had inscribed the bone corrosion inscription on the pile of spatial rings that he had obtained. At the same time, he asked Xiong Quan to gather a large amount of materials for inscribing the bone corrosion inscription and pile them up within his spatial ring, in case of an emergency. Besides preparing these things sufficiently, his cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage 10 days ago, and he'd consumed the dragon blood pill and completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 7th level of the core formation stage. Because of this, his strength had increased by the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, the current him was still capable of drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and developing 19 ancient mammoth silhouettes when he fully exerted his strength. He was only 1 ancient mammoth away from the 1st level of the origin core stage. The day after tomorrow is the day of the reinforcement troops' departure. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to cultivate for a while before preparing to sleep. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. Kerr. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force sensed who was outside the door at the first possible moment. Only after opening the door did he notice that Kerr was standing outside the door in her pajamas. Kerr, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Duan Lingtian smiled. Young master, you're going to the battlefield the day after tomorrow. I want to accompany you. Kerr said in a light voice, her delicate body lightly trembling, and her cheeks flushed red. Duan Lingtian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his eyes, the shy Kerr was no different than a celestial maiden that had fallen to the mortal world. In the end, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up, and he couldn't endure it any longer. He carried Kerr by the waist and threw her onto the bed. He kicked the door shut and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Chapter 200. The next day, noon. Paladin Academy's cafeteria. Tianhu. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tianhu, then glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun beside him. You two speak. What's so mysterious? Tianhu had an astonished expression as he glanced at Duan Lingtian, then looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. "Let me speak." Xiao Sun looked at Tian Hu and lightly smiled. "Tian Hu, starting tomorrow, you'll probably have to eat lunch alone in this cafeteria. What do you mean?" Tian Hu frowned. "You three fellows, why are you being so mysterious today? Are you guys planning on taking a leave of absence and going on a long trip?" Xiao Sun shook his head. "It can be considered going on a long trip, but it's not taking a leave of absence. Tomorrow, we'll join the reinforcements heading to the northwest border and become one of them, heading to the northwest border battlefield." Tian Hu was stunned and extended his hand to touch Xiao Sun's forehead. "Xiao Sun, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense?" Tian Hu naturally didn't believe Xiao Sun's words. If a student of Paladin Academy wanted to enter the battlefield, even if it was the Star General Department, the minimum requirement was to be a second-year student. The Star Mastermind Department was even harsher. Usually, only a few 5th and 6th-year students could participate. "Tian Hu, Xiao Sun isn't talking nonsense. We're really leaving tomorrow." Xiao Yu noticed that Tian Hu didn't believe him and said. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tian Hu was somewhat doubtful and looked at Duan Ling Tian, wanting to make a final confirmation. Duan Ling Tian nodded. F***K. Tian Hu glared. "How did you guys get a spot? You guys aren't brothers enough. You guys can slip away and leave me alone." "Tian Hu, didn't you say it yourself? As a student of the Star General Department, you'll have the chance to enter the battlefield sooner or later. As for us, it's very likely that this will be the only time." Xiao Sun patted Tian Hu's shoulder and smiled. Hearing this, Tian Hu's face instantly fell and he bitterly smiled helplessly. In the afternoon, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice field and cultivated. Unknowingly, a wave of noise sounded out by his ear. "Duan Ling Tian." A pleasant voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and looked not far away. Only then did he discover a beautiful figure standing there like a fairy. The woman had a beauty that could overshadow the moon and shame the flowers, a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts. "Princess Bai Yao?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect Princess Bai Yao to appear here. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the group of Star Mastermind Department students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, were all looking at him, and most of them had faces full of envy and jealousy. On the other hand, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had ambiguous expressions. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly and jumped down from the tree. Very quickly, Duan Ling Tian saw that Princess Bai Yao seemed to say something to the old woman behind her. The old woman nodded, and shortly after, Princess Bai Yao walked towards him alone. "Princess." Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled to Princess Bai Yao, which could be considered as a greeting. Princess Bai Yao's pretty cheeks were slightly red, and she had a lovely and moving appearance. "Duan Ling Tian, I heard that you're leaving the Imperial City with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading towards the northwest border, yes?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Princess, why are you at Paladin Academy?" Princess Bai Yao lightly smiled. "I came to look for my 7th brother, and then I thought of coming to see you while I was at it." As she finished speaking, Princess Bai Yao's face became even redder. "7th brother?" Duan Ling Tian was shocked. The 7th prince was at Paladin Academy as well? It's rare for the princess to still remember me. I'm truly overwhelmed by your favor. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he lightly smiled. "Duan Ling Tian, there's only you and me here. There's no need to be so restrained." Princess Bai Yao shook her head as she spoke. "Yes." Although Duan Ling Tian agreed, there was still no change in his attitude, causing Princess Bai Yao to gradually feel somewhat helpless. She glanced at Duan Ling Tian with hidden bitterness. After chatting for a while longer, Princess Bai Yao finally left. Duan Ling Tian, you're really something. The princess actually personally came to look for you. Xiao Sun walked over with a face full of envy and jealousy. As expected of the number one beauty in the imperial city. Her reputation is well deserved. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time, he deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian. How could this guy be so popular with beauties? First it was Li Fei, then it was his sister, and now it was Princess Bai Yao. These three women were undoubtedly beauties with looks capable of causing the downfall of nations, but all of them had fallen head over heels for Duan Ling Tian. I hope that with the passage of time, Lan Er will be able to forget him. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. Although he didn't mind Duan Ling Tian becoming his brother-in-law. But when he thought about how Duan Ling Tian already had a woman by his side, he wasn't willing to let his sister jump into the fire pit and share a husband with another woman. Meanwhile, the surroundings were in an uproar. Did you see that? Even Princess Bai Yao came to look for Duan Ling Tian. Yeah, I never imagined that Duan Ling Tian's charm would be so great. In terms of age, Duan Ling Tian is about the same as Princess Bai Yao, and they look like a perfect match. Not only a perfect match, they're simply a match made in heaven. The number one beauty in the imperial city, the number one genius in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation, could it be that this is a marriage predestined by the heavens? Similar discussion spread out from the side of the martial arts practice grounds, and quickly spread throughout the entire martial arts practice grounds. Moreover, the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. Some people even said that His Majesty the Emperor intended to bestow a marriage between Duan Ling Tian and Princess Bai Yao. On the other side of the martial arts practice grounds, a few 25-year-old senior students were surrounding a blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing and extraordinarily handsome appearance as they listened to him speak of something. The blue-clothed young man revealed strong confidence between his brows, and a bright smile hung on his face as he spoke vividly. When the surrounding students looked at him, they all revealed a trace of respect. Big Brother Gu Xian. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded out and interrupted the blue-clothed young man. What's the matter? The blue-clothed young man looked at the young man that ran up to him, and he frowned and was slightly displeased. Big Brother Gu Xian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But, this matter is related to Princess Bai Yao, The young man that rushed over hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the blue-clothed young man. What did you say? Bai Yao? Bai Yao has come. The blue-clothed young man's eyes revealed traces of fanaticism, and his tone became anxious as well. That elegant and graceful temperament just now was instantly shattered by his own hand. Yes, she seems to have come to find the seventh prince. The young man hurriedly nodded. Is she still at the seventh prince's place? The blue-clothed young man hurriedly asked, and he had the intention of directly rushing over to see Princess Bai Yao. No, Princess Bai Yao has already left. The young man shook his head. Then why are you so surprised? The blue-clothed young man frowned, and a trace of disappointment flashed past his eyes. Big Brother Gu Xian, besides the seventh prince, Princess Bai Yao also went to see another person. The young man carefully glanced at the blue-clothed young man, and he was slightly hesitant. When the blue-clothed young man heard this, it was as if a fuse had been ignited, and his expression slightly changed. Who else did Bai Yao go to see? Duan Ling Tian. The young man directly said. Duan Ling Tian? The blue-clothed young man frowned, and he was slightly puzzled. How did Bai Yao know that first-year student? That person seemed to have only arrived at the imperial city a few months ago, right? At this moment. You didn't see it earlier, but not only did Princess Bai Yao take the initiative to look for Duan Ling Tian, she even let the people beside her stay where they were, while she went over to whisper with Duan Ling Tian. It can't be. Could it be that there's something between them? I also don't know. But I saw that she was chatting happily with Duan Ling Tian, and when Princess Bai Yao left, I saw that her face was flushed red. Looks like Princess Bai Yao is interested in Duan Ling Tian. The voices of two students who walked side by side entered the blue-clothed young man's ears, causing his expression to darken. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongues. The blue-clothed young man's gaze was grave and stern as he looked at the two students who passed by and coldly shouted. The two students' expressions changed, and they wanted to refute, but when they saw the blue-clothed young man, they were like mice that saw a cat, and hurriedly fled. Big brother Gu Xian, what's the matter? Didn't you say that the Prime Minister and His Majesty had already privately reached an agreement that in 2 years, Princess Bai Yao would be betrothed to you? The person at the side had a puzzled expression. Humph. Gu Xian's face sank, and a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Ling Tian. The others also realized Gu Xian's anger, and they all shut their mouths. However, they quickly noticed that rumors of the ambiguous relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Princess Bai Yao were ceaselessly spreading throughout the martial arts practice grounds, on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Ling Tian yawned and looked at the sky. It was already close to dusk, and it was time to leave. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun. Duan Ling Tian called out to Xiao Yu, and the two of them walked out of Paladin Academy together. We're leaving tomorrow. Are you all prepared? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare, just some clothes to change into. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. When he thought of leaving with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading to the northwest border battlefield, he couldn't help but feel slightly excited. Xiao Yu was obviously the same. Paladin Academy's entrance was right before their eyes. Duan Ling Tian. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from behind Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 stopped and turned around. Duan Ling Tian looked into the distance. Presently, there was a handsome blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing walking towards him with a few young men in tow. Gu Xian. Xiao Sun frowned when he saw the blue-clothed young man. Xiao Sun, you know him? Xiao Yu noticed the enmity between the blue-clothed young man's brows, and this enmity was precisely aimed at Duan Ling Tian. This Gu Xian is the only son of Prime Minister Gu, and is also a grade 6 student of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department. His cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. Most importantly, he inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom, and has his own views on the Tao of Prime Minister. He has the demeanor of forming his own school of thought. Xiao Sun slowly said. Prime Minister Gu. Chapter 201. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nia Yuan, was undoubtedly the representative of the generals. Whereas in the aspect of ministers, the Prime Minister, Gu Yuting, was the most respected. Gu Yuting's status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was extraordinary, and to a certain extent, he could be considered to be the spokesperson of the Emperor. Normally, all the large and small affairs of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had to go through his hands. Moreover, he himself was a half-step void stage expert. He's the son of Prime Minister Gu Yuting? Duan Ling Tian frowned as he looked at Gu Xian, who was walking towards him with a menacing aura, and he was slightly bewildered. He was sure that today was absolutely the first time he'd seen this Gu Xian. However, this Gu Xian seemed to have extremely great enmity towards him, and this caused him to be rather puzzled. Presently, it had already been 4 months since Duan Ling Tian had first arrived at the Imperial City, so, he was rather knowledgeable about some of the matters in the Imperial City. He'd also heard of the Prime Minister, Gu Yuting. Although Gu Yuting wasn't from a large clan, but because of the trust of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor, his Prime Minister estate was extremely famous in the Imperial City. Even the members of the 3 great clans of the Imperial City didn't dare rashly offend the Prime Minister estate. Because everyone knew that behind Prime Minister Gu stood the Supreme Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Gu Xian arrive before him. "Is there something you need?" Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched as he looked at Gu Xian and asked indifferently. "Duan Lingtian, I'm warning you, stay away from Bai Yao." Gu Xian's expression was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a gloomy sheen as he stared straight at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson snake. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Gu Xian. Now he finally knew the reason why Gu Xian was so hostile towards him, so it was because of Princess Bai Yao. All along the way, he'd heard many discussions about him and Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian didn't take those ridiculous guesses seriously and directly disregarded them. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to explain anything. "Biao? You should be talking about Princess Biao, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian calmly and asked. "Not bad." Gu Xian's eyes flashed, and his tone was somewhat condescending. "Did you hear what I said to you just now?" Duan Lingtian's face darkened. Not to mention that there was nothing going on between him and Princess Bai Yao. Even if there was something going on, it wouldn't have anything to do with this Gu Xian, right? Duan Lingtian scoffed at Gu Xian's haughty attitude, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. "So what if I heard it? So what if I didn't?" Duan Lingtian's tone was very calm. "Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Dao is strong, and you're even a direct descendant of the Duan clan that is extremely sheltered. But in my eyes, you're nothing, understand?" Gu Xian's voice instantly became incomparably gloomy. In Gu Xian's eyes, in the Imperial City, and even the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, only the members of the Imperial family and the Divine Might Marquis estate were worthy of his attention. As for those three great clans, they weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. His father was the Prime Minister, the spokesperson of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor. He was only below the Emperor and above all. "Oh?" Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. "I'm really sorry, but you're also nothing in my eyes." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't care about Gu Xian, who had a gloomy expression. He called out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before walking out of Paladin Academy. "This son of Prime Minister Gu is too arrogant." Xiao Yu frowned. Obviously, he couldn't stand Gu Xian's attitude towards Duan Lingtian. It's not strange. After all, he has a powerful father. Moreover, this Gu Xian's natural talent isn't bad, and he might even inherit the position of Prime Minister in the future. Xiao Sun shook his head as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. As far as he was concerned, Gu Xian was only a profligate son of rich parents. He was no different than Su Tong and Xue Lang, who he crippled. So long as Gu Xian didn't go too far and didn't offend him. If Gu Xian went too far, he didn't mind teaching Gu Xian a lesson. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate, nor did he inscribe inscriptions. He'd finally realized the dream he'd always had, to sleep with the two little girls in his room and enjoy the pleasures of intimacy. The two girls seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian would be leaving tomorrow and would be gone for at least a few months, so they allowed Duan Lingtian to do whatever he wanted. During the entire night, Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he'd asked for it, and only when he was extremely tired did he fall into a deep sleep with the two little girls in his arms. The next day, after the two little girls got off the bed, their walking posture became slightly strange. A wisp of apology appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Last night was too crazy. During breakfast, when facing their motherly rose-burning and ambiguous gaze, besides Duan Lingtian, who was thick-skinned and didn't pay attention to it, the two little girls lowered their heads and had embarrassed expressions. "Little Black, Little White, stay at home and protect Kerr, Little Fei, and my mother. Understand?" Duan Lingtian grabbed the two little pythons from his sleeve and tapped their little heads as he spoke in all seriousness. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons were more or less able to roughly understand Duan Lingtian's words, and they flicked their tongues as they nodded. Duan Lingtian saw a trace of reluctance in the intelligent eyes of the two little pythons. The two little pythons had obviously already begun to possess human nature. "Mother, I'm leaving." At the entrance of the house, Duan Lingtian looked at his mother, who was tidying up his clothes and had a smile on his face. "Be careful," Li Ro said softly, with a bit of worry mixed in between her eyebrows. As the saying goes, a mother worries when a son travels 1,000 miles. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the two little girls beside Li Ro. "Help me take good care of my mother when I'm not here. I'll be back soon." Kerr and Li Fei both nodded. Two pairs of autumn eyes, glistening and teary. "Xiongquan, Jingru, when I'm not here, the family will depend on you too." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiongquan and Jingru, who were standing at the side. "Young master, don't worry." The two of them hurriedly nodded. In Jingru's eyes, there was also a trace of reluctance mixed in. In these few months, she had always been grateful to this young master, who had unconditionally trusted her. It was because of this young master's care that her family could live a well-fed life. "All right, you can go back." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and turned to leave. He was really worried that if he took another glance, he wouldn't be willing to leave. "Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang." After Duan Lingtian left the house, he suddenly spoke out. "Whoosh! Whoosh!" Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instantly appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. "Are the two of you following me, or returning to the Divine Might Marquis estate?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Young master, we'll go with you." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang spoke out in unison. "Then continue to conceal yourselves. When we arrive at the battlefield, I'll further teach you techniques like tracking, concealment, and assassination." Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, "As long as I don't instruct you two, you're not allowed to reveal yourselves. Understand?" "Yes." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied, and their eyes emitted burning gazes. They were filled with boundless yearning towards the various techniques Duan Lingtian planned to teach them. Before long, Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy. Many people had already gathered in the martial arts practice grounds. Of course, most of them were from the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had only taken 2 steps when he saw Xiaofan waving his hand at him from afar, and he lightly smiled as he walked over. You two didn't bring a change of clothes?" Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression when he saw Xiao Yu and Xiaofan both empty-handed. He'd also noticed that the other group of students were practically carrying bags of various sizes. Xiao Yu and Xiaofan instead seemed to stand out like cranes in a flock of chickens. "Look." Xiaofan raised his hand and displayed the simple and unadorned ring on his hand. "I asked for a spatial ring from my grandfather yesterday. My things are all in Xiaosun's spatial ring." Xiao Yu smiled. "Duan Lingtian, the one on your hand is a spatial ring as well, right?" Xiaofan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Duan Lingtian, looks like the Duan clan really thinks highly of you, to even give you such a precious thing as a spatial ring." Xiao Yu naturally thought that Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was given to him by the Duan clan, and he had a face full of envy. Even he, the grandson of the Aurora City Shao clan's supreme elder, didn't have a spatial ring. Even to the extent that in the entire Aurora City Shao clan, only the patriarch and the supreme elder had spatial rings. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and didn't explain. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from afar. A slightly robust young man around the age of 25 slowly walked towards Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. You are? Duan Lingtian looked at the person with a puzzled expression, and he could feel that the person didn't have any hostility. I'm Duan Zhu, a branch family disciple of the Duan clan, and a grade 6 student of the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian, the patriarch asked me to pass this to you. The robust young man with a luggage bag on his arm extended his hand to pass a simple and unadorned ring to Duan Lingtian. It was a spatial ring. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Duan Lingtian extended his hand to receive it, then he nodded and smiled to Duan Zhu. Thank you. You're welcome. After passing the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, Duan Zhu laughed slyly before turning around and leaving. Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, and he noticed that besides a few million silver, there was nothing else within the spatial ring. It ought to have been given to him by the patriarch, Duan Rufeng, to store his luggage. This spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it belonged to the lowest grade of spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, could it be that the spatial ring in your hand wasn't given to you by the Duan clan? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with an astonished expression. That was given to me by the Grand Elder, but I never imagined that the Patriarch would send another one over. I'll take the money inside, and you can use this spatial ring. Chapter 202. However, Xiao Yu didn't accept the spatial ring that Duan Lingtian passed over, and he shook his head. Duan Lingtian, this is too precious, I can't accept it. You should keep it yourself, or leave it for Li Fei to use. Just take it since I'm giving it to you. When did you become so wishy-washy? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he stretched out his hand and directly stuffed the spatial ring into Xiao Yu's hand as he spoke angrily. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as a trace of gratitude flashed within, but he didn't refuse again. If he were to refuse again at this time, then it would seem slightly pretentious. Thank you. Xiao Yu smiled at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Only a grade 7 weapons craftsman was able to refine a spatial ring. Although it wasn't a spirit weapon, it was still a rare item, and the value of just one was no less than a few million. Moreover, it was a priceless item. The Vice Dean has arrived. Suddenly, someone spoke, and instantly, the entire martial arts practice grounds became silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto the gray figure that slowly walked over from afar. It was a gray-clothed old man who revealed a trace of dignity between his brows as he walked over with large strides with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. He was precisely the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong. After Zhan Xiong arrived, he spoke loudly. Students of the Star General Department, stand to the right. Students of the Star Mastermind Department, stand to the left. As soon as Zhan Xiong finished speaking, the stream of people in the martial arts practice grounds split into two. There were exactly 300 people of the Star General Department gathered together, forming a dense mass. On the other hand, there were 12 people standing sparsely in the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun, these 3 Year 1 students, occupied a quarter of the people there. Duan Lingtian noticed that the Prime Minister's son, Gu Xian, was also within the group of people of the Star Mastermind Department, and beside him were 2 other people. Duan Lingtian had some impression of these 2 people, as they were by Gu Xian's side yesterday. Meanwhile, Gu Xian noticed Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and his face sank as he frowned. Vice Principal. Gu Xian suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was loud and suppressed most of the sparse voices in the martial arts practice field. Zhan Xiong looked at Gu Xian when he heard this. He naturally knew Gu Xian, the son of the Prime Minister. Gu Xian, do you have anything to say? Vice Dean, according to what I know, according to the rules of our Paladin Academy, when it comes to the battlefield, the lowest requirement for Star General students is the second year, and the lowest requirement for Star Mastermind students is the fourth year. These three people are only first-year Star Mastermind students. I suspect that they want to fish in troubled waters and blend in with us to head to the battlefield at the northwest border. Gu Xian pointed at the Duan Lingtian trio. His voice was loud, and his eyes were filled with disdain. For a moment, the gazes of all the students present fell upon Duan Lingtian and the other two. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? Also, the two people beside him seemed to be first-year students of the Star Mastermind department. Could it be that they really want to fish in troubled waters and mix in with us to head to the northwest battlefield? Humph. As long as it isn't someone on the list, wanting to fish in troubled waters is practically impossible. Many students pointed and discussed animatedly. Gu Xian had a complacent expression as he glanced at the Duan Lingtian trio, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, as if he'd already seen the scene of the Vice Dean Zhang Xiong driving the three of them away. This Gu Xian is really as disgusting as a fly. Xiao Sun's face sank, and a trace of fierceness flashed within his eyes. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward and looked at Gu Xian. Before Zhang Xiong could speak, Duan Lingtian spoke first with a loud voice that shot into the sky. Gu Xian, you keep talking about rules, but why have I never heard of the rule that first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department can't enter the battlefield? Humph. Gu Xian met Duan Lingtian's gaze when he heard this, and he said with a mocking expression, although there isn't a written rule, but according to the past practice of Paladin Academy, it has always been like this. I can be sure that the three of you surely want to fish in troubled waters and slip through. Practice? Traces of coldness appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he sneered. You said it was a practice, could it be that a practice can't be broken? You keep saying that we're fishing in troubled waters, then I'm curious, on what basis did you make this decision? Just because we're first-year students, you think we're inferior to you? You think we don't have the qualifications to appear here? Of course. How much do first-year students, especially students of the Star Mastermind department, know about the Tao of Mastermind? Even if people like the three of you enter the battlefield, you'll only be a burden. Gu Xian sneered, and his words were filled with disdain towards Duan Lingtian's group of three. Enough. Right at this moment, Zhang Xiong interrupted. Gu Xian, Duan Lingtian's group of three are indeed people on the list, you don't have to doubt this. Duan Lingtian was strongly recommended by teacher Sima. As for Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, they're the junior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, and they were personally added to the list by the commander of the reinforcements this time, General Xiaofan. Humph. So it's three fellows that got in through the back door. Hearing Zhang Xiong's explanation, Gu Xian looked at Duan Lingtian's group of three with a face full of ridicule and disdain. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces sank as they glared angrily at Gu Xian. Idiot! Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of coldness as he slowly spat out two words. What did you say? Gu Xian's face went grim. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to call him an idiot? As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's prime minister, it was the first time in his life that he'd been humiliated like this. Instantly, his chest was completely filled with flames of rage. Duan Lingtian turned his head and no longer paid any attention to the exasperated Gu Xian, allowing him to rage there. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian's face sank, and his eyes flickered with traces of a vicious sheen as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and he swore in his heart. Just you wait, there will be a day when I'll kill you. Although he wished for nothing more than to explode out and kill Duan Lingtian right now, he still had some misgivings. Firstly, the Vice Dean was present now, and if he were to take the initiative to make a move, he would surely be in a passive position. Secondly, if Duan Lingtian used that strange inscription to attack him, he would be unable to guard against it. After all, even the son of the city guard army's commander, Shui Lang, an existence at the second level of the origin core stage, had his entire cultivation destroyed by Duanlingtian's inscription. He'd always felt fear towards the inscription in Duanlingtian's hand. So, if he didn't have 100% confidence, he wouldn't easily make a move. As the son of the prime minister, he naturally wasn't a simple-minded, well-developed idiot. Although he hated Duanlingtian to the extreme in his heart, he wouldn't rashly make a move. This Gu Xian is pretty good at enduring. Duanlingtian's eyes squinted and he was slightly surprised when he saw Gu Xian not make a move for a long time. As far as he was concerned, this Gu Xian was much more dangerous than Su Tong and Shui Lang. This was a person that knew how to endure silently. This sort of person was generally adept at hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and was extremely terrifying. Alright, all of you go to the entrance now. General Xiaofan has already ordered people to prepare horses for all of you and is waiting there. Before long, 312 Paladin Academy students walked out of Paladin Academy in a formidable array under the lead of the Vice Dean, Zhan Xiong. Outside Paladin Academy's entrance, more than 300 armored soldiers were each sitting on a horse. In each of their hands, there was another horse that they were leading. These extra horses were obviously prepared for the group of Paladin Academy students. Vice Dean Zhan, a curly-bearded man that wore armor and had a stocky build, spurred his horse forward and arrived before Zhan Xiong before nodding to Zhan Xiong. Duanlingtian looked at the curly-bearded man and his brows slightly twitched. He was able to discern that this curly-bearded man was in existence at the nascent soul stage and possessed extraordinary strength. Vice General Jiao, these are the students on the name list this time. Zhan Xiong slowly spoke in response. I'll be troubling Vice Dean Zhan. The curly-bearded man nodded, then instantly opened his mouth and roared. Students of Paladin Academy, get on your horses. Instantly, all 312 Paladin Academy students, including Duanlingtian, got on their horses. There were exactly 312 horses. Vice Dean Zhan, farewell. The curly-bearded man cupped his hands towards Zhan Xiong, then spurred his horse to gallop out. Let's go. For a time, Duanlingtian and the others mixed in with the armored soldiers and followed behind the curly-bearded man as they walked out of the imperial city in a formidable array. All along the way, they caused a great sensation. The people on the streets moved aside and saluted with their gazes towards this group of people. These are the reinforcements that Paladin Academy sent to the northwest border battlefield. As expected of the students of Paladin Academy, all of them are in high spirits and have extraordinary bearings. There's actually a youth, wearing violet clothes. Could it be that he's that genius martial artist, Duanlingtian, that's been giving rise to much discussion recently? He should be. Besides him, Paladin Academy probably doesn't have such a young student. Before long, the gazes of many people descended onto Duanlingtian and they all exclaimed in surprise. Duanlingtian became the center of attention all along the way. Humph. Gu Xian's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw Duanlingtian being so popular, and his gaze became even more gloomy and cold. Fifth Prince's Estate. Within the pergola, a young man with an extraordinary bearing was sitting across from a middle-aged general in light armor. At this time, that Duanlingtian should have already set out. The young man's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Humph. This time, we'll make sure he doesn't return. The middle-aged general's eyes focused as they flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. Commander Shui, don't speak so early. Don't forget, Duanlingtian has an offensive inscription that can deal with origin core martial artists. According to my knowledge, even the Su clan's Grand Elder's grandson, Su Tong, had his Dantian crippled by Duanlingtian using an offensive inscription. Slight fear appeared on the young man's face. Don't worry, Fifth Prince, with a nascent soul martial artist making a move this time, will surely succeed. The middle-aged general was precisely the city guard army's commander, Xue Lu. Chapter 203. Outside the Imperial City. On the spacious open ground, a group of armored soldiers gathered together like a black cloud pressing down on the city, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. These are the reinforcements? Looks like there's only around 10,000 people. It seems to be a bit too little, right? Xiao Yu frowned as he gazed at the group of soldiers that stood in neat rows in the distance. Soldiers are valued for their quality, not their quantity. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse to walk beside Xiao Yu and lightly smiled. He was able to discern that these soldiers were different from ordinary soldiers. Every single one of them emitted a valiant aura, and their cultivations were obviously not low. Xiao Yu, don't underestimate this 10,000-man army. Even if they were besieged by an ordinary army of a few 100,000, they would still be able to easily charge out of the encirclement. Xiao Sun's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Could it be that this is the Crimson Wyrm army under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, Grand General Nie Yuan? Xiao Yu glanced at the group of soldiers that led them out of the city, and only now did he notice that the armor of these soldiers was inscribed with the pattern of a Crimson Wyrm. This type of armor was precisely the symbol of the Crimson Wyrm army. You only noticed now? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, as he'd noticed this long ago. The Crimson Wyrm army was one of the 3 elite armies under the command of the Divine Might Marquis and Grand General Swift Cavalry. These 3 elite armies only had 10,000 soldiers each. These 10,000 soldiers were generally martial artists at the 7th level of the corps formation stage or above. Some of the decurions and centurions were even existences at the origin corps stage. As for the Kiliarchs, they were all existences at the nascent soul stage. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students, including Duan Lingtian, gathered together with the other soldiers of the Crimson Wyrm army. Right at this moment, a tall young man in silver light armor spurred his horse forward. His gaze was cold as it swept past the group of Paladin Academy students, and his tone was calm. "Hello, I'm the commander of the reinforcements heading to the northwest border battlefield this time. I'm called Xiaofan. Xiaofan. The son of the Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan. An existence like a proud son of heaven." The eyes of most of the Paladin Academy students shone when they heard Xiaofan's self-introduction. He's Xiaofan. As expected of the son of the Divine Might Marquis, his bearing is extraordinary. Supposedly, this Xiaofan only graduated from our Paladin Academy a few months ago, and he was already a 5th-level Origin Corps stage martial artist when he graduated. 26 years old, 5th level of the Origin Corps stage. With such natural talent, I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian and Su Qing are able to surpass him in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, Duan Lingtian and Su Qing have also joined the reinforcements. The 3 great geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation have gathered together. The group of Paladin Academy students whispered amongst themselves. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Su Qing was here too? Looking around, he also found Su Qing in the crowd. The current Su Qing had lost his former sharpness and had become more steady. He seemed to have changed a lot. I'll say the ugly things first. Although all of you are students of Paladin Academy, from this moment onwards, you can be considered to have joined our Crimson Wyrm army. You must obey military orders, and if you violate military orders, you will be punished according to military discipline. Now, someone will distribute the armor of the Crimson Wyrm army to all of you. Change into it as soon as possible. Xiaofan's loud voice continued to sound out. After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse and left. Beside Xiaofan, an old man in casual clothes sat astride his horse as well, and his eyes narrowed as he followed Xiaofan like a shadow. It was as if he was Xiaofan's shadow. Not many people noticed that at the instant Xiaofan turned around and left, Xiaofan's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the layers of obstructions and descend onto the violet-colored figure within the group of Paladin Academy students. Noticing Xiaofan's gaze, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, Xiaoyu, and Xiaosun had changed into the armor of the Crimson Wirm army. The armor seemed to be cumbersome, but it was actually light and convenient. When worn, it didn't affect one's movements in the slightest. Moreover, it was able to play a protective role to a certain extent. The two of you do look quite decent when wearing this armor. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiaoyu and Xiaosun and lightly smiled. When the two of them wore the armor of the Crimson Wirm army, they really did look quite decent. Aren't you the same? Xiaoyu and Xiaosun looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Presently, Duan Lingtian's sword-like eyebrows were tall and straight, and his handsome face revealed a trace of coldness. After wearing the fitting armor, his entire person seemed to be awe-inspiring and had an extraordinary bearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused and a heartfelt smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Even though he'd lived 2 lifetimes and had seen many grand scenes in his previous life, he still couldn't help but be slightly excited in his heart. A strong wind rises and clouds soar. A warrior leaves and never returns. Depart. Right at this moment, Xiaofan, who was the commander of the Crimson Wirm army, suddenly gave the order. His loud and clear voice was like a thunderclap that entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, the army that was formed from over 10,000 people spurred the steeds beneath them to gallop out with a momentum like thunder. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. They set out early in the morning and stopped at noon to rest for a while before continuing on their journey. Only when the sun set in the west did the Crimson Wirm army stop their footsteps under the command of Commander Xiaofan and set up camp in the wilderness for the night. Under the illumination of the bonfire, tents rose up one by one, forming a dense mass. Duan Lingtian, Xiaoyu, and Xiaosun were currently working together to build a small tent. This would be the residence of the 3 of them tonight. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, as his acute spiritual force told him that a gaze had just descended onto him. With a glance, what entered his eyes was a group of Crimson Wirm army soldiers, and he was utterly unable to discern who was looking at him. This gaze seemed to have descended onto me this morning at the moment I changed into the Crimson Wirm army armor. Who exactly is it? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled in his heart. He was sure that the owner of this gaze wasn't Xiaofan, nor was it a student of Paladin Academy. Meanwhile, the tent had been built. Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and sat around the bonfire in front of the tent with Xiaoyu and Xiaosun. Presently, the group of Crimson Wirm army soldiers and some Paladin Academy students had all taken out their rations and were gnawing on them. Xiaosun took out his rations as well and gave some to Xiaoyu and some to Duan Lingtian. Eating this thing isn't nutritious. Duan Lingtian didn't receive it and had a face full of disgust. Then he raised his hand and withdrew a large square block of ice from his spatial ring, under the puzzled gazes of Xiaoyu and Xiaosun. Duan Lingtian placed the block of ice beside the bonfire. The ice quickly melted, and the suckling pig within it revealed its true appearance. F***K. Duan Lingtian, how big is the space in your spatial ring? You actually brought this thing with you. Xiaosun couldn't help but curse and was dumbstruck. Xiaoyu was stupefied as well. As far as they were concerned, an ordinary spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it simply couldn't contain more than a few of these chilled suckling pigs. Hurry up and help break it down. You're talking so much, do you not want to eat anymore? Duan Lingtian threw the suckling pig in his hand to Xiaosun as he glared at him. Xiaosun received the heavy suckling pig and grinned. Of course I want to eat. If there's meat to eat, who would eat that crappy rations? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took out a few long iron skewers and a pile of seasonings and salt. Duan Lingtian's hand swiped past his waist and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. With the help of Xiaofan, he quickly broke down the processed suckling pig. Duan Lingtian, you don't look like you're going to war, but instead like you're going on vacation. Xiao Yu used an iron skewer to pierce through a large piece of suckling pig and placed it on the bonfire to roast. He sprinkled salt and seasonings on it as he shook his head and laughed. It wasn't easy to come out, so I can't wrong myself. Where would I get the strength to eat those rations? Duan Lingtian rotated the iron skewer in his hand as he roasted the meat and laughed. Soon, the fragrance of the roasted suckling pig in the hands of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 pervaded the air. F***K. Where's the fragrance coming from? Isn't this fragrance from roasted suckling pig? Who's eating roasted suckling pig? It's Duan Lingtian's group. They really know how to enjoy themselves, they actually brought out suckling pig to roast. As expected of the genius disciples that the Duan clan values highly. It's so convenient to have a spatial ring. The group of Paladin Academy students all looked enviously at Duan Lingtian's group as their saliva dripped all over the ground. Compared to the group of Paladin Academy students, the group of Crimson WYRM army soldiers were much calmer. They minded their own business as they roasted the bonfire and ate their rations. After they finished eating, they entered their tents to rest. Satisfying. Xiaofan gnawed on the roasted suckling pig and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu were also eating meat with large mouthfuls with expressions of satisfaction. It would be great if we could have some wine at this time. Xiaofan's eyes shone. Some of the nearby Paladin Academy students were completely speechless when they heard Xiaofan's words. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. We don't even have roasted suckling pig to eat, yet you're still not satisfied and still want to drink wine? Don't be so infuriating. However, in the next moment, these Paladin Academy students were stunned once again. They saw Duan Lingtian stretch out his hand and 3 jugs of wine appeared out of thin air. Wine naturally can't be lacking when eating meat. Come, drink. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, you really brought wine. Xiao Yu fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and had a pleasantly surprised expression. Shortly after, he and Xiaofan took the jugs of wine and started drinking in large mouthfuls. Under the attentive gazes of a pack of hungry wolves, the 3 of them ate meat and drank wine at the same time. They wolfed down the food and only stopped after a long time. So full. Soon enough, the roasted suckling pig was finished by the 3 of them, and the 3 empty jugs of wine were also thrown to the side. I'm going to relieve myself. Xiaofan said before running into the distant forest to relieve himself. After Xiaofan and Xiao Yu successively went to relieve themselves and returned, Duan Lingtian walked out as well. However, just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the bamboo forest, his spiritual force became vigilant. He could feel a wave of danger gradually approaching, as if it would descend at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's figure moved and directly flashed forward. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. And right at this moment, a wave of scattered sounds came from behind. A robust figure flew over and surpassed Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Chapter 204. Third level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he gazed at the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the middle-aged soldier, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled into an arc. The middle-aged soldier's gaze was icy cold, and the gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian didn't contain the slightest emotion. The person that has been spying on me since early this morning is you? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that was completely unrelated to him. As expected of the number 1 genius of Paladin Academy, you're actually able to notice me spying on you from the shadows. I feel that I've already been extremely careful." The middle-aged soldier was slightly surprised, as he didn't expect that Duan Lingtian had already noticed him. "You're probably not a member of the Crimson Wyrm army, right?" Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the person before him. The person before him was a third-level nascent soul stage martial artist, but he only wore the armor of an ordinary soldier, and wasn't even a Decurion. He didn't believe that a person with such a cultivation would be willing to be an ordinary soldier in the Crimson Wyrm army. "You're very smart." The middle-aged soldier nodded. "Exactly, I'm not a member of the Crimson Wyrm army. Being able to silently sneak into the Crimson Wyrm army without anyone noticing, looks like the person behind you isn't simple. I'm extremely curious, who exactly sent you here?" Duan Lingtian's gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything stared fixedly at the middle-aged soldier. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. The middle-aged soldier didn't pay attention to Duan Lingtian, and he strode out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Above him, the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had just vanished not long ago once again condensed into form. "You're so sure that I'll die?" Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. The middle-aged soldier frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian being so composed. He observed the surroundings for a moment, and after not noticing anything amiss, he sneered. "Do you think you can escape by being deliberately mystifying? Don't waste your time. Once you do something, you have to bear the consequences. Today, no one can save you." The middle-aged soldier took another step out, and origin energy suffused him, intending to attack Duan Lingtian. "Really?" Duan Lingtian was still standing in the same place, unmoving like a mountain. His face was calm like an ancient well without any ripples. "I don't think anyone can save you." At this moment, a low voice mixed with anger came from behind the middle-aged soldier. Immediately after, two figures appeared behind the middle-aged soldier in an instant. One of them struck out with his palm and directly pinned the middle-aged soldier to the ground. Then, he stepped out with his foot and stomped on the middle-aged soldier, making him unable to move. The middle-aged soldier's body crashed to the ground. He subconsciously turned his head, but when he saw the scene behind him, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Oh my God! What did he see? 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The person that attacked him now was actually a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. How is that possible? Didn't you say that the Duan clan didn't send anyone to protect him? The middle-aged soldier felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes flashed with endless despair. Young master. Of the two people who had appeared, the one who had stepped on the middle-aged soldier was Zhang Qian. The other person was Zhao Gang. The middle-aged soldier's face went grim when he heard this familiar voice, and he struggled to turn his head around. Through the night, he finally saw the appearances of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang clearly. General Zhang, General Zhao. The middle-aged soldier's pupils constricted, as he obviously recognized Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were capable generals under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, the Cavalry Grand General Nie Yuan, and they had extremely high prestige in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army. So, many officers and soldiers in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army recognized them. You recognize us? Zhang Qian frowned, and he stepped on the middle-aged soldier's foot even harder. The middle-aged soldier's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted astonishment. Who could tell him what the F***K was going on? Why are these two maleficent stars here? Moreover, they seem to be secretly protecting this Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian a direct descendant of the Duan clan? How could these two maleficent stars possibly lower themselves to protect him? The middle-aged soldier suddenly realized that this mission was simply a mission that would send him to his death. Speak, who sent you to kill the young master? Zhao Gang's face sank, and his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. General Zhang, General Zhao. Isn't he a member of the Duan clan? Why? Why would the two of you? The middle-aged soldier took a deep breath. He wanted to figure out exactly what was going on right now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time when they heard this, seeming to be asking if Duan Lingtian could reveal anything. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was able to discern that this middle-aged soldier was a tough nut to crack. If he couldn't completely break down the line of defense in his heart, then the middle-aged soldier would probably rather die than speak of the person behind the scenes. Right, the young master is a member of the Duan clan. But, the young master is also the nephew of the Marquis. As for us, we were sent by the Marquis to protect the young master. Zhang Qian's tone was calm as he slowly spoke. However, when these words entered the middle-aged soldier's ears, it was like needles piercing into his heart. Marquis? He naturally knew who the Marquis that Zhang Qian spoke of was. It was surely that person with an aloof status and honorable identity within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This Duan Lingtian was the nephew of that person? Young master, spare me. This lowly one didn't know your identity, spare me. The middle-aged soldier's face was ghastly pale, without a trace of blood, and he struggled to beg Duan Lingtian for mercy. He suddenly realized that his actions were simply bringing about his own destruction. Speak, who sent you here? Duan Lingtian asked once more. Young master, if this lowly one speaks, are you willing to spare this lowly one's life? The middle-aged soldier's eyes flickered with a sheen of survival. You don't have the qualifications to discuss conditions with me. Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly colder. Since you know Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and have a cultivation at the nascent soul stage, your position in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army ought to not be low. Could it be that you think that my uncle Nie's ability is unable to investigate your background? The corners of the middle-aged soldier's mouth curled into a bitter smile. If the Divine Might Marquis wanted to investigate him, it would naturally be extremely easy. Young master, I'm a Chiliarch of the Imperial City Guard. The middle-aged soldier lowered his head and spoke of his identity. He believed that there was no need for him to say the rest, as the young master before him would be able to guess it. City Guard? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly squinted. It really is him. Xue Lu. What a Xue Lu, actually daring to allow a member of the City Guard to sneak into the Crimson Wirm army. Doesn't he know that this is a great taboo in the army? Zhang Qian's face slightly went grim, and flames of rage jumped about within his eyes. Zhao Gang's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Generals, spare my life. The middle-aged soldier's face was ghastly pale. He only hoped to be able to survive now, and he had no other thoughts. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian. Clean it up. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotion within his voice. After that, he turned around, undid his belt, and started to relieve himself. After he finished, he directly returned to his tent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the middle-aged soldier didn't even have the chance to react before being killed by Zhang Qian. When Duan Lingtian left, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had cleaned up the middle-aged soldier's corpse and concealed it once more. Duan Lingtian, why were you gone for so long? After Duan Lingtian returned to his tent, Xiao Sun asked. Can't I go to the big one? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiao Sun as he spoke angrily. Lying in his tent, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a trace of rage arose within his heart. Although he knew that the city guard commander, Xue Lu, wouldn't let the matter go, he never imagined that Xue Lu would be so insane as to actually want to kill him on the way to the northwest border battlefield. Xue Lu. Killing intent arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the east. Everyone, pack up your tents. We depart in 10 minutes. Commander Xiaofan's sonorous voice broke the tranquility of the early morning, causing all the Paladin Academy students who were still dreaming within their tents to wake up with a start. They left their tents one after another and started packing up. After Duan Lingtian walked out of his tent, he noticed that the 10,000 officers and officers of the Crimson Wyrm army were already fully equipped and waiting to depart. Now, only the tents of the group of Paladin Academy students remained scattered all over the place. This Crimson Wyrm army is worthy of being the elite army of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian secretly praised in his heart. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students had finished packing up their tents and were fully equipped and waiting to depart. Along with Commander Xiaofan's command. Over 10,000 tall horses carried over 10,000 officers and officers as they galloped out. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. On the way, they encountered some merchant groups and carriages, but all of them moved aside, not daring to directly clash with the Crimson Wyrm army's edge. After spending an entire 2 months of time, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at their destination after following behind the Crimson Wyrm army. The northwest border's Relentless Thriving City. Relentless Thriving City was a city that was located in a remote and embarrassing location. 15 kilometers away from Relentless Thriving City was the border city of the Southern Champion Kingdom, Southern Barbaric City. It was precisely because of its special location that conflicts between the two kingdoms frequently occurred here. Whenever one of the kingdoms finished recuperating and building up strength, it would take the initiative to send out troops with the intention of capturing the other's border city and plundering it. It had always been like this for thousands of years. Since half a year ago, the Southern Champion Kingdom's army had repeatedly provoked the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Relentless Thriving City, causing the pressure on the Relentless Thriving City's army to increase greatly. Only then did they request for reinforcements from the Imperial City. This Relentless Thriving City can't be considered to be large, it's about the same size as Aurora City. Duan Lingtian looked at the distant Relentless Thriving City from afar and his brows raised. It's not a county city after all. Besides the Imperial City and county cities, the other cities are all about the same. Xiao Yu nodded. Before long, the 10,000-plus officers of the Crimson Wyrm army spurred their horses into Relentless Thriving City, and at the same time, they slowed down their speed. Although Relentless Thriving City's area was no different than cities like Aurora City and Iron Blood City, only the southern half of the city was filled with stores and crowds of people. The northern half of the city was the campsite of the border army, and the northern city wall was even specially reinforced as an iron bastion against war. It's the Crimson Wyrm army. The Crimson Wyrm army has arrived. They'll surely make the Southern Champion Kingdom's army suffer a crushing defeat this time. Long live the divine might Marquis. Chapter 205. All along the way, Duan Lingtian could see hope and anticipation on the faces of the residents of Relentless Thriving City. This was their confidence towards the Crimson Wyrm army. Their confidence towards the divine might Marquis. Uncle Nya is worthy of being the Crimson Sky Kingdom's god of war. In this border where battles are frequent, his prestige probably surpasses the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the other Paladin Academy students followed the 10,000 officers of the Crimson Wyrm army and entered the vast campsite at the northern side of Relentless Thriving City. Including Duan Lingtian's group, everyone that came was placed in various tents within the campsite. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were placed in the same small tent. Although it was a small tent, it was still 10 times, no, 100 times better than the tents they casually set up on the road. I'm about to be able to witness that cruel war with my own 2 eyes. Just thinking about it makes me slightly excited. Xiao Sun's face was slightly red as he spoke excitedly. Although Xiao Yu didn't say anything, the flowing light in his eyes at this moment had already explained everything. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. With a thought in his heart, a cauldron suddenly appeared in his hand. 2 days ago, he smoothly broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage. What he needed to do now was to refine the dragon blood pill and directly consume it to complete the tempering of his fleshly body for the 8th level of the core formation stage. Only in this way would he be able to continue charging towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. The dragon blood pill was different from ordinary medicinal pills. After the pill was formed, it had to be consumed within 10 hours. Otherwise, the medicinal strength would cease to exist. So, Duan Lingtian didn't have a backup. Duan Lingtian casually taking out a cauldron wasn't a big deal. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian take out a cauldron. This. Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you've become an alchemist. Xiao Sun couldn't help but glare. Even his breathing became somewhat hurried. This Duan Lingtian couldn't be thinking of playing with his heartbeat again, right? Xiao Yu also looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He raised his hand and reversed it. Qi. At this moment, a strand of milky white flame burned in the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. A 9th grade alchemy fire. Xiao Sun's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His older brother, Xiao He, was a grade 9 alchemist, so he wasn't unfamiliar with grade 9 pill fire. Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. When did this Duan Lingtian become an alchemist? Generally speaking, a genius in the martial Tao like Duan Lingtian would normally place all his efforts on the advancement of his cultivation. It was impossible for him to delve into the Tao of alchemy, Tao of weapon refinement, or the Tao of inscriptions, because once one delved into the latter, it would waste a great deal of effort, and in the end, fall to mediocrity in all aspects. In the past, in his eyes, the reason why Duan Lingtian possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation was surely because he concentrated on cultivation and didn't delve into the Tao of alchemy, Tao of weapons refinement, or the Tao of inscriptions. But now, the grade 9 pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand had given him too great of a shock. This Duan Lingtian possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation, yet he actually spent time delving into the study of alchemy and even became a grade 9 alchemist. For a moment, Xiao Yu felt his scalp go numb. Abnormal. Too abnormal. If Duan Lingtian didn't delve into the study of alchemy, then wouldn't it mean that his current strength might be even stronger? Even to the extent that it's very likely that he would be able to break through to the origin core stage at the age of 17? Xiao Yu noticed that the more he thought about it in his heart, the more shocked he was. Xiao Sun was dumbstruck as well. He had the same thoughts as Xiao Yu. After all, people that delved into the Tao of alchemy would have a much slower increase in their cultivation in the martial Tao compared to ordinary people. Because they placed half of their attention on alchemy and were unable to completely concentrate on their cultivation in the martial Tao. Just like his brother, Xiao He, although their natural talent in the martial Tao was similar, even though Xiao He was older than him by a year, Xiao He's cultivation was inferior to him. All of this was because his brother concentrated on the Tao of alchemy and neglected his cultivation, causing his cultivation to increase slowly. What are you two doing? Is there a need to be like this? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then directly withdrew a pile of medicinal materials required for the dragon blood pill and placed them one by one into the cauldron. Is there a need to be like this? The corners of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's mouths twitched, and they both felt that Duan Lingtian wasn't doing it on purpose. Abnormal. The two of them spoke at the same time with extreme tacit understanding. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Of course, it was also because Duan Lingtian didn't know what Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were thinking, otherwise, he would surely shake his head and laugh, since the moment he fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he'd inherited everything of Samsara Emperor Wu. When Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, he was a royal-grade alchemist and royal-grade weapons craftsman. Even in the Tao of inscriptions, during the era where the art of inscriptions was prevalent, he'd studied it to the peak and wasn't inferior to anyone. Inheriting everything of Samsara Emperor Wu meant that Duan Lingtian also possessed the ability of Samsara Emperor Wu. Of course, if he wanted to exert even more of Samsara Emperor Wu's ability, he needed to increase his cultivation and spiritual force to a certain level, just like pill fire and weapon fire. Grade 8 flames required stepping into the first level of the origin core stage to condense. Grade 7 flames required stepping into the 7th level of the origin core stage to condense. Grade 6 flames required stepping into the first level of the nascent soul stage to condense. Grade 5 flames required stepping into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage to condense. Later on, and so on. Duan Lingtian, who'd inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of experience in alchemy and weapons crafting, would be able to condense pill fire and weapon fire of that grade so long as his cultivation reached a certain level. There was utterly no need for him to research and improve himself. Spiritual force was the same as well. So long as his spiritual force was strong enough, he would be able to inscribe even higher level inscriptions. Just like now, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul stage martial artist's spiritual force, and he was able to inscribe inscriptions like the bone corrosion inscription that were sufficient to annihilate nascent soul stage martial artists. If he was able to obtain those rare main materials, he would even be able to inscribe inscriptions that could annihilate half-step void stage experts. So long as Duan Lingtian's cultivation and spiritual force were sufficient, then he utterly didn't need to spend time studying the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions. In his mind, there were memories of studying the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions to the peak. Using an analogy. If it was said that the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions were software, Duan Lingtian's cultivation and spiritual force were the hardware. The software possessed a top-notch level, whereas the hardware was still in the stage of being explored and improved. So long as the hardware continued to improve, then he would be able to display even more of the software's functions. Voila! Duan Lingtian's hands descended, and the pill fire condensed from origin energy was pressed into the cauldron by him as he started to refine the medicine. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in their hearts as they watched without blinking. An hour later, Duan Lingtian placed the little black snake's golden blood into the cauldron and completed the final step. Whoosh! A medicinal pill that flowed with a golden light shot out and landed in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was precisely the dragon blood pill. Duan Lingtian directly consumed it. In the blink of an eye, his body underwent a tremendous change. The tempering of the body at the 8th level of the core formation stage was instantly completed. The current him could directly charge towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. Once he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage and consumed another dragon blood pill, he would be able to complete the final tempering of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form. At that time, he would be able to continue charging towards the origin core stage and become a true origin core stage martial artist. And not the current false origin core stage. Only when they saw Duan Lingtian put away the cauldron did Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun return to their senses. Xiao Sun asked in surprise, "Duan Lingtian, what medicinal pill did you refine earlier?" That medicinal pill seemed to flicker with a golden light, and it seemed to be extraordinary. That isn't an ordinary medicinal pill, it's a medicinal pill that matches the cultivation method I cultivate. If an ordinary martial artist were to consume it, their body would directly explode and they would die. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Xiao Sun. How about it? Xiao Sun, are you interested in one? Forget it, I don't want to die yet. Xiao Sun naturally believed Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and he hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. Duan Lingtian, when did you become a grade 9 alchemist? At this moment, Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as well. It's been a while. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, but didn't say exactly when. Could it be that he was already a grade 9 alchemist 2 years ago? Duan Lingtian, you're absolutely the most abnormal freak I've ever seen. Xiao Sun glared. When my brother became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, I already thought he was abnormal enough. I never imagined that you would become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. Not only that, your cultivation has even stepped into the origin core stage. You're simply a super abnormal freak. Super abnormal? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Xiao Yu nodded as well, obviously agreeing with Xiao Sun's words. Suddenly, Xiao Sun seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze abruptly shone. A few months ago, the 18-year-old genius alchemist that appeared briefly in the Alchemist Guild's headquarters and defeated my brother's spirit. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw Xiao Sun looking over. Could it be that Xiao Sun guessed it? I wonder who is more abnormal when compared to you in the Tao of Alchemy. Xiao Sun finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Looks like Xiao Sun didn't connect the genius alchemist from that time with him. That genius alchemist wouldn't be Duan Lingtian, right? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to rise to his throat. Xiao Yu was born with a keen intuition, and his intuition told him that the 18-year-old genius alchemist Xiao Sun mentioned was very likely to be the same person as Duan Lingtian. He's definitely not. Xiao Sun shook his head. You're so sure? You haven't seen him? Xiao Yu asked in bewilderment. I haven't seen him, but don't forget, my brother has. I asked my brother, and he said that youth's appearance was extremely ordinary and didn't have any outstanding points. Do you think that the youth my brother described would be Duan Lingtian? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was about to transform from a youth to a young man. In terms of appearance, he could absolutely be considered to be extraordinarily handsome. Chapter 206. Could it be that he really isn't? Xiao Yu was slightly hesitant in his heart when he heard Xiao Sun's words. He was still extremely confident towards his intuition. But he couldn't wrap his head around why the genius alchemist Xiao Sun's older brother spoke of would be a youth with an ordinary appearance. How could he possibly know that Duan Lingtian's disguise technique could be said to have reached the acme of perfection? In the next few days, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 cultivated within the tent. 5 days later, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Lingtian's group of 3, were gathered within a spacious tent. At the center of the tent was something similar to a model of a building. Duan Lingtian discerned with a glance that this was the model of a city's outer perimeter. Presently, at the side of this model, Xiaofan was standing together with a middle-aged general, and behind Xiaofan was the old man that followed behind Xiaofan like a shadow. Duan Lingtian hadn't seen this old man in the Divine Might Marquis estate before. But now, relying on the perception of his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could practically confirm. This old man was a half-step void stage expert. Looks like Uncle Nia isn't the only half-step void stage expert in the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. The status of the Divine Might Marquis estate in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Coupled with the presence of a true void stage expert holding down the fort, there ought to be no lack of half-step void stage experts within it. Although that void stage expert wasn't what he used to be, a horse is still a horse. No one dared look down upon the Divine Might Marquis estate's resources. The old man seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian looking at him, and his muddy eyes squinted as he nodded to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. He was still extremely respectful towards the members of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Before long, the 12 students of the Star Mastermind Department of Paladin Academy had all arrived. In addition, 2 middle-aged men dressed like scholars slowly walked in. He should be at the level of a military advisor. Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. Humph. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a cold snort. At the same time, he felt a cold gaze on him. He didn't need to turn around to know whose gaze it was. Commander Nye, these two are the strategists of our army. The middle-aged general standing beside Xiaofan introduced the 2 middle-aged scholars to Xiaofan. Xiaofan nodded slightly at the 2 middle-aged scholars. Greetings, military advisors. The 2 middle-aged scholars were flattered. Greetings, Commander Nye. Even though Xiaofan was young, they didn't dare underestimate him, as he was the only son of the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nye Yuan, whose might shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. His status was extraordinary, and it was far from something they could compare to. General He, these 12 are the elite students of the Star Mastermind Department that Paladin Academy sent out this time. Xiaofan looked at Duan Lingtian, Gu Xian, and the others as he introduced them with a smile. Oh. The middle-aged general called General He, or in other words, the general that commanded the entire border army of relentless thriving city, swept his gaze past Duan Lingtian and the others. When his gaze descended onto Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, it slightly focused. In his impression, Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students at this age seemed to be only first or second-year students, right? Such young students, even if they came to the battlefield, seemed to be unable to be of any help. After all, according to past practice, Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students would only start to deeply research and comprehend military strategies when they reached 4th year and above. In next to no time, his expression froze. Because he saw Duan Lingtian. This person ought to be at most 18 years old, right? General He frowned as he looked at the youth before him. Wasn't Paladin Academy taking this too lightly? Yes. When Duan Lingtian saw General He's expression, he naturally knew that General He was looking down on him because of his young age. He didn't mind. Time would prove everything. General He, don't look down on this person. He's the most renowned peerless genius in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiaofan looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned as he spoke. Oh. General He pondered for a moment when he heard this, and his gaze abruptly shone. Could it be that he's that Duan Lingtian of the Duan clan? An 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist? Exactly. Xiaofan lightly nodded. Excuse me. After knowing Duan Lingtian's background, General He's gaze when looking at Duan Lingtian was completely different. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't have much research in the Tao of Mastermind, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao was sufficient to make him admire him. Cloud Continent had always been a world where the strong were respected. As far as he was concerned, an 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist would surely be a great evil when he matured in the future. Greetings, General He. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the middle-aged general before him. Since the general was courteous, he naturally wouldn't be disrespectful. You're General He? General He Wei-in? Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out. It was Gu Xian who stood at the side that spoke. This is? He Wei-in was slightly surprised that the young man with an extraordinary bearing before him was able to call out his name. General He, I've heard my father say since long ago that you're a pillar of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. These past few years, it was all because of General He that the northwest border was able to defend against the numerous attacks of the southern Champion Kingdom. Gu Xian lightly smiled as he spoke slowly. You really know how to flatter. Xiao Sun grunted in a low voice and spoke with a voice that was like a mosquito. Little brother, you're too kind. I don't dare accept your praise. The northwest border being able to defend these past few years was mostly because of the divine might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Lord Nye Yuan. I wonder who your father is? Although He Weiyan was modest, he still had a smile on his face from the praise. Gu Yuting is my father. Gu Xian had a refined and courteous appearance. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile. He was able to discern. This Gu Xian intentionally flattered this General He and did so much foreshadowing for the sake of this moment. Prime Minister Gu. He Weiyan was instantly greatly shocked when he heard this. So it's the young master of the Prime Minister's family. I've truly been rude. Greetings, young Master Gu. The two middle-aged scholars that stood at the side couldn't help but be moved, and they bowed to Gu Xian together. For a time, Gu Xian became the center of attention in the entire tent. Although Gu Xian's words were modest, the arrogance and complacency on his face was something that anyone could discern. I've long since heard that young Master Gu has inherited the wisdom of the Lord Prime Minister. Since you're able to come assist our army this time, it looks like our army's plan to breach the southern barbaric city is just around the corner. He Weiyan laughed heartily. As for the two middle-aged scholars, they flattered one after another as well. General He and the two strategists are too kind. How can I compare to my father? Gu Xian smiled modestly, but his eyes were filled with complacency as he occasionally swept his gaze past Duan Lingtian, wanting to show off his prowess in front of Duan Lingtian. But he instead noticed with embarrassment that Duan Lingtian didn't even look at him from the beginning until the end. It was as if Duan Lingtian disdained all of this. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian secretly gnashed his teeth in hatred, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard what He Weiyan said. Breach the southern barbaric city? It looked like the arrival of the reinforcements this time had greatly increased the morale of the Crimson Sky Kingdom side, and they were preparing to turn defense into offense. Young Master Gu, everyone, please come forward and take a look at the layout of the southern barbaric city. See if there's any way to smoothly breach the southern barbaric city and spread the might of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Meanwhile, He Weiyan had returned to the side of the layout of the southern barbaric city, and at the same time, he invited the group of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students to come forward. Instantly, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Lingtian, stood forward. For a time, the surroundings of the layout became crowded. There were even 3 Star Mastermind Department senior students that were unable to squeeze forward. Humph. Gu Xian coldly grunted when he saw Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrive before the model, then said in disdain, "Those first-year students, stop seizing positions here and pretending to know when you don't, right? Don't you see that there are still 3 fifth-year students squeezed behind you?" You. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces went grim when they heard Gu Xian's ridicule, and they both glared angrily at Gu Xian. Duan Lingtian had only just glanced at the layout of the southern barbaric city when he heard what Gu Xian said, and he slowly raised his head to glance coldly and indifferently at Gu Xian. In this way, young Master Gu feels that we're unable to help. Whereas you two are able to come up with a plan and assist the army in breaching the southern barbaric city in one go? Of course. There's no difference between having the 3 of you and not having the 3 of you. Gu Xian had a proud expression as he spoke bluntly. Young Master Gu, this place doesn't seem to be your Prime Minister's estate, right? Aren't your actions a bit trying to usurp the role of the host? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Humph. I'm only thinking of the overall situation. General He, what do you think? Shouldn't the 3 of them give way to the other 3 fifth-year students of our Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department? Gu Xian glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain, then looked at He Weiyan. He Weiyan looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated for a moment before an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Little brother Lingtian, why don't you too, he did indeed admire Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao. But coming up with a plan for the army and war had nothing to do with natural talent in the martial Tao. At the same time, he didn't think that these 3 first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department would have any good plans. I understand. Duan Lingtian spoke out to interrupt He Weiyan, then nodded and used his gaze to stop Xiaofan, who was about to speak, before calling out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, since this place doesn't need us, then there's no need for us to stay here. What do you two think? Let's go. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun snorted coldly, then left the tent with Duan Lingtian. Xiaofan swept Gu Xian with his gaze, and a trace of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. This Gu Xian said Duan Lingtian was useless? Could it be that he could think of a brilliant plan like crossing the sea by deception? Chapter 207. After leaving the tent, Xiao Sun had an indignant expression. Duan Lingtian, that Gu Xian has gone too far. A trace of a bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he smiled. Xiao Sun, some people want to bring disgrace upon themselves. Why be angry with him? Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu were both stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, as they didn't understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Do you think it's so easy to take down southern barbaric city? Just wait for that Gu Xian to make a fool of himself. Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of disdain. Earlier, although he'd only glanced at the layout of southern barbaric city, he'd already understood it clearly. He knew clearly in his heart that even with the Crimson Wyrm army as reinforcements, it would still be extremely difficult to take down southern barbaric city. Not only that, southern barbaric city was a natural stronghold, and if they were unable to take it in one go, they would suffer an extremely great loss. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun seemed to understand when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Half a month later, the Crimson Sky Kingdom prepared to send out troops to attack southern barbaric city. As expected, Gu Xian became the strategist for this battle. Duan Lingtian, that Gu Xian is about to follow the army to command. How can you still sleep? Xiao Sun had an anxious expression when he saw Duan Lingtian lying on the bed in the middle of the day. What are you anxious about? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu were slightly speechless towards Duan Lingtian's reaction. Only 3 days later, when the army that went to attack southern barbaric city 15 kilometers away returned, did they finally understand the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words that day. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was attacking Southern Champion Kingdom. Southern barbaric city was as steady as Mount Tai. Whereas the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the 10,000 Crimson Wyrm army retreated in time under the lead of Xiaofan, and only a portion of them suffered light injuries. Whereas the 300 General Galaxy students of Paladin Academy followed the Crimson Wyrm army and returned alive. The Border Army, however, suffered over 10,000 casualties. Duan Lingtian, you were so confident half a month ago. Could it be that you've already determined that it's impossible for Gu Xian to command the breaching of southern barbaric city? Xiao Sun was also greatly shocked and he heard this news. He looked towards Duan Lingtian and asked. Humph. It isn't so easy to breach southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian said calmly. When he saw the layout of southern barbaric city at that time, he knew that unless he utilized the 36 stratagems of taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, sneaking around, and borrowing arrows from straw boats, otherwise, it would be impossible to break through southern barbaric city. As for these 3 stratagems of the 36 stratagems, even that Gu Xian probably wouldn't be able to think of them even in his dreams. If it were you, would you have a solution? Xiao Sun's eyes lit up as he asked. What do you think? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he replied with a question. At this moment, Xiaofan could clearly sense the strong confidence Duan Lingtian displayed, and he knew that Duan Lingtian surely had a solution. Duan Lingtian, isn't it slightly inappropriate for you to do this? Since you had a solution, why didn't you speak of it that day? Xiao Yu, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, frowned. After all, the border army had lost over 10,000 people this time. Those were all living beings. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Xiao Yu, you were present at the incident last time and saw it clearly. It's fine that Gu Xian intentionally squeezed us out, but in the end, that general he actually believed what he said and asked us to leave. Do you think that at that time, even if I said I had a way to breach southern barbaric city, would that general he believe me? Would those two strategists believe me? So, the death of those 10,000 plus soldiers. If you want to blame someone, then you can only blame General He and Gu Xian. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he had a cold smile on his face. Of course, there were still some things that Duan Lingtian didn't say. Before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army set out to battle this time, Xiaofan had come to look for him and told him of Gu Xian's scheme. At that time, Duan Lingtian had discerned that the scheme had two obvious flaws. However, an ordinary person was utterly unable to discern those two flaws, and even if he reminded them, others wouldn't believe him. However, so long as a critical moment arrived, those two flaws would surely be exposed. So, he reminded Xiaofan. So long as he noticed that the situation was bad, he should immediately lead the Crimson Wyrm army to retreat from the battlefield without the slightest hesitation. If it wasn't for him reminding Xiaofan, it would be impossible for the 10,000 plus soldiers of the Crimson Wyrm army to return in one piece. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, and he knew that what Duan Lingtian said made sense. He smiled apologetically to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I shouldn't have scolded you, I was too impulsive. It's fine. After all, that's over 10,000 lives. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't mind. Humph. That Gu Xian was so arrogant and conceited that day. Let's see if he dares to be so complacent this time. Supposedly, after they returned today, they stayed within the central tent. Gu Xian's expression is probably as unsightly as it can be right now. Xiaofan grunted coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. The defeat this time can be said to be the responsibility of him alone. It's all because something went wrong with his scheme. A trace of coldness flashed within Xiao Yu's eyes. That Gu Xian has completely lost face for the Prime Minister's estate this time. Even if Prime Minister Gu knew of this, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. A few words and a lousy scheme caused the death of over 10,000 officers. I'm afraid only that Gu Xian is capable of doing this. I still remember the flattering appearance of General He and the two strategists when they were in front of Gu Xian that day. They even said that Gu Xian had inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom. I'm really curious, what sort of expression will they have when they face Gu Xian once more? As Xiaofan finished speaking, although he didn't have any intention of disrespecting the over 10,000 officers and soldiers that had died, he still slightly took pleasure in their misfortune. Presently, the expressions of He Weiyan and the two strategists under his command were naturally unsightly. 11,352 of our brothers have died. Within the spacious tent, He Weiyan's expression was extremely unsightly, and he had an ashamed and resentful expression as he looked at Gu Xian, who had an unsightly expression, as if he'd forgotten Gu Xian's distinguished identity. Gu Xian, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Our border army fully cooperated with your scheme, but over 10,000 of our people were cheated and killed by the Southern Champion Kingdom. Didn't you say that your scheme was foolproof? He Weiyan's face was crimson red, and he burst into rage. He Weiyan was able to possess his current status and make an army of 100,000 submit to him, and he'd relied on himself to climb step by step to get to where he was today. Normally, he was even famous for cherishing his subordinates. Once, a centurion under his command was assassinated by someone from the southern champion kingdom that had infiltrated relentless thriving city. He went to the southern champion kingdom by himself and infiltrated southern barbaric city to kill 2 of their kiliarchs. After that incident, he was called Madman He by the people of the southern barbaric kingdom. Since then, the people of the southern barbaric kingdom didn't dare carry out assassinations again. He Weiyan, this young master has already said that it was the people of the southern champion kingdom that were too cunning. Gu Xian's face sank as he repeated himself. The people of the southern champion kingdom were too cunning? What excuse was this? Pooh! He Weiyan was angered to the point his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he pointed at Gu Xian and roared with grief and indignation. Gu Xian, if it wasn't for you being the son of the Lord Prime Minister, you've caused the death of over 10,000 of my brothers, and just this crime alone would cause you to die for sure today. This time, if it was one of his strategists that had cheated over 10,000 officers to death, he would have directly attacked and killed that strategists long ago. But Gu Xian's background was too strong, otherwise, he would absolutely not allow Gu Xian to live for even a second longer. What? You still want to kill me? Gu Xian's face sank as he sneered. It's only 10,000 lowly lives, do you think they can compare to this young master's noble life? Presently, various pressures descended onto Gu Xian, causing him to be on the verge of collapse and almost lose all reason. If it was the usual him, he would surely not speak such words in an occasion like this. What did you say? He Weiyan's face went grim as he was angered to the point of repeatedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the killing intent on his body couldn't be suppressed any longer and was on the verge of bursting out. The eyes of Xiaofan, who hadn't spoken all along, went cold, and he kicked out, directly sending Gu Xian flying. He coldly shouted, "Gu Xian, you caused the death of so many brothers. Not only did you not apologize, you actually said such heartless words. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of Prime Minister Gu. Xiaofan, you dare touch me?" Gu Xian stood up, his eyes went cold as hatred shot into the sky. Big brother Gu Xian. The 2 Paladin Academy Star Mastermind Department students that had always been by Gu Xian's side hurriedly stopped Gu Xian, and they had bitter smiles on their faces. What? You two think it's my fault as well? Gu Xian's face sank. Big brother Gu Xian, what you said earlier was indeed going too far. That's right. That's 10,000 lives. The 2 of them laughed bitterly. At this moment, Gu Xian took a deep breath and calmed down, realizing that he was indeed too impulsive earlier. However, it was impossible for him to apologize and admit his mistake. He was the son of the Prime Minister, a high and mighty existence. How could he easily apologize to another? Kill Gu Xian. Make him pay with his life for the lives of over 10,000 brothers. Kill Gu Xian. Pay with his life. Right at this moment, deafening voices resounded throughout the entire campsite with a vast momentum. Gu Xian's face went grim. Xiaofan frowned and walked out in large strides. With a glance. Only now did Xiaofan notice that besides the 10,000+ officers of the Crimson Wyrm army under his command, the remaining 90,000 officers of the Border Army were all gathered around this tent, and all of them had faces full of rage. They had come to take revenge for the deaths of over 10,000 brothers. What son of the Prime Minister? They didn't care. They only wanted to use Gu Xian's fresh blood to comfort the souls of their 10,000 brothers in heaven. If you don't want to die, it's best if you don't go out. He Weiyan's icy cold gaze swept past Gu Xian, who was terrified to the point his face went pale and his legs were trembling. He took a deep breath and walked out of the tent with crimson-red eyes. General. Right at the instant He Weiyan walked out of the tent, the 90,000 officers outside the tent directly knelt on the ground. Bang! 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 It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were collapsing. I've let down my dead brothers. The tears in He Wei-An's eyes couldn't be restrained any longer when he saw this scene. Men don't easily shed tears, and it's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. General, it's not your fault, it's all Gu Xian's fault. Exactly, if it wasn't for him asking the brothers to go deep, those brothers wouldn't have died. He asked the brothers to give their lives away. We suspect that he's a spy from the Southern Champion Kingdom. Kill him. Kill him. The crowd of border army officers were in high spirits. Chapter 208. When Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked out of the tent together, they were shocked as well. A dense mass of nearly 90,000 officers and soldiers knelt before the central tent with mixed feelings of grief and indignation. Waves of voices swept out and practically spread throughout the entire Relentless Thriving City, causing Relentless Thriving City to seem as if it was enveloped in a layer of haze. The residents of Relentless Thriving City were now gathered in the streets and alleys, and all of them had dejected expressions. I originally thought that since the Crimson Wyrm army had arrived, they would surely be able to cooperate with the border army to dampen the spirit of the Southern Champion Kingdom. But I never imagined that they would actually return in crushing defeat. Humph. This matter isn't related to the Crimson Wyrm army in the slightest. It was entirely that bullshit military advisor who blindly commanded, causing the border army to lose over 10,000 officers and soldiers. How do you know? I have a cousin brother in the border army, and now he and his brothers are asking General He for orders to kill that bullshit military advisor. A military advisor caused the death of over 10,000 officers and soldiers. He deserves death. Why does he still need to ask for orders? That military advisor's identity isn't simple. He's the son of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister, and his name is Gu Xian. All over Shaoxing City, similar remarks were being spread everywhere. For a time, the crowd outside was in an impassioned mood. He Wei-An stood before the central tent with teary eyes as he looked at the nearly 90,000 officers and soldiers before him with a mournful expression, and for a moment, he was speechless. General. If you're worried that Gu Xian is the son of the Prime Minister, then we can make a move ourselves. We're not afraid. Right. We're not afraid. General, even though casualties can't be avoided when marching to war. This time, if we kill over 10,000 of the Southern Champion Kingdom soldiers, then we'll admit it. But this time, over 10,000 of our brothers have died, whereas the Southern Champion Kingdom's casualties are less than 1,000. Our brothers can't die for nothing. The eyes of the group of officers and soldiers were crimson red as their imposing auras shot into the sky. Over 10,000 of our own people have died, whereas the enemy's casualties are less than 1,000? Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he expected that Gu Xian's plan wouldn't work, he never expected that it would be such a trap. He knew clearly in his heart. Even if this Gu Xian was able to survive today, he would probably go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Not to mention inheriting the position of Prime Minister. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were also stunned. Previously, they only knew that the Crimson Sky Kingdom side had lost tens of thousands of soldiers, but they didn't know the exact losses of the other side. Now that he had heard of the other party's losses, he was momentarily speechless. More than 10,000 people died in exchange for less than 1,000 lives. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. This Gu Xian deserves to die. Xiao Sun's face sank. More than 10,000 strong men were killed by Gu Xian just like that. It was simply an act that angered both man and God. In the central tent, Gu Xian's face was pale as he sat on the ground. His legs were weak and he couldn't stand up for a long time. He could feel the anger of the border army soldiers outside. He had no doubt that if he ran out at this time, he would definitely be torn to pieces. I want to leave this place, I want to leave this place." Suddenly, Gu Xian's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed onto his last life-saving straw. "Brother Gu Xian, you, go out and apologize." The two people who had been following Gu Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. "Apologize?" Gu Xian's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold. "You want me to apologize?" "Impossible." Outside, no matter how He Weiyan tried to persuade them, the group of soldiers were unwilling to retreat. "If Gu Xian doesn't die, we'll kneel and never get up." "Right. If Gu Xian doesn't die, we'll kneel and never get up." The tone of the group of soldiers was resolute. In the end, He Weiyan really didn't know how to persuade them. He could only look at the nearby Xiaofan for help, wanting to see if Xiaofan had any ideas. Xiaofan nodded to He Weiyan and stood out. "Brothers, I'm the Crimson Wirm Army's commander, Xiaofan." Xiaofan looked at the nearly 90,000 soldiers of the border army with a sorrowful expression. "I, General He, am as sorrowful as all of you towards the over 10,000 brothers that died in the war. But the dead are gone. Why are all of you still making things difficult for General He? I guarantee all of you that as long as all of you stand up now and return, we'll expel Gu Xian from relentless thriving city and make him fuck off back to the imperial city. Also, within 3 days at most, we'll send troops out again to take revenge for the over 10,000 brothers that died." Xiaofan's voice was resolute. Seeing the group of border army soldiers seeming to be indifferent, Xiaofan continued. "I know that all of you are doubtful of my promise. But all of you saw yesterday's matter with your own 2 eyes. Do all of you know why I was able to notice the change in the situation in time and lead the over 10,000 brothers of the Crimson Wirm army to cover everyone's retreat?" Xiaofan's words caused the gazes of the border army soldiers present to abruptly light up as they looked at Xiaofan. Xiaofan continued. "Actually, this wasn't because I had foresight, but because there was a student from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department who reminded me before I set out. If I noticed a certain situation, I must resolutely retreat." "General Nia, didn't all the students from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department participate in the planning of this war strategy? Since he knew beforehand that there was a flaw, why didn't he speak of it in time to avoid this disaster?" A military advisor standing behind He Weiyan frowned and was slightly angry. He wasn't within the tent at that time, nor did he participate in the planning. Xiaofan looked at this military advisor with a calm gaze. Could it be? He Weiyan seemed to have thought of something and his pupils constricted. He still didn't dare believe it. If it was really like that, then he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance when he suddenly heard Xiaofan's words and noticed that Xiaofan was looking at him. He knew that Xiaofan was surely planning to sell him out. Duan Lingtian shook his head and brought along the puzzled Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun as he walked over in large strides to stand by Xiaofan's side. "It's you guys." The expressions of the 2 military advisors behind He Weiyan went grim and their eyes revealed disbelief. Could it be that the Star Mastermind Department student commander Nia spoke of that reminded him was these 3 Grade 1 students? The Grade 1 students that were disdained and expelled by them that day? Their expressions became slightly unsightly. "This person beside me is the peerless genius that gave rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom recently," Duan Lingtian. "Others only know that Brother Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao is peerless, but they don't know that he also has an extremely brilliant and unique understanding of war strategy. Before I left for the expedition, it was he who told me to be on guard against 2 situations, and that if one of them appeared, I must retreat at the first possible moment. At the beginning, I thought that he was exaggerating about those 2 situations, but only when one of them really appeared did I realize that his initial judgment was wrong. So, I made a prompt decision to lead the Crimson Wirm army officers to cover your retreat. Otherwise, you wouldn't have only lost over 10,000 brothers, but even 30,000, 40,000, or even 50,000. Xiaofan's voice was loud and extremely infectious. General Xiaofan, you saved us, and we're all grateful to you. But, there's something I don't understand. Since this little brother is also a Star Mastermind Department student, and since he saw through the flaw in the strategy Gu Xian formulated, why do we still carry out the attack according to Gu Xian's strategy? The captain of the border army that knelt at the front asked the question that was on the minds of most people present. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stood out. I can tell you this. For a moment, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was narrating a matter that had nothing to do with him. That day, the two behind me and I had originally participated in the strategic planning against the southern barbaric city. But, later on, Gu Xian said that we would only be in the way and be completely useless. Without us, he would still have the confidence to breach the southern barbaric city. At that time, your general He's mind was confused by Gu Xian's words, and he felt that we were young, and felt that we were only grade 1 students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, so he expelled us. Later on, although I saw through the flaw in Gu Xian's strategy, if that flaw didn't go through actual combat, it would be difficult for others to believe. Moreover, with our status at that time, even if we said it, no one would believe us. Duan Lingtian slowly spoke. I can testify to this. Xiaofan added. At that time, even I didn't really believe the so-called flaw that Brother Ling Tian spoke of. Otherwise, would absolutely not let my 10,000 plus brothers of the Crimson Wirm army take the risk. Duan Lingtian's words caused torrential flames of rage to accumulate within the hearts of the group of border army soldiers. Xiaofan's words were like a fuse that ignited their flames of rage, causing them to completely erupt. It's that Gu Xian again. You don't have the ability, yet you're still jealous of talent and squeezing out this brother Ling Tian who's both intelligent and courageous. For a moment, the group of border army soldiers all spoke with grief and indignation. Thump. Suddenly, the scene went deathly silent, and only the sound of kneeling could be heard. It was He Weiyan who had a flushed face as he knelt before the group of soldiers. Brothers, I didn't consider this matter thoroughly. It's all my, He Weiyan's, fault. General He, why do you have to be like this? You were instigated by others. After all, with our age and experience, no normal person would believe us. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his voice spread out. Exactly, Brother Ling Tian is right, this matter has nothing to do with the general. It has nothing to do with the general. The group of soldiers all spoke out in loud voices. He Weiyan's eyes emitted a trace of gratitude when he saw Duan Lingtian speaking up for him, and he had a face full of guilt. Duan Lingtian. Within the tent, Gu Xian gnashed his teeth with a face full of hatred. Wasn't Duan Lingtian pushing all the responsibility onto him by saying this? Although, he had to admit that it was indeed his responsibility. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's words sounded out from outside, causing Gu Xian's gaze to light up. Chapter 209. I believe that all of you don't want anything to happen to General He as well, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the group of soldiers before him. Instantly, the scene was deathly silent. The nearly 90,000 soldiers had now gone silent. All right. Everyone, today, in front of everyone, Duan Lingtian, make a military pledge. 3 days from now, our side will surely breach the southern barbaric city and directly attack the enemy's stronghold to take revenge for the 10,000 plus brothers that have died. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly louder, and his momentum shot into the sky like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian's words caused the eyes of the nearly 90,000 soldiers to light up. Now, they didn't dare underestimate this violet-clothed youth. This was a figure that had once seen through the flaws in the battle strategy formulated by Gu Xian. With Xiaofan as a witness, they firmly believed this without the slightest doubt. All of you stand up. Properly recuperate and accumulate strength. 3 days from now, we'll attack the southern barbaric city and wash away our humiliation. Duan Lingtian's voice abruptly became louder, and it was extremely infectious. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, the nearly 90,000 border army soldiers that were kneeling on the ground stood up one after another, and all of them had excited expressions. Wash away our humiliation. Wash away our humiliation. Amidst the mighty and excited shouts, the nearly 90,000 soldiers all retreated. At this moment, no one present dared underestimate the violet-clothed youth that stood there. If he's able to continue staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then he'll surely be a figure on the same level as the Divine Might Marquis in the future. No, he might even surpass the Divine Might Marquis. He Weiyan was slightly moved when he saw the group of brothers under his command being persuaded to retreat by Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted reverence. This youth had obtained his respect. This kid. He's stolen my limelight. Xiaofan's brows raised, then he shook his head and laughed as he muttered to himself. General He, send some unrelated people away. Otherwise, I won't have the mood to discuss strategy with all of you. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto He Weiyan, and it seemed as if he was referring to something. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. He Weiyan nodded and returned to the tent. He looked at Gu Xian and said, Young Master Gu, I'll arrange a horse for you immediately. Please leave. Then why aren't you making the arrangements? Gu Xian glared. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. Right now, he only wanted to return to the imperial city and live his life as a young master. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. Xiaofan looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed. You didn't see the faces of General He and those two strategists just now. It was as marvelous as marvelous. However, you didn't tell us that you also reminded Commander Nia of the flaws in Gu Xian's strategy. Don't you know now? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and didn't know what to say for a long time. In the end, he could only spit out 2 words, pervert. Soon, Gu Xian appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. Humph. Gu Xian coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze and sneered. Duan Lingtian, don't think I'll be grateful to you. Also, don't be complacent. You're just a grade 1 student of the Star Mastermind department. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You think you can think of a way to breach southern barbaric city? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Xiaofan couldn't watch any longer and ridiculed. That's still better than some people's lousy strategy that cheated over 10,000 soldiers to death. I'm really curious, what will happen if His Majesty the Emperor finds out about this? At that time, even if the Prime Minister is able to save your life, the punishment shouldn't be light, right? You. Gu Xian was angered by Xiaofan to the point his face went pale. Young Master Gu, you can leave now, right at this moment, He Weiyan's cold and indifferent voice sounded out. Gu Xian glared angrily at Xiaofan, then his icy cold gaze swept past Duan Lingtian once more before leaving. He really got off easy. Xiaofan's face sank when he saw Gu Xian leave. That might not be the case. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a mysterious and unfathomable expression. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan walked side by side into the tent. He Weiyan and the 2 strategists walked in as well. Presently, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by everyone like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Brother Lingtian, I apologize for what happened last time. He Weiyan looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression. General He, there's no need to be like this. I've already said that you were prejudiced by the interference of some people. Coupled with my age, it's extremely difficult to convince others. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled with an indifferent expression. Brother Ling Tian has such bearing at such an age, you'll surely be a peerless figure in the future. He Weiyan spoke in admiration. General He, there's no need to be courteous with me. Let's get down to business. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the model layout of the southern barbaric city before him. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, and he slowly spoke as he pointed. He had the imposing manner of passing judgment on the world. In his previous life, Duan Ling Tian had ingeniously used the 36 stratagems that had been passed down since ancient times in the Hua nation on Earth, such as taking drastic measures to deal with the situation and borrowing arrows with straw boats. Before long, almost everyone present was immersed in the stratagems that Duan Ling Tian formulated. After a long time. Wonderful. Too wonderful. Especially this grass boat borrowing arrows, it fully utilized the wide moat outside the southern barbaric city. We originally didn't have many bows and arrows, and if we used bows and arrows to forcefully attack, we could only hold on for a while. But now it's different, we can completely take their arrows for our own use. He Weiyan had been in the army for many years and had abundant experience. His acute sense of smell told him that with the combination of these three stratagems, as long as he grasped the right timing, he would surely be able to take down the southern barbaric city. The other two strategists reacted as well, and they looked at Duan Ling Tian as they respectfully bowed. Brother Ling Tian is a genius. Xiaofan glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. The shock in his heart wasn't any less than He Weiyan's group of three. Although he'd seen Duan Ling Tian's stratagem of crossing the sea by deception, he never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be able to think of so many brilliant stratagems. Moreover, the three brilliant stratagems that Duan Ling Tian spoke of now were even more closely linked. Including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, all the Star Mastermind Department students looked at the violet-clothed youth before them in disbelief. They even wished for nothing more than to break open the youth's head and see what was actually inside. Even the two people who were originally by Gu Xian's side and had always been hostile towards Duan Ling Tian could see admiration in each other's eyes when they glanced at each other. The stratagem that we formulated today is only a rough idea. Once we're on the battlefield, we'll have to improvise according to the situation. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised when he saw the shock on everyone's faces. The 36 stratagems were the treasures that were passed down from the ancient ancestors of China on Earth in his previous life. If used properly, one would be invincible in battle. I believe that with Brother Ling Tian commanding us, we'll surely be able to obtain a great victory. A smile appeared on He Weiyan's face as well, and his eyes seemed to be slightly excited. Because he could finally take revenge for the 10,000+ brothers that had died under his command. Then we'll depart 3 days later. Our Crimson Wyrm army will be in charge of the assault, and your border army will be in charge of the frontal assault. Xiaofan nodded as well and made the decision. In next to no time, everyone dispersed one after another. 3 days later, they'd set out for southern barbaric city and wash away their previous disgrace. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Ling Tian when he'd just returned to the tent and asked. Duan Ling Tian, what the heck is in your head? Taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, sneaking around, borrowing money with straw boats. I've never heard of these stratagems before. How did you think of them? Also, when Gu Xian left, what did you mean when you said that might not be the case? Duan Ling Tian shrugged. Xiao Sun, how do you want me to answer you with so many questions? I can't be bothered with you. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly. Xiao Yu, however, seemed to have long since known that this would be the outcome, so he didn't ask a single word. Even so, the gaze he looked at Duan Ling Tian with was extremely complicated. Perhaps, being able to become friends with Duan Ling Tian in this lifetime could be considered as his greatest gain and honor. Outside relentless thriving city, a fine horse galloped out. A young man in a slightly sorry state ceaselessly clamped his legs onto the horse's belly, and the horsewhip in his hand didn't stop, ceaselessly spurring the horse beneath him to speed up without end. After galloping for a few kilometers, the young man noticed that the speed of the horse beneath him had slowed down. In next to no time, the horse directly fell down, foaming at the mouth and not making a sound. Obviously, it had been poisoned to death. The young man's face went grim as he faintly realized that there was something strange about this matter. Right at this moment. Giddy up! Giddy up! 10 tall horses galloped over, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the young man in the center. On the 10 horses were 10 middle-aged men in casual clothes, and they were currently staring at the young man with cold and indifferent expressions. Their eyes flickered with bloodthirsty killing intent. You all. I know you, you're a captain of the border army. And you're a captain as well. The young man felt that these people were familiar at the beginning, and in next to no time, he recalled them. These people had respectfully obeyed his orders on the battlefield yesterday and led the army to attack southern barbaric city. Young Master Gu, when you're on the road to hell, remember to apologize to our 10,000+ brothers. One of the captains that was recognized shot an icy cold gaze at the young man, as if he was looking at a dead man. You all. How audacious of you. I'm the son of the Prime Minister, you all dare touch me? The young man was precisely Gu Xian. Gu Xian never imagined that after escaping relentless thriving city, he would actually encounter the border army's pursuit, and his expression was incomparably unsightly. The son of the Prime Minister? Another captain sneered. If it wasn't for you being the son of the Prime Minister, do you think you'd be able to walk out of our campsite? If it wasn't for us being worried that the general would be implicated, do you think we would be so kind as to let you leave? That's over 10,000 lives. As he finished speaking, this captain was slightly hysterical. You all can't kill me. You can't kill me. So long as you don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want. Glory, splendor, wealth, a group of beauties, I can give you anything you want. Gu Xian was afraid, he was truly afraid. Chapter 210. Do you think that the lives of over 10,000 of our brothers can be measured by other things? Another captain spoke out with a cold and indifferent voice, and his body even emitted dense killing intent. If something happens to me, aren't you afraid my father will look for trouble with your border army? Gu Xian's face sank when he saw the 10 captains remaining indifferent. Since the soft approach didn't work, he used the hard approach. Instantly, all the captains looked at each other, and in the end, they couldn't refrain from laughing. Young Master Gu, everyone knows that our general has already let you go, and you've left relentless thriving city. Do you think that even if you died outside, this matter would implicate our general? Others would only think that you encountered bandits on the way and were robbed of your wealth and life. So, young Master Gu, you don't have to worry about our general. The captains mocked him all at once, causing Gu Xian's face to become more and more unsightly. He naturally knew that what these people said was true. Now, he regretted it. He shouldn't have left the border army's campsite. Even if he was shameless, he should have stayed at the border army's campsite and waited for the Crimson Wirm army to return with him. At the very least, he would be able to keep his life like this. No. Don't kill me. Gu Xian's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted deep terror. But unfortunately, no matter how he begged for mercy, under the hands of the 10 extremely furious captains, he was unable to escape death in the end. Even if he was a third-level Origin Core stage martial artist. But before these 10 captains of the border army that were like wolves and tigers, he was still unable to withstand a single blow. Gu Xian was killed as expected, and his corpse was buried in the wilderness. Perhaps it would never be discovered by anyone. They're rather nimble. Deep into the night, relentless thriving city, at an inconspicuous corner of the border army's campsite, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Presently, there were two other people standing before Duan Lingtian. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang. Duan Lingtian had just found out about the matter of Gu Xian being killed from Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Perhaps, even those 10 captains of the border army never imagined that everything they did was seen by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Humph. That Gu Xian's death isn't worth regretting. When Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang mentioned Gu Xian, they were extremely angry. They were all high-ranking officers in the army, and they were also furious at the fact that Gu Xian had killed tens of thousands of border soldiers. Alright, it's all in the past. Just wait for the show in 3 days. A confident expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 3 days later. Shaoxing City once again dispatched troops towards the direction of the Southern Dynasty Kingdom to attack the southern barbarian city that was 15 kilometers away. Infantry made up more than half of the border army, so the Crimson Wyrm army and the border army combined to form an army of 100,000 still required an entire day's time to head to southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward and walked at the front with Xiaofan and Huiyin. They set out early in the morning, and as the sun set in the west, the 100,000-strong army arrived outside a mountain range. The Hengduan Mountains in the distance attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The Hengduan mountain range seemed to have been forcefully split open by an almighty with unparalleled strength. Brother Lingtian will arrive at southern barbaric city after crossing this Hengduan mountain range. We'll be resting on the other side of the Hengduan mountain range tonight. Huiyin reminded. Duan Lingtian nodded, but his gaze never left the Hengduan mountain range. What? Brother Lingtian is interested in this Hengduan mountain range? Huiyin asked with a smile. I feel that the ravine in the middle of this mountain range doesn't seem to be naturally formed. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Brother Lingtian, there's a legend in our northwest border. According to the legend, a very very long time ago, 2 experts had once descended here and started a great battle that shook the heavens and the earth. In the end, one of the experts made a move and slashed this mountain range apart with a single strike of his saber. Whereas the ravine in the middle of the Hengduan mountain range, which is this path, was precisely slashed open by that expert with a single strike of his saber. Huiyin slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. This legend was most likely true. Moreover, the strength of that expert wasn't weak. Who knows how many years have passed since that expert made a move? That expert has probably already transformed into a pile of dirt. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In Cloud Continent, even if someone as strong as Emperor Wu had a long lifespan, there would still be an end to it. After passing through the ravine in the middle of the mountain range, the army of 100,000 arrived at the other side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, the sky had already gradually darkened. The army of 100,000 set up numerous tents on the spot. Night descended. Duan Lingtian, sleep early. We still have to attack the southern barbaric city tomorrow morning. Xiaofan informed Duan Lingtian before returning to his tent and lying down to rest. Xiaoyu followed in as well. They were slightly anticipating the battle to attack the city tomorrow in their hearts. Duan Lingtian, however, wasn't sleepy. Their tent was close to the side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto a nearby enormous rock. There was a pool of liquid on the enormous rock. The liquid was crimson in color, and this was a pure color. This. Duan Lingtian walked over, dipped a trace of the liquid, and brought it close to his nose to smell it. It's wine. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed that when the smell of wine entered his nose, it actually caused the origin energy in his body to become turbulent. This isn't an ordinary wine. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he started searching for related records in the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Within Cloud Continent, there weren't many wines that had an effect on origin energy. Especially a wine that appeared in a remote mountain forest like this. In the end, Duan Ling Tian locked onto one of the wines. Monkey wine. Monkey wine was usually brewed from the ferocious beast, stone monkey, and was brewed by the stone monkey by gathering treasures of heaven and earth. When consumed by martial artists below the void prying stage, it was greatly helpful to their cultivation. Normally, this wine would only appear in places where stone monkeys appeared. Even if it was Samsara Emperor Wu who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, he'd only encountered stone monkeys in 5 places and seized monkey wine. Moreover, his cultivation was already at the void prying stage at that time, and seizing the monkey wine from the stone monkeys was only for the sake of tasting the strength of the monkey wine. Looks like it's very likely that stone monkeys exist within this Hengduan mountain range. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he silently flashed out and searched all along the way, and he noticed some scattered traces of monkey wine. According to his guess, there ought to be stone monkeys that came here to drink monkey wine. Before long, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the foot of a mountain at the side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was already extremely far away from the place where the army of 100,000 was garrisoned. Young Master. 2 figures silently appeared by Duan Ling Tian's side. They were slightly curious. What did the young master come here for in the middle of the night? Could it be that he wants to enter the Hengduan mountain range? Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang, how much do the 2 of you know about this place? Duan Ling Tian asked Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Zhang Qian pondered for a moment, then said, Young Master, according to what we know, there are groups of wild beasts within this Hengduan mountain range, and there are many fierce beasts as well. It's even to the extent that there might be nascent soul stage fierce beasts within. As expected. Duan Ling Tian nodded and his eyes lit up. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. There were surely many stone monkeys within this Hengduan mountain range, and there might even be groups of monkeys. My luck isn't bad. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The monkey wine was extremely beneficial to him now. If he was able to obtain the monkey wine, he was confident that he would directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if he broke through to the origin core stage, it wouldn't take too long. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang, come with me. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he moved as if transforming into an incomparably swift spirit serpent that directly flashed up the Hengduan mountain range. Although Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know why Duan Ling Tian would be interested in the Hengduan mountain range, they still followed him. Their duty was to protect Duan Lingtian's safety. After entering the Hengduan mountain range, they naturally encountered many wild beasts and fierce beasts. All of them were easily killed by Duan Lingtian's group of 3. As they continued deeper, they couldn't see any wild beasts anymore. All that pounced at them were fierce beasts, and even with Duan Lingtian's current strength, he still felt pressured. However, with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang present, their forward speed didn't slow down. Finally, within a spacious gorge, Duan Ling Tian noticed traces of stone monkeys. Stone monkeys were different from ordinary apes. Their bodies were extremely small, yet their speed was like lightning. The weakest adult stone monkey had a strength at the origin core stage. Some of the stronger ones were even comparable to nascent soul stage martial artists. That year, Samsara Emperor Wu encountered several groups of stone monkeys, and there were 2 groups of monkey kings that had stepped into the void prying stage and had already transformed into demon beasts. I shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was hiding on a large tree outside the only exit of the gorge. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang followed by Duan Ling Tian's side. At this moment, the 2 of them noticed the location of the stone monkeys, and they had puzzled expressions. Young Master, what kind of monkey is this? Why do I feel that its size is even smaller than ordinary monkeys? Stone monkey. Duan Lingtian said. What? Stone monkey? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted when they heard Duan Lingtian. Although they'd never seen a stone monkey, they'd heard many rumors about it. Stone monkeys were a type of formidable fierce beast. Most importantly, they knew how to brew a type of spirit wine called monkey wine. This type of spirit wine, when consumed by martial artists below the void-prying stage, was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. The lower the cultivation, the more beneficial it was. For example, if a core formation stage martial artist drank the monkey wine, it was very possible for them to directly break through 1 or 2 levels. I never expected that stone monkeys would actually exist in this Hengduan mountain range. Moreover, it's hidden so well. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's eyes shone as they thought about the monkey wine. Don't be careless. According to my current observation, there's a group of stone monkeys in this gorge. There might even be a monkey king among them. Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy, and he wasn't as optimistic as Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Monkey king? Obviously, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know much about stone monkeys. A monkey king might be a fierce beast, but it might also be a demon beast. Even if it's a fierce beast, it's absolutely in existence at the half-step void stage. Chapter 211. Demon Beast? Half-step void stage? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted and they had astonished expressions when they heard this. A demonic beast was undoubtedly equivalent to a true emptiness stage expert. Not to mention a demon beast monkey king, even a half-step void stage monkey king wasn't an existence they could go against. Young master, then will, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and were slightly hesitant. Although the monkey wine was good, it was far from being as important as their lives. Act according to the circumstances. Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang along as they lightly flashed through the trees, and everything within the gorge entered their eyes. They could see those stone monkeys standing in groups of 3 to 5 everywhere. Young master, is that monkey wine? Duan Lingtian looked towards the direction Zhang Qian pointed at. There was a small pond there, and the pond was half filled with liquid. The liquid was crimson red, and it was exactly the same color as the monkey wine in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Right, that's monkey wine. Duan Lingtian nodded. We have to think of a way to steal some monkey wine now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang nodded, as they were extremely interested in the monkey wine as well. How about this, the two of you draw away the surrounding stone monkeys. I'll seize the opportunity to collect the monkey wine, how about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and when he noticed they were slightly hesitant, he instantly scolded with a smile. Do you think I'll harm the two of you? Even the strongest of these stone monkeys is inferior to the two of you. So long as you draw them away at the first possible moment, I can collect the monkey wine. Young master, you can discern their strength? Zhang Qian stared with a face full of astonishment, as he suddenly noticed that this young master was truly omnipotent. The strength of a stone monkey can be determined based on the color of their fur. Look, those 3 stone monkeys have dark yellow fur, and they're minors. Their strength is only at the origin core stage, and they're the youngest amongst these stone monkeys. Those with slightly yellow fur are all adult stone monkeys, and the strongest is at most at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. As for the stone monkeys at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, their fur is slightly closer to dark gold. However, there are no such stone monkeys here. My guess is that the stronger stone monkeys should be in the monkey cave. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone monkeys in the gorge as if he was familiar with them. Young master, you even know this? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were both astonished. They immediately asked, where is the monkey cave? Behind the forest over there, do you see it? Duan Lingtian pointed to the side of the mountain in the distance. There was a cave shrouded in the forest. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Young master, we'll be off then. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at each other, took a deep breath, and said to Duan Lingtian, "Go. Remember, don't hurt them, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Duan Lingtian nodded, but he was a little nervous. Let's take a gamble. He hoped that there was no Monkey King here. Even if there was a Monkey King, he hoped that it was not a demon beast. If it was a demonic beast, I wouldn't be able to escape even if I took the monkey wine. Riches and honor were found in danger. Duan Lingtian was taking a gamble now. Samsara Emperor Wu had encountered groups of stone monkeys many times, but only twice had he encountered a demon beast Monkey King. He didn't believe that his luck was really so good. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang responded. Their figures flashed and appeared before a group of stone monkeys, startling all the stone monkeys in the canyon. The stone monkeys in groups of 3 to 5 obviously didn't expect that humans would appear, and after being stunned for a moment, they pounced towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Even the few stone monkeys that were guarding the pond that contained the monkey wine now chased towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Now is the time. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the group of stone monkeys within the canyon chasing Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang out of the canyon. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's strength exploded out, and 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. At that time, before he broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage, Duan Lingtian already had the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. Half a month ago, he broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage and consumed the dragon blood pill to complete the tempering of his fleshly body, so he had the strength of another 2 ancient mammoths. His current strength was even slightly superior to a first-level origin core stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone when he saw the pond that contained the monkey wine coming closer and closer. Now, the medicinal cauldron appeared in his hand. This was also the only container in his hand. Bang! Duan Lingtian's body descended onto the ground, and he descended beside the small pond. However, right when Duan Lingtian intended to use the medicinal cauldron to collect the monkey wine, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept out and instantly arrived behind him. Duan Lingtian's body froze. I can't be so unlucky, right? The golden figure that flashed by earlier caused traces of coldness to involuntarily arise within Duan Lingtian's heart. When Duan Lingtian turned around, only through the bright moonlight did he notice that a stone monkey that was completely covered in golden fur had appeared before his eyes. This stone monkey was a few times larger than an ordinary stone monkey, and was only slightly shorter than Duan Lingtian. Presently, its pair of golden eyes were staring at Duan Lingtian, and it revealed traces of hostility. Demon. Demon Beast Monkey King. Duan Lingtian's body was slightly stiff. He never imagined that he would really be so unlucky, meeting a Demon Beast Monkey King on his first encounter with a stone monkey. The Demon Beast Monkey King was in existence at the void prying stage. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could discern from the characteristics of the Monkey King before him that this Monkey King wasn't an existence that had just transformed into a demon beast. Its strength was at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, another group of stone monkeys flashed out from the monkey cave and surrounded Duan Lingtian in the center. Amongst these stone monkeys, there were many existences with dark gold fur. These stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Some things really couldn't be casually gambled. The group of stone monkeys surrounded Duan Lingtian, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and were extremely ferocious. It seemed as if so long as the Monkey King gave the order, they would pounce over and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and recovered his senses. He realized that if he wanted to survive, he could only put in more effort on the Monkey King before him. Demon beasts had already begun to possess human nature and were able to understand human speech. Respected Monkey King, I have no ill intentions. Duan Lingtian looked at the golden-haired Monkey King that stared coldly at him and tried to communicate with it. Roar! The golden-haired Monkey King roared in a low voice and pointed at the monkey wine in the nearby pool, as if it was angrily denouncing Duan Lingtian as a thief. This, Monkey King. I only want to ask for some wine to drink, I have no ill intentions. I didn't harm a single one of your people. Duan Lingtian gestured as he explained. He felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. When had he ever spoken so humbly? And it was even towards a monkey. However, when one was under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. If he wanted to survive, then he had to have a deep communication with the Monkey King and obtain its forgiveness. Roar roar, the Monkey King roared twice more, and its icy cold eyes eased up slightly as it pointed towards outside the gorge. You want me to leave? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, as he never imagined that the Stone Monkey King would be so easy to talk to. That. Can you give me some monkey wine? Realizing that he had escaped danger, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but seize the opportunity, and he pointed at the nearby pool as he probingly asked the Monkey King. Roar roar. Unexpectedly, the originally docile Monkey King immediately glared at him with its golden eyes, and its body was filled with a dense murderous aura. All right. I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand and put away the medicinal cauldron in his hand. Under the escort of the stone monkeys, he walked out of the gorge step by step. He thought to himself, in the future, when this young master's strength surpasses yours, I'll teach you a good lesson. Just as Duan Lingtian arrived at the exit of the gorge. Roar, a mournful roar of a stone monkey was transmitted over. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. His first thought was, could it be that Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't listen to him and hurt those stone monkeys? If that was the case, he would really be doomed by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang this time. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, the Monkey King also let out a furious roar. A group of stone monkeys once again surrounded Duan Lingtian, forcing him back. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and his heart was filled with trepidation. He only hoped that it wasn't Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang that touched those stone monkeys. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a stone monkey that was twice the size of an ordinary stone monkey with fur between dark gold and gold entered the gorge. Crimson-red blood was still ceaselessly dripping from the claws of this stone monkey. On its back was a stone monkey with dark gold fur. This stone monkey lay on the former's body with its arms hanging down, and its claws flickered with a sheen that was pitch black like ink. Obviously, it had been poisoned. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone monkey that carried the poisoned stone monkey in, and his pupils constricted as a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. This group of stone monkeys seemed to be even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Besides the demon beast Great Monkey King, there was also a half-step void stage Second Monkey King. Woo-woo, the Second Monkey King put down the poisoned stone monkey on its back before flashing out of the gorge. When it entered once more, it was carrying a jet-black enormous python on its shoulder. The enormous python had already been killed, and there were many marks of being bitten and clawed on the enormous python's body. This enormous python ought to be the spoils of war of the Second Monkey King. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian quickly recognized this enormous python after he searched the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. This was a dark cloud python. Looking at the markings on the dark cloud python's body, Duan Lingtian estimated that its strength ought to be at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Now, he'd roughly guessed the sequence of events. It ought to be the dark cloud python that injured the poisoned stone monkey, and the stone monkey was poisoned by the dark cloud python. Later on, the dark cloud python died at the hands of the second monkey king. The dark cloud python's poison, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, seeming to have thought of something happy. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the poisoned stone monkey hadn't died, and was only bitten and poisoned. Of course, if it wasn't detoxified in time, this stone monkey wouldn't be able to live for more than an hour. Woo-woo! Right at this moment, the group of stone monkeys swarmed over and dismembered the corpse of the dark cloud python into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 212. Duan Lingtian could tell that this group of stone monkeys was taking revenge for their tribesmen. Very soon, not a single piece of the black cloud python's corpse could be seen. Inner core. Very soon, Duan Lingtian saw the inner core of the black cloud python. The second monkey king directly grabbed the inner core, stuffed it into its mouth, and swallowed it. Its dark golden eyes revealed a vicious expression. And now, after the group of stone monkeys tore apart the black cloud python's corpse, their eyes turned red. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, the killing intent in their eyes didn't seem to dissipate. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. These stone monkeys wouldn't directly pounce on him and tear him into pieces, right? Whoosh! 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 And at this moment, the group of stone monkeys that had been lured away by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang also returned. They looked at the big monkey king and shook their small heads while gesturing with their monkey claws. Occasionally, they would point at Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian couldn't understand what they were gesturing, he could guess that these stone monkeys should be reporting to the big monkey king about Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. As expected. Roar! The big monkey king looked at Duan Lingtian. Its roar was mixed with anger, as though it was saying that Duan Lingtian had lied to it. Monkey king, don't be agitated. My two friends don't have any evil intentions. Since your tribesmen couldn't catch up to them, it means that their strength is inferior to theirs. If we had any evil intentions, we would have definitely acted against your tribesmen. Duan Lingtian gestured with his hands as he spoke to the big monkey king. Roar! Just when Duan Lingtian saw that the big monkey king's emotions had calmed down and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, the second monkey king suddenly jumped out. Its dark golden eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at Duan Lingtian. Next, it gestured to the big monkey king. The big monkey king nodded. Its gaze toward Duan Lingtian also became colder. Not good. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that the two monkey kings were brimming with killing intent as they pounced on him. I can save it. When the two monkey kings rushed over, Duan Lingtian quickly used his trump card and pointed at the poisoned stone monkey. Roar! The big monkey king roared and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, blocking the attack of the two Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could feel that his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Just now, he was so close to death. Roar! Roar! The great monkey king roared twice at Duan Lingtian. Its cold golden eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. You don't need to doubt me. I'm an alchemist. Do you understand? Duan Lingtian took out the medicine cauldron from his storage ring and waved it in front of the big monkey king. Originally, Duan Lingtian didn't expect the monkey king to understand. Unexpectedly, the big monkey king hesitated for a moment before lightly nodding. Then it's fine. Alright, ask your people to leave. I'm going to refine medicinal pills for your injured people. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he glanced at the group of stone monkeys that surrounded him before speaking to the big monkey king. Roar! Roar! The big monkey king roared twice in a low voice, and this time, it was directed at the group of stone monkeys. For a moment, the group of stone monkeys seemed to know from the big monkey king that Duan Ling Tian could save their clansmen, and they hurriedly left. Their crimson-red eyes calmed down. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Under the gazes of the group of stone monkeys, Duan Ling Tian started to refine the pill. If news of what happened today were to spread out, then I'd absolutely be the first alchemist to do so. Making a 4th-level Void Prying Stage Demon Beast Monkey King, a half-step Void Stage Demon Beast Monkey King, and a group of stone monkeys watch me refine pills. Besides me, who would dare do this? At this moment, a trace of complacency actually arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. It seemed as if he'd already completely forgotten that he was refining pills before so many stone monkeys only for the sake of survival. Fortunately, the dark cloud python is only a fierce beast, and its poison is nothing. A grade 9 spirit cleansing pill is able to completely eradicate it. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he withdrew a pile of medicinal materials from his spatial ring. At that time, when Duan Ling Tian refined the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the Divine Might Marquis Estate Senior Marquis, he still had half of the medicinal materials left, but he never imagined that he would use them here. Looks like I have to prepare more medicinal materials for the spirit cleansing pill in the future, as it can save my life at a critical moment. Duan Ling Tian could imagine that if it wasn't for him just happening to have the medicinal materials to refine the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill in his possession today, his end would surely be the same as the dark cloud python. Duan Ling Tian leisurely refined the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill here. Whereas Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instead hid outside the gorge with anxious expressions. Why hasn't the young master come out yet? Let's wait a while longer, the young master doesn't seem like a short-lived person. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang could only silently wait in torment. 2 hours later. Whoosh! 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 3 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills flew out from within the cauldron and were received by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian walked towards the poisoned stone monkey. The stone monkey's body was cold now, and its face was jet black, as if it was covered in a layer of gloomy clouds. Duan Ling Tian helped the stone monkey open its mouth and fed it a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian placed his hand on the stone monkey's back, intending to use his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength of the spirit cleansing pill for the stone monkey. Roar! When the second monkey king saw this scene, its dark golden eyes went cold, and its body swayed, seeming to want to make a move against Duan Ling Tian. Roar! The big monkey king stopped the second monkey king in time, as it obviously saw that Duan Ling Tian didn't have any ill intentions towards the stone monkey. Seeing that the stone monkey's complexion had recovered, and the poison that had spread to its paws had been removed, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Success! Woo woo! At this moment, the stone monkey that had been cured of the poison with the help of Duan Ling Tian woke up. It looked at Duan Ling Tian, and its dark golden eyes flickered with a gentle luster. It's fine now. Duan Ling Tian smiled at the stone monkey and helped it up. Including the second monkey king, all the stone monkeys let out excited roars when they saw that their clansmen had recovered. These roars were also heard by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, who were hiding outside the gorge. Zhang Qian, the roars of these stone monkeys seemed to be very excited. Zhang Qian looked at Zhao Gang with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me? I don't know. Zhao Gang rolled his eyes at Zhang Qian, then said worriedly, I wonder how the young master is now. Don't worry, the young master will surely be blessed by the heavens. Although Zhang Qian said this, he still had a worried expression on his face. Within the gorge, Duan Ling Tian had cured the poison of that stone monkey. Other than dispelling the hostility of the other stone monkeys towards him, he had also removed the poison. The big monkey king also stretched out its paw and pointed at the small pond that contained the monkey wine not far away. It was obviously telling Duan Ling Tian that if he wanted the wine, he could go and get it. Duan Lingtian smiled. This big monkey king was quite tactful. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to use the cauldron to collect the monkey wine, Wu Wu, that stone monkey that had been poisoned earlier, roared twice at Duan Lingtian, then transformed into a dark golden shadow and rushed into the monkey cave. When it came out again, it took out a gourd and passed it to Duan Lingtian, nodding its head like a human. Thanks. Duan Lingtian took the gourd and smiled at the stone monkey. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was still trembling in fear. But now, the bitter end was over. There was no need to steal the monkey wine. The big monkey king directly told him to get it himself. Duan Lingtian took out a gourd of monkey wine and stored it in his storage ring. Only then did he stand up and look at the big monkey king. The big monkey king nodded its head at him. Its golden eyes emitted a gentle luster. Take these 2 pills. In the future, if any of our tribesmen are poisoned, just let them consume these pills. Duan Lingtian passed the other 2 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills to Great Monkey King. Woo woo, the eyes of the other stone monkeys lit up. They had just seen the effects of these pills and knew how precious they were. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered that the other stone monkeys, including the 2 monkey kings, actually bowed to him like a human, causing him to be overwhelmed by the favor. He suddenly felt that these stone monkeys were rather cute. The big monkey king took the 2 pills from Duan Lingtian and actually bowed to Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of complacency. This was a demon beast at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. With my current relationship with this group of stone monkeys, if there's any enemy in the future, would I be able to lure him in and ask the Monkey King to help me kill him? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. But he knew as well that this was only an extravagant hope. It was impossible for him to lure someone to the Hengduan mountain range from afar. Thank you for the monkey wine. I'll be leaving first. I'll come see all of you if I have the chance in the future. Under the gazes of all the stone monkeys, Duan Lingtian waved his hand to them and walked out of the gorge. He was about to walk out of the gorge. Roar! Suddenly, the big monkey king roared in a low voice. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. This big monkey king wouldn't be regretting it and wants to repay kindness with enmity, right? However, Duan Lingtian still obediently stopped moving, and his scalp went numb as he turned around to look at the big monkey king. Only now did he notice that the big monkey king wasn't enraged, and instead nodded to him before looking at the 2 monkey kings and waving its sharp monkey claws, seeming to be communicating with the 2 monkey kings. What does it want to do? Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the 2 monkey kings nod and directly dash into the monkey cave. In next to no time, the 2 monkey kings came out once more. The 2 monkey kings held a small gourd in their paws, and they passed it over to the big monkey king. The big monkey king took the small gourd and walked over to Duan Lingtian before passing the small gourd to Duan Lingtian. This is? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian opened the small gourd and placed it before his nose to smell it. Instantly, a pungent wine fragrance assaulted his nose. Whoosh! The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body suddenly started to roil, causing Duan Lingtian to feel his entire body burn, and he felt a wave of discomfort. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, raging python form. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly circulated his cultivation method, causing his origin energy to circulate according to the cultivation path of the raging python form, bang. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed to his astonishment that his origin energy actually directly strengthened and broke through the bottleneck. He directly stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. This, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. Even if he drank the monkey wine, it was impossible for him to directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage in the blink of an eye. At the very least, he would need a few days to digest the alcohol. But now... Chapter 213. Duan Lingtian was stupefied, completely stupefied. What kind of wine was in this small gourd? Lowering his head to take a look at the small gourd, he could clearly see that the wine in the small gourd wasn't the vermilion red color of the monkey wine, but was instead closer to the crimson red color of blood. Instantly, the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. Could it be that this is the legendary Monkey King wine? Duan Lingtian's heartbeat suddenly sped up, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows. The Monkey King wine had an effect similar to the Void Advancement Pill, and it was a necessary item for the half-step Void Stage Monkey King to break through to become a demon beast. However, the Void Advancement Pill had side effects, but this Monkey King wine didn't. Besides the effect of the Void Advancement Pill, the Monkey King wine could also increase one's cultivation, and its effect was far superior to the Monkey King wine. My luck is too good, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After all, even if Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes and encountered many groups of stone monkeys, he still had no luck to encounter the Monkey King wine. Because once the Monkey King wine was brewed, the half-step Void Stage Monkey King would drink it at the first moment and undergo the transformation of a demon beast. Only the Monkey King wine knew how to brew it. If it wasn't voluntary, no matter how strong the existence, it was unable to force the Monkey King to brew the Monkey King wine. Even Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of the Monkey King wine. He had once used force to force a demon beast, the Monkey King, to brew the legendary Monkey King wine. However, that Monkey King would rather die than brew the Monkey King wine for Emperor Wu. It could be imagined how good Duan Lingtian's luck was. The Monkey King wine was something that could only be encountered but not sought. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the second Monkey King was eagerly staring at the small gourd in his hand, and was obviously somewhat reluctant to part with it. Presumably, this Monkey King wine was prepared to be used to break through to become a demon beast. However, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to it. To him, the Monkey King wine was something that could only be encountered but not sought. But to the Monkey King, he only needed to spend some time to brew it. Looks like I've obtained the true friendship of these stone monkeys. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the fact that the Monkey King could take out the Monkey King wine as a reward meant that the stone monkeys did not treat him as an outsider. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smiled at the great Monkey King. After putting away the Monkey King wine, he swaggered out of the canyon under the gaze of the stone monkeys. What he had just faced made Duan Lingtian feel like he was in a dream. It was simply playing with his heartbeat. However, all in all, he had gained a lot. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. Young master. After Duan Lingtian walked out of the canyon, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang also appeared. Looking at the intact Duan Lingtian, they were stunned. Young master, that group of stone monkeys didn't attack you? Earlier, they had seen how Duan Lingtian swaggered out slowly. He did not seem like he was escaping. Woo-woo. Suddenly, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang noticed that a stone monkey had jumped onto a tree at the side of the canyon, and it extended out a hand to wave at Duan Lingtian like a human. It was precisely the stone monkey that was poisoned from before. Subsequently. Whoosh! 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 The dense group of monkeys dashed out of the canyon and descended onto the tree outside the canyon before waving at Duan Lingtian in unison. This, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were instantly petrified. Who could tell them exactly what had happened? Why did these stone monkeys that were chasing them without letting go and were extremely ferocious become docile like little kittens before their young master? Moreover, they noticed it as well. Amongst these stone monkeys, there was no lack of existences with dark gold fur. According to what their young master said, these stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, and every single one of them had a strength that wasn't inferior to them. The two of them felt their scalps go numb. In next to no time, their pupils constricted. Because they saw two enormous stone monkeys walk out. One of them was over 1.7 meters tall, and the other was almost 1 meter tall. Compared to the other stone monkeys that weren't even half a meter tall, they simply stood out like cranes amongst chickens. They wouldn't be monkey kings, right? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's hearts jerked as this thought suddenly emerged in their minds. They noticed as well that when the other stone monkeys faced these two stone monkeys, their sharp eyes obviously contained a sense of reverence mixed within. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts, reverence that came from the soul. Big Monkey King, Second Monkey King, and you group of little stone monkeys, will meet again if fate allows. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the entire group of monkeys come out, including the two Monkey Kings, and he waved his hand to bid them farewell. The Big Monkey King and Second Monkey King nodded to Duan Lingtian like a human. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang before directly heading down the Hengduan mountain range, preparing to return to the camp. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were startled awake as they hurriedly followed him. They couldn't help but turn their heads from time to time, only to discover that after Duan Lingtian left, the group of stone monkeys had successively returned to the gorge. Young master, you, Zhang Qian fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had too many doubts in his heart. My luck wasn't bad. A stone monkey was poisoned, and I just happened to be able to detoxify it. After that, they treated me as one of their own. Do you have any bottles or other containers on you? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he asked Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang at the same time. The two of them naturally guessed Duan Lingtian's intentions. Their eyes lit up as they each took out a medicinal pill bottle. They only had this kind of container on them. Duan Lingtian took the medicinal pill bottle, took out the large gourd that contained the monkey wine, and filled the medicinal pill bottle for the two of them. This is the monkey wine? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang took a deep breath and greedily smelled the fragrance of the monkey wine. Yes, this is the monkey wine. However, the increase in your cultivations shouldn't be obvious, as you're both 7th level nascent soul stage martial artists after all. Duan Lingtian nodded. As for the Monkey King wine, Duan Lingtian didn't take it out, nor did he mention it. Although Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang could be considered as one of his own, they would have to leave his side sooner or later. Moreover, the Monkey King wine was limited, and it was only enough to be distributed to those close to him. Moreover, once the Monkey King wine was exposed, it would surely cause a group of half-step void stage experts to plunder it. It's fine, we just want to try something new. And see what's different about the legendary monkey wine. Zhang Qian shook his head and smiled. Zhao Gang nodded as well, obviously thinking the same as Zhang Qian. Right, young master, those two enormous stone monkeys from before, you called them Big Monkey King and Second Monkey King? Zhang Qian recalled the scene from before and couldn't help but ask. That's right. The stone monkey that's almost 1 meter tall and has fur that's between dark gold and gold is the Second Monkey King. The Second Monkey King is only a step away from breaking through to the void prying stage, and its strength is comparable to a half-step void stage expert. Duan Lingtian nodded. Half-step void stage? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang gasped. To them, the Second Monkey King was sufficient to easily kill them. Young master, the other one. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's heartbeats suddenly sped up, and they faintly guessed in their hearts, but didn't dare confirm it. The golden-haired stone monkey that's only slightly shorter than me is the Great Monkey King. This Big Monkey King is a demon beast monkey king, an existence comparable to the void prying stage. According to my estimations, its strength is at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian continued. Demon Beast Monkey King? Its strength is at the 4th level of the Void Prying stage or above. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were petrified once more, and only recovered from their shock after a long time, and they felt their scalps go numb. Earlier, they cooperated with the young master to steal the monkey wine under the eyes of this group of stone monkeys. Unknowingly, they noticed that their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's expressions of lingering fear, Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. I never imagined that the group of stone monkeys in this transverse mountain range would be so terrifying. I was originally thinking that if there was only a half-step void stage Monkey King, we would still be able to escape unscathed after stealing the monkey wine. But who knew that there was actually a demon beast Monkey King among them, and I didn't even have the time to collect the monkey wine before I was stopped by it. Recalling the scene from before, Duan Lingtian felt his heart tremble with fear. We were lucky this time, young master, you were able to cure their clansmen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had a slight lingering fear in their hearts. However, I can be considered to have gotten what I wanted now. Duan Lingtian waved the large bottle gourd in his hand and lightly smiled. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang smiled as well. Right, don't spread the news that there's a group of stone monkeys here. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he warned Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Although the group of stone monkeys wasn't afraid of the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom disturbing them, Duan Lingtian still didn't wish for someone to break their peaceful life. To a certain extent, he could be considered to have acknowledged the group of stone monkeys, and took the group of stone monkeys to be his friends. Don't worry, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. Before long, Duan Lingtian returned to the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang concealed themselves once again. Duan Lingtian took a sip of the Monkey King wine before returning to his tent. After returning to his tent, he swallowed the Monkey King wine in his mouth. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying force ceaselessly charging at the meridians in his body, as well as his blood, flesh, and bones. Fortunately, the toughness of his body far surpassed an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would surely explode and die. Even then, Duan Lingtian still felt a wave of heart-wrenching pain come from his entire body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was drenched in sweat. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly circulated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Raging Python Form Mental Cultivation Method. Under the efforts of Duan Lingtian, the Monkey King wine transformed into a force that followed the Raging Python Form's mental cultivation method to circulate. His cultivation that had just broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage increased at an extremely swift speed. In the end, it was stuck at the final bottleneck. Even then, more than half of the Monkey King wine's force still remained within Duan Lingtian's body. Chapter 214. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. However, he wasn't in a hurry to refine the dragon blood pill, as the temporary tent he was currently in didn't have much extra space. He couldn't go out of the tent and refine it, right? Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian calmed his mood and fell into a deep sleep. Dawn would arrive in a few hours, and at that time, the army of 100,000 would directly charge towards the southern barbaric city. As the military advisor of this battle, Duan Lingtian needed to conserve his energy and build up his strength. The sky hadn't completely brightened yet, but the army of 100,000 had already set out in a formidable array. Duan Lingtian, Xiaofan, and He Wei spurred their horses at the front, and they quickly arrived at the moat outside of the southern barbaric city. Under the command of Duan Lingtian, the army of 100,000 put down the scarecrows and bamboo raft components they carried with them. The bamboo rafts took shape, and a pile of scarecrows stood on half of the bamboo rafts. Within the morning mist, the army of 100,000 set out along the moat and launched a surprise attack. Release the arrows. Along with Duan Lingtian's command, the army of 100,000 drew the bows in their hands, and countless arrows whistled out, killing the group of southern barbaric city guards on the city wall who hadn't even reacted yet. At this moment, the southern barbaric city's beacons rose up as they started their counterattack. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 continued forward. However, in front of the army of 100,000, there were dense clusters of straw boats opening up a path. Within the morning mist, the southern barbaric city guards on the city wall could only vaguely see a few figures, and then they drew back their arrows, causing countless arrows to whistle out and descend onto the scarecrows one by one. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 was completely unharmed. Miraculous, miraculous. All the Star Mastermind Department students, including Xiaofan and Xiaofan, couldn't help but sigh. This was the act of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Only when they really saw this scene occur did they realize how terrifying the violet-clothed youth that stood at the side was. While chatting, the enemy was annihilated. It was nothing more than this. Whoosh! 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 Just when the southern barbaric city guards thought that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 had run out of arrows, another wave of arrows whistled out and killed the southern barbaric city guards on the city wall one by one. How is this possible? How could they have so many arrows? No! This isn't real. Over time, the guards of southern barbaric city were completely dumbfounded, to the extent that not a single person dared to stick their head out from atop the city wall. Success! Xiaofan cheered excitedly. Commander Nya, please lead the 10,000 Crimson Wyrm army soldiers under your command and take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the enemy's campsite. As for us, we'll coordinate with you from the inside and outside, and launch a pincer attack on them. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaofan and lightly nodded. In front of outsiders, he didn't directly address Xiaofan as Big Brother Nya. Good. When this battle is over, we won't go home until we're drunk. Xiaofan laughed heartily as he led the 100,000 Crimson Wyrm army troops to climb over the wall and enter southern barbaric city under the circumstances where the defending army of southern barbaric city was caught off guard. Plotting in the dark. Then, he would take drastic measures to deal with it. This was Duan Lingtian's three stratagem. At this moment, the nearly 90,000 officers and officers of the border army and the group of Paladin Academy students were still concealed behind the straw boats and concealed within the morning mist. So long as someone stuck their head out from atop the city wall of southern barbaric city, they would be directly shot to death. It was precisely because of this that Xiaofan led the 10,000 Crimson Wyrm army troops to easily sneak into southern barbaric city. I, Xiaofan, have been in the army for many years, but it's still the first time I've fought such a satisfying battle. Xiaofan had an excited expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and the space between his brows emitted deep reverence. General don't be so excited. It wouldn't be too late to be excited after we've breached southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a carefree expression. Meanwhile, the surrounding group of Paladin Academy students looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained deep reverence mixed within. Especially those 300-star General Department students, they were even more excited. The last time they came, they didn't even make a move before retreating. This time, they had the chance to shed blood on the battlefield, display what they'd learned, and strive for military merits. Within southern barbaric city. Within the spacious campsite, a group of generals and strategists were gathered together, and their expressions were unsightly. What happened today is truly strange. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to have so many sharp arrows. A strategist frowned, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. I think it's strange as well. Moreover, we've obviously shot and killed many of their people, but their attack didn't slow down in the slightest. Don't they only have an army of 100,000 remaining? How could they possibly launch such a powerful attack after so many people have died? Another strategist nodded, and his tightly knit brows were unable to loosen for a long time. Our soldiers utterly don't dare stick their heads out from the city walls now, as those that stick their heads out will surely die. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army will arrive at the city walls. A general's face was covered in worry. Kill. Suddenly, right at this moment, an explosive sound abruptly sounded out within the campsite, causing the group of generals and strategists that were gathered together to be dumbstruck. In next to no time, they saw the 10,000-plus Crimson WYRM army approaching them head-on. It's the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Crimson WYRM army. Oh my God! How did they sneak in? One by one, the generals and strategists were quickly drowned by the Crimson WYRM army. Swish! Bang! A firework whistled out from within southern barbaric city before exploding in the sky. Charge in! Duan Lingtian's voice was loud as he abruptly ordered. Kill! 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 The border army that had been restrained for a few days instantly launched an attack on the city. For a time, shouts of battle shook the heavens, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. When faced with the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that had been thrown into disorder by the surprise attack of the Crimson WYRM army, the border army easily blasted open the city gates and directly attacked the root of the problem, launching a one-sided slaughter. The Crimson WYRM army and the border army cooperated with each other from the inside and outside, and easily killed the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that had their morale greatly reduced. In a single day, half of southern barbaric city flowed with blood like a river. Kill! Duan Lingtian had joined the battle now. Now, the battle was one-sided, and there was already no need for him to command. Swish! The violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out as if it had transformed into a violet bolt of lightning, and every time it flashed out, it would take the life of a Southern Champion Kingdom soldier. Bang! Beside Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes had turned red from killing. Seeing the Southern Champion Kingdom's soldiers that were about to die under his sword being killed by Xiao Sun first, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glare. Xiao Sun, don't steal my business. Xiao Sun laughed embarrassedly and continued pouncing forward. Killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's mood surged, and he only felt the blood in his entire body start to boil. Only when the Southern Champion Kingdom only had a group of surrendered soldiers left did the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army stop their slaughter. Now, what Duan Lingtian stepped on were either corpses or blood. Everyone's clothes were soaked in blood. Victory! Victory! Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! The imposing manner of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army was like a rainbow, and they were currently madly shouting Duan Lingtian's name. Because they knew that if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian today, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the group of brothers that died a few days ago. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, they would be unable to breach Southern Barbaric City and hold their heads high. Southern Barbaric City was the same as Relentless Thriving City. Half of the city was a campsite, and the other half was a place where people gathered. However, attacking a city and plundering it without harming the commoners was practically a tacit understanding between the various kingdoms. So, although the residents of the northern half of Southern Barbaric City were sorrowful, they didn't think of fleeing. Defeated. We've lost. How can this be possible? A few days ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's 110,000-strong army was forced back by our Southern Champion Kingdom's army, and we lost over 10,000 people. Now, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army is at most 100,000 strong. How could they possibly directly break through our Southern Barbaric City's line of defense? I heard that a military advisor with extraordinary wisdom appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army, and with unparalleled strategy, they breached southern barbaric city without losing a single person. Without losing a single person? Impossible, right? Yeah, how could there be no deaths in war? It's true. I heard that only 100+ soldiers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom were injured, and not a single person died. For a time, the military advisor with extraordinary wisdom of the Crimson Sky Kingdom became the focus of discussion of the residents of southern barbaric city. That night, cheers covered the heavens and the earth within southern barbaric city, and it practically didn't stop for a moment. It was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 that was celebrating. Brother Ling Tian, let me toast you. He Weian raised a bowl of wine with a flushed face. He'd been in the army for many years, but it was the first time he'd had such an accomplishment. Without losing a single soldier, he'd taken down southern barbaric city that had been in a stalemate with relentless thriving city for many years. He knew that his name would surely be left in the annals of history, and be passed down for generations to come. Of course, he also knew that from today onwards, not only would the youth before him be famous throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, his name would even spread throughout the Southern Champion Kingdom. In the future, the army of the Southern Champion Kingdom would probably flee upon hearing the name of this youth. General He. Duan Lingtian picked up a bowl of wine and drained it before directly drinking it. Come, drink. Xiaofan was extremely excited as well. Presently, even the old man standing behind Xiaofan looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that flickered with a trace of extraordinary splendor. This youth had simply opened up a new path for the Crimson Sky Kingdom. All those years ago, even the senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate didn't have such a terrifying accomplishment. Without losing a single soldier, annihilating the southern barbaric city's army of 100,000, simply heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian, you're the pride of our Paladin Academy. In the distance, a Star General Department senior student stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian as he drank the wine in his bowl in one gulp. Exactly, you're the pride of Paladin Academy. For a time, all the other Paladin Academy students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, stood up and toasted Duan Lingtian one after another. Breaching the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city this time was a brilliant military merit. It could be imagined that when they returned this time, they would all receive rewards. This had an extremely great effect on their future. Moreover, they were clear that all this was given to them by Duan Lingtian. Thank you, young Master Lingtian, for helping us brothers take revenge. Chapter 2:15. Come, cheers. Duan Lingtian was infected by the atmosphere as well, and he stood up with a heroic spirit that shot up to the clouds as he finished the wine in one gulp. In his previous life, he was born in the army, so he quickly got along well with the 100,000 officers and soldiers present, drinking until deep into the night before resting. Early the next morning, a group of people left southern barbaric city and headed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was precisely the Crimson Wirm army. Now that southern barbaric city had been completely captured, the next matter was the border army's matter. As reinforcements, their mission had already been completed. Now, they returned to the imperial city. The 10,000+ cavalries of the Crimson Wirm army only spent a few hours to traverse the Hengduan mountain range and arrive at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's relentless thriving city. The residents of Relentless Thriving City stood outside the city as they watched the Crimson Wirm army depart into the distance, and all of them were extremely excited. Deep into the night last night, a troop of cavalry from the border army brought back the news of the capture of southern barbaric city, causing many residents of southern barbaric city to be excited to the point they couldn't sleep for the entire night. The Crimson Wirm army has once again displayed its invincible might. The success of the Crimson Wirm army surprise attack this time was all thanks to that young military advisor, Duan Lingtian. Truly unbelievable. A mere 18-year-old youth is actually able to command an army of 100,000 and capture southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. From today onwards, this Duan Lingtian's name will surely spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom and be passed down for generations to come. Humph. I've recalled the son of the Prime Minister, Gu Xian. He's completely unable to compare with Duan Lingtian. At that time, he had an army of 110,000 under his command, but not only was he unable to capture southern barbaric city, he even caused the deaths of over 10,000 border army officers. Gu Xian? In my eyes, he can't even compare to a single strand of Duan Lingtian's hair, yet he's still the son of the Prime Minister? He's truly a disgrace to our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The residents of Relentless Thriving City deeply remembered the name Duan Lingtian, and they also deeply remembered the name Gu Xian. The former caused them to respect him. The latter caused them to despise him. The Crimson Wyrm army arrived in a formidable array and returned in a formidable array. All in all, the reinforcements trip this time could be considered a complete success. Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan galloped their horses side by side at the front of this 10,000-strong troop, and the taciturn old man followed behind the two of them like a shadow. Let's go back. I wonder what His Majesty will reward us with when we return this time. Our rewards should be about the same. I'm curious as to what His Majesty will reward the Duan Lingtian. The group of Paladin Academy students were in a heated discussion. Duan Lingtian could be said to be the core force behind the capture of southern barbaric city this time, and if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army would be utterly incapable of accomplishing this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's reward would be of the highest grade as well. They didn't doubt this at all. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun walked side by side, and both of their faces revealed knowing smiles. The journey to the battlefield this time caused their blood to boil, and they were incomparably delighted. When we return this time, that fellow Tian who will surely complain again. That's for sure. A bright smile appeared on both of their faces. 2 months later, the group once again returned to the Imperial City. Little Tian, you'll personally lead the Paladin Academy members back. I'll first lead the Crimson Wyrm army back to the campsite, then I'll go look for my father and enter the palace together to see His Majesty. Outside the Imperial City, Xiaofan said to Duan Lingtian. The Crimson Wyrm army campsite was outside the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian nodded. Students of Paladin Academy, follow Duan Lingtian back. Xiaofan loudly ordered. Instantly, the group of Paladin Academy students led by Duan Lingtian entered the Imperial City in a formidable array. When they left, there were a total of 312 students in Paladin Academy. Now, there were 311 people. The person missing was precisely Gu Xian, who had left Relentless Thriving City 2 months ago. He was also the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister, Gu Yuting. As expected, when Duan Lingtian's group returned to Paladin Academy, they caused a great stir. They've returned so quickly? Yeah, even if they rode horses, it would take at least 4 months to travel from here to the northwest border. Now, they've returned in less than 5 months. In other words, they've stayed in the northwest border for less than a month. Is the Southern Champion Kingdom's army so useless? Presently, it was afternoon. Many Paladin Academy students had gathered at the Paladin Academy's martial arts practice grounds, and they were discussing animatedly. In next to no time, along with the group of students that followed behind Duan Lingtian, they quickly found out the sequence of events. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army captured the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without expending a single soldier. This caused those students that didn't head to the northwest border to be dumbstruck. When they found out that all this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution, the gazes they looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. No matter if it was a junior student or a senior student. As for Duan Lingtian, who was the center of attention, when he saw the group of students return to Paladin Academy, he greeted Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, then directly slipped away and returned home. Duan Lingtian's breathing became slightly hurried as he stood before the entrance of his own courtyard house. "I've returned." Following Xiong Quan opening the courtyard house door, Duan Lingtian walked in with large strides. "Young master! Young master!" In the front courtyard, the manager, Jing Ru, and the two servant girls respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to them, he impatiently walked into the rear courtyard. In the rear courtyard, the two little girls were sitting around Li Ro, as if they didn't notice Duan Lingtian's return. Tian. Only when Li Ro noticed Duan Lingtian did the two little girls react, as if they were struck by lightning. "Mom, I'm back." Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. In a few more days, it would be a full 5 months since he left. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Li Ro's face revealed a smile, and she obviously heaved a sigh of relief. "Young master. Scoundrel." The two little girls transformed into two bursts of fragrant wind, one from the left and one from the right, and threw themselves into Duan Lingtian's embrace, tightly hugging Duan Lingtian. "I'm back." Duan Lingtian embraced the two girls in his embrace, and between his brows revealed a trace of excitement. Hiss hiss! Right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over and directly landed on Duan Lingtian's hand. They lightly nodded to Duan Lingtian, as if welcoming Duan Lingtian's return. "Ha! Little white, little black." Duan Lingtian laughed loudly and greeted the two little pythons. An entire afternoon, an entire night. Duan Lingtian tossed everything to the back of his mind, and stuck close to the two little girls in the spacious room, making love. Only when it was deep into the night did he fall into a deep sleep while hugging the two little girls with a satisfied expression. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't know. Presently, many people throughout the imperial city were bound to be unable to sleep. In the afternoon, along with the divine might Marquis and his son entering the imperial palace, the news of the battle at the northwest border spread out from the imperial palace. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army captured the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city in one go. But the first to take credit for this wasn't the Crimson Wyrm army's commander, Xiaofan, nor was it the border army's general, He Weian. It was instead Duan Lingtian. The name Duan Lingtian once again swept through the entire imperial city, and became the hot topic of discussion in the various restaurants. I truly never imagined that not only does Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao is heaven-defying, he's also so awesome when it comes to commanding an army. He's simply taking every possibility into account and winning every battle. All-round talent, all-round talent. Our Crimson Sky Kingdom being able to produce a Duan Lingtian is truly our Crimson Sky Kingdom's fortune. Exactly, Duan Lingtian is indeed a peerless genius. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, that Prime Minister Gu's son, Gu Xian, is a freak. He's indeed a freak. An army of 110,000 that obeyed his orders didn't even touch the city walls of southern barbaric city, yet over 10,000 people died. Whereas the Southern Champion Kingdom's army suffered less than 1,000 casualties. What Prime Minister's son, Ba? No matter if it was the imperial city's outer city or inner city, there were similar discussions everywhere. All of them were elevating Duan Lingtian and belittling Gu Xian. After all, the two of them formed a sharp contrast. Unlike the imperial city that was buzzing with activity, the Prime Minister's estate was deathly silent. Within the spacious audience hall, a middle-aged man with a medium build dressed like a scholar stood there, ceaselessly pacing back and forth. Prime Minister. Before long, an aged old man walked in with large strides. The old man's eyes were dazzling like an array of stars, and his footsteps were steady. Obviously, his cultivation wasn't low. "How is it?" the middle-aged man asked in a low voice. Although no expression could be seen on his face, his anxious eyes completely exposed his anxious heart at this moment. "Prime Minister, I've asked." They said that the young master had already left thriving economy city by himself 2 months ago and returned to the imperial city. The old man spoke slowly. "What?" The middle-aged man's face went grim, and his pupils constricted. "What actually happened?" "Prime Minister, supposedly, the almost 90,000 officers of the border army requested for orders from General Huiyan to kill the young master. Later on, for the sake of the young master's safety, General Huiyan privately allowed the young master to leave." The old man spoke again. "Xian. How could you leave by yourself?" The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and he was slightly dazed. As the Prime Minister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Gu Yuting's wisdom was extraordinary, and ordinary people couldn't compare to it. He knew that his son had most likely been killed. But, he could only suffer in silence. Because this matter couldn't be blamed on the border army anymore. "How's the news outside now?" Gu Yuting took a deep breath, and his wise eyes emitted traces of a ghastly flowing light as he forcefully suppressed the sorrow in the depths of his heart. The old man was slightly hesitant when he heard this. "There's no need to worry, speak." Gu Yuting's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he looked at the old man. "Yes." The old man nodded, and truthfully told Gu Yuting some of the discussions that were currently giving rise to much discussion in the imperial city. After he finished speaking, the corners of the old man's mouth curled into a bitter smile. "Duan Lingtian? He's indeed a rare genius." Chapter 216. Because of Princess Bai Yao, the young master hates him to the bone. The old man slowly nodded when he heard Gu Yuting's question. "Princess Bai Yao. Unfortunately, my son doesn't have the life to marry her." Cold lights flickered within Gu Yuting's eyes. "However, the people outside actually belittled my son and praised that Duan Lingtian. Since Xian hates him, then there's no need for him to remain in this world." As Gu Yuting finished speaking, he had a calm expression. It was as if he'd transformed into a judge that could easily decide a person's life and death. Perhaps, in his eyes, he'd never taken Duan Lingtian and the Duan clan behind Duan Lingtian seriously. "My lord, that Duan Lingtian contributed the most to the capture of southern barbaric city by our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army this time. His Majesty the Emperor will probably heavily reward him, think highly of him, and take him to be a pillar of the kingdom." The old man slightly frowned and seemed to be slightly hesitant. "So what?" Gu Yuting indifferently said, "My son is already doomed, so let me complete his final wish. He hates this Duan Lingtian to the bone, so I'll kill this Duan Lingtian to comfort his soul in heaven, and it can be considered as doing something for him one last time." Even though he guessed that his son had already died, Gu Yuting still quickly recovered his calm. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely feel fear towards Gu Yuting. Because this sort of person was what he hated the most, and was also the most gloomy and terrifying. Early morning the next day. Within the spacious room, Duan Lingtian was served by the 2 little girls to put on his clothes before walking out of the room in large strides. After eating breakfast, he went to Paladin Academy. Everywhere he passed, it unsurprisingly caused a stir. "Duan Lingtian, I like you." Right at this moment, a nearby female student roared at Duan Lingtian with a red face. Duan Lingtian was stunned. The surrounding group of students were stunned as well, then a wave of booing sounded out. "I like you too." Duan Lingtian smiled at the female student and continued to walk forward. Instantly, some of the other female students looked at the female student who spoke earlier with envious gazes. Subsequently, they imitated her. "Duan Lingtian, I like you." "Duan Lingtian, I like you." In the face of these enthusiastic female students, Duan Lingtian returned a smile. "I like you too." All the Paladin Academy students present had a favorable impression of Duan Lingtian's calmness. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a person was walking towards them from afar. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had never thought that the other party would take the initiative to greet him, and in such a friendly manner at that. The person before him was none other than Su Qing. Su Qing, you've changed. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. The current Su Qing lacked the arrogance of the past. Instead, he was much calmer. At the very least, the feeling he gave Chun-Shi wasn't as loathsome as before. Obviously, the incident from before had caused Su Qing to change a lot. I still have to thank you for allowing me to see many things clearly. Also, your chain of 3 strategies is admirable. Su Qing had a friendly expression as he replied with a smile. After being defeated by Duan Lingtian the last time, Su Qing was silent for a few days before recovering. He'd thought about many things clearly and had taken Duan Lingtian to be his target, so he moved forward courageously. This time, as a Grade 2 student of the Star General Department, he joined the Crimson WIRM Army and headed to the northwest border together. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian strategizing and felt admiration in his heart. Perhaps, from that moment onwards, the resentment he had towards Duan Lingtian in his heart had completely vanished. You're not bad as well, you've actually broken through to the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he smiled mysteriously. You can even tell? Su Qing was stunned. He'd broken through on the way back to the Imperial City this time, and he'd just broken through less than a month ago. He was sure that he hadn't revealed his strength at the origin core stage before anyone. However, he'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to see through it with a single glance. Duan Lingtian, you're indeed out of the ordinary. How about we be friends? Su Qing's face was filled with anticipation. Aren't we friends now? Duan Lingtian smiled. Su Qing smiled as well. Then I won't disturb you any longer, I'm going to class. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. The short exchange between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing shocked the surrounding crowd of people. Could it be that this is the legendary no discord, no concord? Perhaps. Many people sighed with emotion. Amongst them, some had even personally witnessed the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing. At that time, Su Qing wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. But now, these two people had actually become friends. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Right, Duan Lingtian said earlier that Su Qing has already broken through to the origin core stage? It seems so. I never imagined that after an origin core stage martial artist appeared in our Paladin Academy's first year, an origin core stage martial artist also appeared in our second year. In next to no time, the topic of the crowd of students shifted to Su Qing. When Duan Lingtian walked into the classroom, he noticed that besides Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, everyone was looking at him with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian, good job. You've really done well for our Star Mastermind Department's first years. Amazing. The crowd of students in the class looked at Duan Lingtian and weren't stingy with their words of praise. Duan Lingtian returned each and every one of them with a smile. Duan Lingtian, not long after you left yesterday afternoon, we saw that fellow, Tian Hu. He even said that he'd settle the score with you at noon. Xiao Sun laughed. Settle the score with me? Settle what score? Duan Lingtian was stunned and felt that it was slightly strange. What else could it be? It's naturally the matter of you not helping him get a quota to join the reinforcement army. Xiao Yu laughed as well. F***K. The two of you sold me out just like that? Duan Lingtian glared at them. These two fellows were really unreliable. We didn't sell you out, he guessed it himself. Xiao Sun shrugged and lightly smiled. Right at this moment, Sima Zhangfeng walked into the classroom and stood on the platform. His deep gaze then descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it contained a complicated feeling. Even he never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had the natural talent of a strategist that was able to lead an army and fight a war. Leading an army of 100,000 to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier, such a battle achievement could be used as a teaching material. Borrowing an arrow from a straw boat, secretly plotting in Chuntsang, taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. Adding on the ability to cross the sea by deception, Duan Lingtian, you're really not simple. Sima Zhangfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he laughed. Teacher, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Lucky? It wasn't only Sima Zhangfeng. The corners of the mouths of the group of students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, couldn't help but twitch. This could be called lucky? Just when Sima Zhangfeng didn't know what to say, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Paladin Academy's Vice Dean, Zhan Xiong. Zhan Xiong nodded to Sima Zhangfeng, then looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, His Majesty wants to see you. Come with me. Whoosh. Zhan Xiong's words naturally caused a stir within the classroom as expected. Their Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor wanted to summon Duan Lingtian? Looks like Duan Lingtian is going to be lucky. I guessed it long ago. This time, Duan Lingtian commanded the army to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city and brought honor to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. His Majesty will surely be extremely happy and naturally can't avoid rewarding Duan Lingtian based on his contributions. I wonder what His Majesty will reward Duan Lingtian. Can't we just wait for Duan Lingtian to return and ask? Within the classroom, the students whispered in discussion. Only when Sima Zhangfeng intentionally coughed twice did the entire classroom return to its tranquility. Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhan Xiong and walked out of Paladin Academy. Outside the academy, a luxurious carriage was waiting there, and on both sides of the carriage were 2 squads of armored soldiers. Acting as the coachman was a young soldier. These armors don't seem to belong to the city guard. Could it be that they belong to the imperial army that guards the imperial palace? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Vice Dean, Lord Lingtian, this way please. When the young soldier saw Zhan Xiong and Duan Lingtian arrive, he leaped down from the carriage and respectfully welcomed them into the carriage. When facing Duan Lingtian, a heartfelt reverence appeared on the young soldier's face. As a member of the army, he greatly admired Duan Lingtian's actions at the northwest border. Vice Dean, they're the imperial army? Sitting in the carriage, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhan Xiong and asked curiously. Exactly, they're the imperial army. Zhan Xiong lightly nodded, then said with a smile, it's all thanks to you this time. Normally, even if I wanted to enter the imperial palace, I would prepare my own carriage. But this carriage was personally ordered by His Majesty the Emperor to be prepared for you. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the imperial palace. The imperial palace was grand and imposing. Numerous palaces stood in the distance, and they seemed to be extraordinarily grand. Now, the carriage that carried Duan Lingtian entered the imperial palace as if it was entering a place without anyone, and they quickly arrived before a palace at the center of the imperial palace. Under the escort of the young imperial army soldiers that acted as the coachmen, Duan Lingtian and Zhan Xiong walked into the palace. Within the palace, it was a dazzling sight that caused one to be dazzled. After walking into the palace, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were already 4 people present within the palace. The Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, and his son stood at the side. On the golden throne, an old man in his 60s that wore a dragon robe sat firmly there. Although he was old, the dignified aura of a person of high status was the most oppressive amongst all the people Duan Lingtian had seen. However, this bit of dignified aura was unable to affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Duan Lingtian guessed it. This old man in his 60s ought to be the current emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At the side of the emperor stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed like a refined scholar. His eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, and he had a carefree expression and an extraordinary bearing. If he saw such a figure at any other time, Duan Lingtian would surely praise him in his heart. However, now, slight vigilance arose in Duan Lingtian's heart when facing this person. Because, when he'd just entered the palace, he'd noticed a trace of faint killing intent that enveloped his body. That strand of killing intent flashed before vanishing. Chapter 217. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and quickly guessed the other party's identity. Besides Prime Minister Gu Yuting, there shouldn't be anyone else that was able to stand on the side of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor and had such a demeanor. This Gu Yuting actually aroused killing intent towards me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and faintly guessed the reason. Presently, not only within Paladin Academy, even the entire imperial city was comparing him with Gu Yuting's son, Gu Xian, and imperceptibly stepping on Gu Xian and praising him. Presumably, this Gu Yuting had aroused killing intent towards him because of this. The dignified Prime Minister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was actually so narrow-minded. Vigilance arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. He was able to discern that this Gu Yuting was extremely difficult to deal with, as he was a person that was adept at concealing his heart. After the killing intent from before flashed and disappeared, Gu Yuting didn't have any other unusual actions. A person that was able to conceal his emotions so perfectly was absolutely not a simple figure. Long live your majesty. Zhang Xiong respectfully bowed to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor and slightly bowed. Vice Dean Zhan, you may rise. The emperor nodded and slowly spoke. Your majesty. Duan Lingtian looked at the emperor and lightly nodded as he bowed. The emperor slightly frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, whereas Gu Yuting, who stood at the side, had already coldly shouted. Audacious Duan Lingtian! Why don't you kneel when you see his majesty? Could it be that you really think that you can be mentioned in the same breath as Vice Dean Zhan just because you've made some meritorious contributions? Prime Minister Gu, His Majesty hasn't even spoken. You're making such a ruckus in front of His Majesty, yet you don't know where you place His Majesty? As for whether I bow or not, to put it bluntly, what does it have to do with you? After Duan Lingtian noticed Gu Yuting arousing killing intent towards him earlier, he was filled with vigilance and hostility towards Gu Yuting. Now that he was lectured by Gu Yuting, he instantly retorted. Gu Yuting's face went grim and killing intent appeared in his eyes once again. At this moment, even Nye Yuan and Xiaofan had a trace of a bitter smile on their faces. This little Tian was actually so wanton and unrestrained before the Supreme Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, they were not worried. With them around, nothing would happen to Duan Lingtian. Ha ha ha, at this moment, the emperor laughed. A carefree smile appeared on his aged face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You are Duan Lingtian? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly, but when facing the emperor, he was very courteous. You are the first person to contradict the Prime Minister in front of me. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The smile on the emperor's face never stopped, as if he was still thinking about the scene just now. Gu Yuting was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Your Majesty is exaggerating. I just think that Prime Minister Gu is exaggerating. It's just a formality. Why do you have to be so rigid? Duan Lingtian said slowly, neither servile nor overbearing. Now that you mention it, I am curious. Why aren't you kneeling? The emperor asked with a smile. Your Majesty, in my eyes, in the entire world, besides the heavens and earth, only my parents are able to make me kneel. As the saying goes, there is gold beneath a man's knees. I kneel to the heavens, earth, and my parents. Duan Lingtian said. There is gold beneath a man's knees. I kneel to the heavens, earth, and my parents. The emperor was stunned when he heard this, and after carefully digesting these words, he laughed carefreely. As expected of the person who was able to allow an army of 100,000 to capture the southern champion kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. You actually have such arrogance. However, you do indeed have the qualifications. I permit you to dispense with kneeling when you see me in the future. How about it? The emperor's current mood was obviously very good. But Prime Minister Gu Yuting's mood wasn't very good, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian occasionally flickered with a trace of gloominess. If one didn't carefully notice the gloominess in Gu Yuting's eyes, one would be utterly unable to notice it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed as he expressed his thanks. All right, the main reason I called you here today is to reward you. This time, you commanded my Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's Southern Champion Kingdom's Southern Champion Kingdom's Southern Champion Kingdom without losing a single soldier. This is an unparalleled military merit. Tell me, what do you want? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian as he directly asked. As soon as the emperor said this, even Nia Yuan, Nia Tian, and Zhang Xiong who stood at the side couldn't help but be slightly moved. Your Majesty, you can't. Gu Yuting hurriedly dissuaded. A young man doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, Your Majesty, you. What? Prime Minister, you want to make a decision for me? Although the emperor was old, his eyes narrowed now, and his indifferent words caused Gu Yuting's face to go pale, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, this subject absolutely doesn't have such intentions. Humph. I presume you don't have the guts. However, Prime Minister, you've slightly lost your composure today. The emperor grunted coldly. Ever since he found out that Gu Yuting's son, Gu Xian, had caused the death of over 10,000 soldiers, a ball of rage had arisen in his heart. It was also because he'd always thought highly of Gu Yuting. Otherwise, even if Gu Xian wasn't present, he would still punish Gu Yuting. After all, it was the father's fault if the son didn't teach the son. Yes, this subject knows his mistake. This subject was anxious about his son. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me. Gu Yuting hurriedly pleaded for leniency. Stand up. The emperor spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't carry the slightest emotion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Yuting stood up. Prime Minister Gu, according to my knowledge, Gu Xian seems to have already returned to the imperial city 2 months ago, right? What do you mean when you say that you miss your son dearly? Could it be that Your Majesty has punished Gu Xian and made Gu Xian reflect in prison? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he spoke indifferently. After he finished speaking, he ignored Gu Yuting's furious gaze and looked at the emperor as he said respectfully, Your Majesty is wise. The emperor couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. This little guy, what a formidable mouth. Duan Lingtian, tell me, what do you want? The emperor returned to the previous topic and asked Duan Lingtian once again. Your Majesty, I want you to set up an organization and let me be the head of this organization. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he looked at the emperor and spoke slowly. Oh. When the emperor heard Duan Lingtian's words, he felt that it was a novelty. Then tell me, what kind of organization do you want me to set up for you? The Embroidered Uniform Guard. When Duan Lingtian said these 3 words, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. The Embroidered Uniform Guard. It was also one of Duan Lingtian's dreams in his previous life. When he thought of the Ming dynasty in his previous life and the tyrannical, Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian's heart palpitated with excitement. To put it bluntly, the embroidered uniform guard was the secret service of the Ming dynasty, and it was also a blade in the hands of the emperor at that time, possessing monstrous power. Actually, Duan Lingtian only wanted to play around and experience a similar addiction. After all, he would be leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom soon, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to play in the future. Or perhaps, even if he had the chance in the future, he wouldn't have this thought. Embroidered uniform guard? Presently, it wasn't only the emperor who was puzzled, even Nie Yuan and his son, Zhang Xiong, and even Prime Minister Gu Yuting had puzzled expressions. When Duan Lingtian saw that the emperor's interest had been aroused, he immediately said, "Your Majesty, the so-called embroidered uniform guard is an organization that directly belongs to your Majesty. Besides your Majesty, it isn't subject to the interference of anyone else. As for the embroidered uniform guard's function, it is to share your Majesty's burdens and eliminate all injustices in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. For example, helping your Majesty deal with people who disrespect you, for example, finding the person who poisoned your Majesty." When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear. Besides the emperor, the expressions of the other 4 people present went pale. "Duan Lingtian, don't talk nonsense. His Majesty's status is lofty, who would dare poison His Majesty?" Gu Yuting looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke coldly. However, the emperor's following words caused Gu Yuting to be dumbstruck. You're able to discern that I've been poisoned?" The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with interest. "Your Majesty, not only am I able to discern that you've been poisoned, I'm even able to discern what poison you've been poisoned with. Moreover, I know that you've been poisoned for many years. If it wasn't for your Majesty's deep cultivation, perhaps you'd have long since." Although Duan Lingtian didn't continue speaking, everyone present was able to understand what Duan Lingtian meant. "Your Majesty." Nie Yuan, and Zhang Xiong looked at the emperor and were shocked in their hearts. His Majesty seems to have admitted that he's been poisoned? A trace of coldness arose in their hearts. Who exactly dared to poison the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor? "If I agree to your request, can you really help me find the person who poisoned me?" The emperor's eyes focused, and a dignified aura enveloped Duan Lingtian's body. Actually, he'd secretly investigated the person who poisoned him for a long time, but he came up empty-handed. Duan Lingtian remained unmoved and smiled indifferently. "If your Majesty agrees to my request, not only can I help your Majesty find the person who poisoned you, I can also cure your Majesty's poison." At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. The spirit cleansing pill is really a good thing. It can be used anywhere. What? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the emperor who originally had a calm expression couldn't help but be moved. After all, even the Alchemist Guild's guild master, a grade 6 alchemist, was helpless against the poison he was afflicted with. He'd practically resigned himself to his fate. According to his estimation, he could only live for another half a year at most. So, to the outside world, he'd always declared that he was sick and not poisoned. Actually, with his cultivation, how could he possibly be sick? "You can really cure the poison for me?" The emperor took a deep breath and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. His emotions were slightly agitated, as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. If the poison was cured, he could at least live for a few more decades. "Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, I can refine a medicinal pill for you to suppress the poison in your body right now. It's enough to suppress a portion of the poison in your body and allow you to live for another year." Duan Lingtian's face was carefree, and his body emitted strong confidence. "You are an alchemist?" The emperor was stunned. "Qi." Duan Lingtian flipped his hand, and a strand of pill fire was faintly discernible. In an instant, everyone present, except for Nie Yuan and his son, the emperor, Zhang Xiong, and Gu Yuting were all stunned. This Duan Lingtian, besides having a heaven-defying natural talent in the martial Tao and a heaven-defying natural talent in military advisor, he's even so heaven-defying in alchemy? An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Chapter 218. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Gu Yuting's ridicule. In next to no time, under Duan Lingtian's request, the emperor ordered someone to find a pile of medicinal herbs for Duan Lingtian, and it was precisely a portion of the medicinal herbs required to refine the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian didn't ask the emperor to prepare a few of the medicinal ingredients, because he held back and didn't plan to refine the complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the emperor to consume. Since ancient times, kings were the most heartless. He wasn't unfamiliar with this saying. So he held back. If he were to refine the complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, it would be able to easily eradicate all the poison in the emperor's body. But in this way, between him and the emperor would undoubtedly hold the initiative. Even if the emperor still set up the embroidered uniform guard for him, he would surely be restrained in every aspect and couldn't act freely. So he planned to keep the emperor in suspense and make the emperor ask him for help. In this way, the embroidered uniform guard under him would be able to do as they pleased. After all, there was an emperor supporting him from behind. Although the incomplete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill was unable to eradicate the poison in the emperor's body, it could help him temporarily suppress a portion of the poison. What a miraculous medicinal pill. I can feel that the poison in my internal organs has been suppressed by quite a bit. After the emperor consumed the incomplete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, his eyes lit up and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Your Majesty, you need to consume this detoxification medicinal pill for a long period of time before it can completely eradicate the poison in your body. If you don't consume it for a period of time, the poison in your Majesty's body will relapse once again, and it might even be even more violent than before, like a scourge. So in the future, I'll refine this detoxification medicinal pill for your Majesty every once in a while. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the emperor, and his eyes flickered with flowing lights, only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. Duan Lingtian, why don't you refine more detoxification medicinal pills for me? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. As the supreme emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he was naturally able to discern what Duan Lingtian was thinking, and it was none other than wanting to use this to threaten him. And if he wanted to live, he had no other choice. Your Majesty, this detoxification pill is extremely difficult to refine. Unless I recuperate for more than a month, I don't have the confidence to refine it successfully. Duan Lingtian naturally declined. He understood that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Duan Lingtian, since that's the case, why don't you contribute the formula for the antidote? There are many alchemists in the palace who can serve His Majesty better. Gu Yuting looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly. Prime Minister Gu, I'm really sorry, but I won't share my pill formula with anyone. Duan Lingtian glanced at Gu Yuting calmly. He couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush in front of Gu Yuting. Not even His Majesty? Gu Yuting's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he wanted to use the emperor to force Duan Lingtian. Prime Minister Gu, don't scare me. If I'm scared by you and forget the pill formula, then I won't be able to refine it myself in the end. At that time, if His Majesty doesn't have any detoxification pills to use and the poison relapses again, then all the blame will be borne by you alone. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. You. Gu Yuting's face went pale. At this moment, the Divine Might Marquis Nia Yuan stood out and looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, according to what I know, pill formulas are of extraordinary significance to alchemists, and that detoxification pill formula ought to be Duan Lingtian's unique pill formula. To an alchemist, a unique pill formula is more important than his life. The Marquis is right. Your Majesty, this point is understandable. Zhang Xiong stood out as well and spoke up for Duan Lingtian. What? Could it be that you're worried that I'll forcefully seize this little fellow's pill formula? The emperor smiled indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I approve your request. From today onwards, I'll issue an edict to establish the Embroidered Uniform Guard. And you will be the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. As for the members of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Divine Might Marquis will be in charge of dispatching them. How about it? As he finished speaking, the emperor looked at Nie Yuan. I have no objections. Nie Yuan received his orders. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the emperor. The Prime Minister Gu Yuting, who stood at the side of the emperor, had an extremely unsightly expression. Embroidered Uniform Guard. Directly subordinate to the emperor and only obey the emperor's orders. The commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian, was only responsible to the emperor and had the authority to act first and report later. Along with the emperor's edict, the entire imperial city was stirred. Embroidered Uniform Guard. Before today, this name was so unfamiliar to everyone. But now, it caused everyone to be dumbstruck. When had such an organization appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Even though I knew that Duan Lingtian had made a great contribution this time and that the emperor would reward him heavily, I never imagined that it would be so exaggerated. Once the Embroidered Uniform Guard is established, he, as the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, would simply be equivalent to the emperor's spokesperson. Too exaggerated. Once the Embroidered Uniform Guard is established, the imperial city will probably be in turmoil again. Duan Lingtian, at the mere age of 18, is already practically standing at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's hard to imagine. The entire imperial city was filled with similar discussions. Divine Might Marquis Estate, within the audience hall. Little Tian, you really have guts, even daring to threaten His Majesty the Emperor. The Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan shook his head and smiled. He was slightly surprised when he recalled the scene he saw in the imperial palace earlier. Truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. I was frightened by you earlier. Xiaofan looked at Duan Lingtian as well and laughed bitterly. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. I was originally asking a tiger for its skin in this matter. Uncle Nie, besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, I only need 9 people from the Embroidered Uniform Guard, but they must be elites. What counts as elites? Nie Yuan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian only needed so few people. 8 of them must be existences that are at least on par with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. As for the last person, I want the half-step void stage. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, flowing lights flickered within his eyes. Half-step void stage? Nie Yuan and Xiaofan were both shocked. Nie Yuan returned to his senses and scolded with a smile. You kid, you asked me for 8 people whose strengths aren't inferior to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and my heart already ached. But now, you've directly demanded an exorbitant price and directly asked me for half-step void stage experts. Do you think half-step void stage experts are cabbages sold in the market? Uncle Nie, if you're able to send the 9 people I need to me, I'll give you a great fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly squinted as he smiled mysteriously. What great fortuitous encounter? Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Even the nearby Xiaofan had his interest aroused. Uncle Nie, have you heard of the monkey wine? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Monkey wine? What? You have it, kid? Nie Yuan's eyes lit up and he was slightly surprised. Whereas Xiaofan's breathing instead became hurried. To Origin Core stage martial artists, the monkey wine was a precious treasure that could increase their cultivation. Since Uncle Nie knows of the monkey wine, then have you heard of the Monkey King wine? Duan Lingtian asked again. Monkey King wine? Nia Yuan shook his head. As for Xiaofan, he didn't even know. The Monkey King wine possesses a medicinal effect comparable to the Void Advancement Pill. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Nia Yuan, then slowly said, I think that Uncle Nia ought to be interested in this, right? Void Advancement Pill? Nia Yuan and Xiaofan were both stunned. Nia Yuan was the first to react, his pupils constricted as his breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. Little Tian, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian didn't directly answer Xiaofan, and continued. With Uncle Nia's current cultivation that's only a step away from the void prying stage, if you have the assistance of the Monkey King wine, you'll surely be able to successfully break through to the void prying stage within half a year and welcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. You little fellow even know of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation? Right at this moment, an aged figure silently walked in. It was precisely the senior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Grandpa Nia. Duan Lingtian didn't notice the old man's arrival in the slightest, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of an existence at the void prying stage, even if he's unable to utilize origin energy, his cultivation is still there. Father. Grandfather. Nia Yuan and Xiaofan respectfully bowed to the old man. Little Tian, Grandpa Nia will send you 2 half-step void stage experts, and you give Grandpa Nia 2 drops of the Monkey King wine. How about it? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with traces of flowing lights. 2 half-step void stage experts. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Looks like the Divine Might Marquis estate's resources and reserves were even more formidable than he'd imagined. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and lightly smiled. Grandpa Nia, I'm afraid this won't do. I don't have much of the Monkey King wine in my possession. The old man didn't mind and smiled. Then leave 1 drop for your Uncle Nia, and Grandpa Nia will still send you 2 half-step void stage experts. How about it? I truly never imagined that you'd actually be able to encounter a thing of legend like the Monkey King wine. Obviously, the old man knew what the Monkey King wine was. Thank you, Grandpa Nia. Duan Lingtian smiled, then said, Grandpa Nia, I still have a piece of good news to tell you. I ought to be able to condense a grade 8 pill fire in a few days, and at that time, I'll be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for you. Once you consume the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, the toxic poison in your body will be completely eradicated in 3 months at most. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and they were dazzling like an array of stars. Even Nia Yuan and Xiaofan both revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. Uncle Nia, these are the medicinal materials required for the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and wrote down the list of medicinal materials required for the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Of course, he wrote down an extra set of medicinal materials. The other set was prepared to refine the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xiaofan. After 3 months, not only would the toxic poison in the old man's body be eradicated, even Xiaofan's cultivation would recover to the void prying stage. Good. I'll immediately order people to gather them. Nia Yuan nodded, and a trace of excitement was revealed between his brows. Here's a drop of Monkey King wine. Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill bottle and passed it to Nia Yuan. Chapter 219. This is the Monkey King wine. I feel that the origin energy in my body seems to have been alarmed by its wine fragrance. Xiaofan looked at the Monkey King wine in Nia Yuan's hand with a burning expression. I never imagined that I'd be able to smell the wine fragrance of the Monkey King wine in my lifetime. I'm truly fortunate. The old man sighed with emotion. As for the person involved, Nia Yuan, he put away the Monkey King wine as if he'd obtained a treasure. Xiaofan's gaze descended onto Duan Tian, and he rubbed his palms together. He. Little Tian, you, big brother Xia, when you step into the half-step void stage, I'll give you a drop of Monkey King wine as well. Xiaofan hadn't even opened his mouth when Duan Tian guessed what he wanted to say and spoke before him, dispelling Xiaofan's thoughts. It wasn't that he was stingy. There might not even be 30 drops of Monkey King wine in that small bottle gourd, and every drop used was a drop less. He had to use it sparingly. Xiaofan laughed bitterly. Half-step void stage, that's a matter of how many years later, big brother Xia. I can't give you the Monkey King wine, but I have quite a bit of Monkey King wine here. Duan Tian raised his hand and a wine jug appeared in his hand. Instantly, the wine fragrance of the Monkey King wine suffused out from the mouth of the wine jug. Good wine. The gazes of the 3 Xia clan men abruptly shone. Before long, the 3 of them had tasted the Monkey King wine one by one. Especially Xiaofan, after drinking the Monkey King wine, he sat cross-legged on the spot and circulated his cultivation technique in meditation, and only opened his eyes after a long time. Just a little bit more to break through. After Xiaofan woke up, his gaze abruptly shone. He subconsciously grabbed the wine jug, but noticed that the wine jug was empty. Where's the wine? Xiaofan had an astounded expression. It was finished by Grandpa Xia and Uncle Xia. Duan Tian shook his head and smiled. Before Xiaofan could react, he fled, not forgetting to remind the old man and Xia Yuan. Grandpa Xia, Uncle Xia. I'll leave my embroidered uniform guard members to you, I'll come get them tomorrow. Grandfather, father, why didn't you leave a single drop for me? I only drank a cup. A cup. Xiaofan had a bitter expression as he grumbled. Stupid brat, if you have the time to complain here, why don't you go ask little Tian for another pot of monkey wine? The old man shook his head and smiled as he reminded. Yeah. How could I forget? He's stingy with the Monkey King wine, but he can't be so stingy with the monkey wine. Xiaofan hurriedly stood up and chased after him. However, he found that Duan Tian was long gone. Good lad, no wonder you were in such a hurry to leave. Xiaofan had a helpless expression as he cursed with a smile. After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Tian headed straight home. He locked himself in his room and began to refine the dragon blood pill. An hour later, the dragon blood pill was completed. After consuming the dragon blood pill, Duan Tian finally completed the tempering of his body for the 9th level of the core formation stage. The second transformation of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the raging python form, could be considered to have reached perfection. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Tian used his origin energy to draw out more than half of the remaining medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine he drank last time, and started circulating it. In next to no time, the bottleneck of the 9th level of the core formation stage was directly broken through. Duan Tian's cultivation stepped into the origin core stage in one go. After stepping into the origin core stage, there was still some medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine remaining. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, WIRM Python form. Duan Tian started circulating his new mental cultivation method and consumed the remaining medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine. Only when he approached the bottleneck of the 1st level of the origin core stage was the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine completely exhausted. He lightly stretched his hands. Crack. 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 The clear sound of bones rubbing together sounded out. Suddenly, his fists clenched tightly. Whoosh! Instantly, 31 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Tian. This was the strength of Duan Tian after stepping into the 1st level of the origin core stage. When an ordinary martial artist breaks through to the 1st level of the origin core stage, their full strength would only be the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Compared to when he was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, he had the strength of 8 ancient mammoths more. Whereas Duan Lingtian actually only had the strength of 8 ancient mammoths more than before. This strength of 8 ancient mammoths was added on top of his original foundation. When he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage with the Raging Python form mental cultivation method and completed the tempering of his fleshly body, he already possessed the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist, he possessed the strength of an entire 11 ancient mammoths more. Whereas now, Duan Lingtian, who broke through to the 1st level of the origin core stage, still possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary martial artist with the same cultivation. This 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, the Wirm Python form, seems to not have the tempering of the fleshly body. In other words, I can only cultivate step by step and increase my strength of ancient mammoths that is similar to an ordinary martial artist. However, no matter which level I cultivate to, I still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than a martial artist with the same cultivation. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed this problem. He knew clearly in his heart that it was precisely because of this that he could similarly be called invincible amongst martial artists with the same cultivation. However, in general, along with the increase of his cultivation, his strength would be pulled closer and closer to martial artists with the same cultivation, and his advantage would become smaller and smaller. Duan Lingtian felt a trace of pressure. I must work hard and cultivate. So this is the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian could clearly see the situation within his dantian through inner vision. Presently, within his dantian, the origin energy that had originally formed into the form of scattered clouds and mist had actually condensed into an origin core. The origin core was completely snow-white, and was precisely condensed from origin energy. The origin core stage was also named because of this. The strength of an origin core stage martial artist was stored within the origin core within the dantian. If the dantian was crippled, then the origin core would lose its support and completely vanish, which was equivalent to the origin energy in the entire body dispersing, just like Fang Tong and Xue Lang, who were crippled by Duan Lingtian that day. Before long, Duan Lingtian went to the rear courtyard to find the 2 little girls and his mother, Li Ro, and gave 3 pill bottles to them. Within every pill bottle was a drop of Monkey King wine. "Young master, what's this?" Kerr had a curious expression as she asked. Li Fei and Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian as well. "This is Monkey King wine." "Kerr, haven't you broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage now? So long as you consume this Monkey King wine and circulate your cultivation method, it'll be sufficient to assist you in breaking through to the origin core stage." Duan Lingtian smiled as he said to Li Fei, "Little Fei, you're the same as well. You're only a sliver away from breaking through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Relying on this drop of Monkey King wine, not only will you be able to break through the bottleneck and step into the 9th level of the core formation stage, you'll even have the chance to break through to the 1st level of the origin core stage in one go." Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's words caused the 2 little girls to have excited expressions, and they directly returned to their rooms to cultivate. "Mom, you go cultivate as well." Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro and lightly smiled. Li Ro lightly nodded, then followed behind Kerr and Li Fei to return to her room. Duan Lingtian left the courtyard house and found a clothing store, then according to the memories of his previous life, he ordered 13 sets of skyfish clothes. "How long will it take to finish?" Duan Lingtian asked the manager. "Customer, the 13 sets of clothes you ordered are all very complicated. Even if you rush the work, I'm afraid it will still take 3 days." The manager slowly said. 3 days? Duan Lingtian frowned. "Too long. You think of another way." Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and besides the money he handed over earlier, he put down another 10,000 silver bill. The manager's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly nodded. "Customer, I understand. I'll get a few more people to work through the night, and it'll surely be completed by tomorrow." Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded, then turned around and left. He found a weapon store and ordered 13 scabbards, then he bought some materials required for weapon refinement. After he returned home, he refined these materials into 13 spirit sabers. Skyfish clothes, embroidered spring saber. This was the true embroidered uniform guard. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. After the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor established the embroidered uniform guard, he also set aside a vast courtyard in the inner city as the embroidered uniform guard's residence. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the courtyard, he noticed that there was already someone waiting there. Commander Duan. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard, a middle-aged man came up to greet him. The middle-aged man wore the Imperial Guard's armor, and a trace of dignity was emitted from between his brows. Obviously, he wasn't an ordinary soldier. You know me? You are? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. Commander Duan, I'm the Imperial Guard's Chili Arch, Meng Yang. His Majesty ordered me to hand these over to Commander Duan. Soon, Meng Yang handed over a pile of command tokens to Duan Lingtian. These command tokens, except for one that was slightly special, were all exactly the same. All the command tokens had one thing in common, and that was that the words embroidered uniform guard were engraved on them. Chili Arch Meng, sorry to trouble you. Duan Lingtian took the command tokens and nodded to Meng Yang with a smile. Commander Duan, you're too courteous. Meng Yang replied with a smile. Although the person standing before him was only an 18-year-old youth, he didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. What a joke. This youth was currently the most popular figure in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army. Ever since they found out about the establishment of the embroidered uniform guard, countless people racked their brains trying to join Commander Duan. Meng Yang looked at Duan Lingtian and seemed to be slightly hesitant. Chili Arch Meng, is there anything else? Duan Lingtian asked. Commander Duan, I wonder if your embroidered uniform guard is still lacking people? Meng Yang asked. What? Chili Arch Meng wants to jump ship? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No, it's a brother under my command. He especially admires Commander Duan. Meng Yang shook his head. So long as there's no problem with his character and cultivation is at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, our embroidered uniform guard will take him. Duan Lingtian slowly said. Meng Yang was dumbstruck when he heard Duan Lingtian. 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above? Even he, a Chili Arch of the Imperial Guard, was only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Meng Yang fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked with slight hesitation. Commander Duan, could it be that the members of your Imperial Guard must be at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above? Duan Lingtian nodded. Exactly, this is the lowest threshold. Lowest threshold? Meng Yang noticed that his heart was about to jump out. What a fellow. This Commander Duan really wasn't an ordinary person. Chapter 220. The lowest threshold of the embroidered uniform guard was the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. For a time, he became the laughingstock of the entire imperial city, as they all felt that the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian, was indulging in fantasy. How could an existence at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above be someone he could recruit as he pleased? At dusk, a red glow filled the sky. Imperial City, City Guard Army Campsite. At the campsite's entrance, 13 tall horses stood still, then 13 figures flipped over and descended from the horses. These 13 people wore uniform attire, flying fish robes. On their waists hung a command token and a narrow and long saber, the embroidered spring saber. Amongst the 13 people, there was a youth in the lead. A trace of immaturity could be vaguely seen on the youth's face. It could be discerned that the youth was about to step into the age of 19 and become a young man. "Who are you people?" 10 armored soldiers stood at the entrance of the city guard army campsite, guarding both sides as they glared fiercely at the 13 people that were approaching. "Presumptuous." The youth in the lead grunted coldly, then his cold and indifferent gaze swept past the 10 city guard army soldiers, then he ignored them and directly walked into the city guard army campsite. "You all." One of the city guard army soldiers took a step forward, wanting to stop the youth. However, he was pulled back by one of the people beside him. "What are you doing? Didn't you see someone trespass into our city guard army campsite?" The former frowned. "Are you mad? Didn't you see their command tokens? They're the embroidered uniform guard." The latter took a deep breath, and a trace of terror was mixed between his brows. "What? Embroidered uniform guard? Isn't the lowest threshold of the embroidered uniform guard the 7th level of the nascent soul stage? Could it be that someone really joined the embroidered uniform guard? Who knows? If I'm not wrong, then the youth in the lead ought to be the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian. The existence of the embroidered uniform guards is approved by His Majesty the Emperor. Commander Duan is also His Majesty the Emperor's spokesperson. Not to mention us, even the Lord Commander of the City Guard would be afraid of him." Duan Lingtian walked into the City Guard army campsite and directly headed towards the central tent. Wherever he passed, the city guards would make way for him. Duan Lingtian took the lead, followed closely by the 2 old men, and behind them were 10 middle-aged men. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were among them. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate and broke away from his fate of being a commander by himself. He took 10 people with him from the Divine Might Marquis estate. Including Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, the current embroidered uniform guard, including him, had a total of 13 people. "Lord Commander, the embroidered uniform guards are here." A figure rushed into the tent in the center of the city guard's camp and hurriedly reported. "What?" The expression of the city guard commander, Xue Lu, slightly changed. "How many of them came?" "Including Commander Duan, a total of 13 people." The person who came in continued. 13 people? In other words, besides him, there were 12 existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above? The Divine Might Marquis is really generous, to actually cooperate with that little bastard like this. Right, the Divine Might Marquis was the good friend of that little bastard's father, Duan Rufeng, after all. Xue Lu's face sank as he said to the person who came in. "Go notify the other captains and call out all the brothers that stayed in the camp. I want to let that little bastard know that my city guard army's camp isn't a place where he can behave atrociously." "Yes." The person who came in received his orders and left. "Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. Even the nascent soul stage martial artist I sent out wasn't able to take your life. But, since you dare bring people to my city guard army's camp to behave atrociously, I'll make it so that all of you won't be able to return." Xue Lu's eyes flickered with traces of frightening cold lights. Outside, Duan Lingtian arrived at the vicinity of the central tent and stopped moving. The 12 people behind him stopped as well. Meanwhile, the soldiers that stayed behind in the city guard army's camp dashed over. For a time, the ground trembled, as if the earth was moving and the mountains were swaying. The group of city guard army soldiers surrounded Duan Lingtian's group tightly like buckets, causing them to have no place to escape. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw Xue Lu once again. Xue Lu walked over in large strides, his face filled with a bloodthirsty smile. "Duan Lingtian, I never imagined that you'd actually take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Outside, you have the identity of the embroidered uniform guard commander, so I might have some misgivings if I wanted to kill you. But now that you've innocently trespassed into my city guard army's camp, even if I kill you, I presume His Majesty wouldn't blame me." Duan Lingtian never imagined that Xue Lu would threaten to kill him as soon as he appeared. Looks like he really made the right choice in coming today. Xue Lu, you're still as arrogant as last time. Didn't you say I would surely die last time? Aren't I still alive and well now? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile when faced with Xue Lu's provocation. You! Xue Lu's face sank. If it wasn't for your Duan clan's grand elder appearing last time, you would already be a corpse at that time. But today is the same. I have to say, you've really surprised me. You set the threshold for the embroidered uniform guard so high, yet the Divine Might Marquis actually still gave you 12 people. You know they were people the Divine Might Marquis gave me? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Humph. What I know has exceeded your imagination. Xue Lu sneered. Commander Xue, I came here today mainly because I wanted to talk to you about what happened 5 months ago. The person you sent to kill me has already died in the wilderness. I came here today to collect the debt, and I'm not greedy. You just have to give me 10 million silver as compensation for suppressing the shock. How about it? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xue Lu and slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the surrounding city guard army soldiers, causing them to be dumbstruck. 10 million silver is still not greedy? Is this commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, joking? Duan Lingtian, looks like you already know. Xue Lu's gaze went slightly cold. You have some ability to actually pry open my people's mouths. What? Commander Xue, you admit it? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. So what if I admit it? Xue Lu sneered as his eyes emitted a bone-piercing coldness. Then quickly hand over the compensation for suppressing the shock, and I'll take my brothers to have a good drink. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a deep smile. You still want compensation for suppressing the shock? Xue Lu laughed, laughing insolently, laughing without the slightest scruple. Duan Lingtian, you seem to have not figured out the situation, right? Could it be that you think the people you brought can go against my city guard army's thousands of officers and soldiers? Let me tell you, every single one of us here can drown you with a mouthful of saliva. Looks like Commander Xue is very confident. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, but his eyes flickered with mischief. Humph. Duan Lingtian, don't think that just because you have the title of commander of the embroidered uniform guard, you're really someone. Let me tell you, in front of me, you're nothing. Xue Lu stretched out his hand and pointed at Duan Lingtian's nose, his saliva flying everywhere as he spoke in a condescending tone. Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, what he hated the most was people pointing at his nose and lecturing him. Once, there was a mercenary from Country M's most outstanding seals. Because he pointed at his nose and said a bunch of nonsense, his head exploded with a punch, and he was directly blasted to death. Kill him. Just as Duan Lingtian's killing intent soared to the heavens, Duan Lingtian's voice rang out, incomparably cold. Kill me? Xue Lu laughed, his face full of ridicule and disdain. However, in next to no time, his smile froze. Because his head had already separated from his body, bang! Pillars of blood sprayed out, and most of the city guard soldiers present didn't even have the time to react before they noticed that their commander's head had already separated from his body. In the next moment, they saw. In the process of the old man standing behind Duan Lingtian withdrawing his narrow saber, droplets of blood sprinkled beneath his feet. Whereas those Kiliarchs in the city guard army all stared blankly at the old man with faces full of disbelief. They only saw the old man transform into an afterimage, and didn't even have the time to clearly see exactly how many ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the old man before their commander was killed. They were extremely sure that this old man was at least in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. His strength was absolutely not inferior to their commander. Because of the sneak attack, he was able to succeed with a single strike. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, then slowly turned around with the 12 embroidered uniform guards behind him, then walked out of the campsite with large strides. Wherever he passed, the soldiers of the city guard would make way for him. Now that their commander was dead, they naturally wouldn't foolishly charge forward to give their lives away. The people brought by this embroidered uniform guard commander weren't only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, and there was no lack of 9th level nascent soul stage experts amongst them. In terms of strength, a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist could become a commander in any army of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, now they were willing to follow behind this embroidered uniform guard commander and serve him. After walking out of the city guard army campsite, Duan Lingtian mounted his horse and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. This feeling was indeed extremely satisfying. Today, he really had a good time. If someone knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, it was unknown what expression they would have. Right when Duan Lingtian brought his 12 subordinates back to the embroidered uniform guards campsite, a shocking piece of news spread out from the city guard army campsite and instantly swept through the entire imperial city. The embroidered uniform guards commander, Duan Lingtian, brought along 12 embroidered uniform guards to charge into the city guard army campsite and kill the city guard army commander, Xue Lu, before leaving unhurriedly. This piece of news caused many people who didn't look favorably upon the embroidered uniform guard and secretly ridiculed the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian, to be a lone commander, to be completely dumbstruck. The threshold for the embroidered uniform guard is so high, yet they're still able to recruit 12 people, 12 existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. This group of embroidered uniform guards is simply an elite group, the representative of quality over quantity. I heard that the person that killed the city guard army commander, Xue Lu, was only an embroidered uniform guard under Commander Duan's command. He only used a single strike to kill Commander Xue Lu. I heard of it as well. According to my estimations, the strength of that embroidered uniform guard is surely a figure at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.